Secretary for External, Legal, and Legislative Affairs, Attorney Romeo P. Benitez. Undersecretary for Public Affairs and Communications, Rolando C. Puno. Assistant Secretary for Administration, Finance, and Controllership, Esther A. Aldana, CESO 2. Assistant Secretary for Plans and Programs, Francisco R. Cruz, CESO 3. Assistant Secretary for Human Resource Development, Josephine F. Cabrido Leisa, CESO 3. Assistant Secretary for International Relations, Lilian M. De Leon. Assistant Secretary for Public Safety, Florencio M. Bernabe Jr. Assistant Secretary for Peace and Order, Joabili P. Racho. Assistant Secretary for Local Government, Attorney Jessie Howard S. Lanete. Assistant Secretary for Community Participation, Elizabeth N. Lopez N. De Leon. Assistant Secretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs, Attorney Brian May R. Thomas. Assistant Secretary for Communications and External Affairs, Attorney Maria Liabel C. Padillo Crisostomo. And all the Bureau and Service Directors of the DILG, the Regional Directors of the DILG, PNP, BJMP, and BFP, and other Directors of the DILG and its attached agencies. May we also acknowledge the presence of our resource persons from DBM, Acting Director Carlos Castro. May we also acknowledge the presence of our House members, Deputy Speaker Janet Garin, Deputy Majority Leader Jam Baronda, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Edgar Irise, Deputy Minority Leader Kaka Bagao, Deputy Majority Leader Crispin Rimulya, Deputy Minority Leader Leila De Lima, Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sendanya, Deputy Minority Leader Bong Suntay, Vice Chairperson Ana York Bondok, Vice Chairperson Arnif Pentebella, Vice Chairperson Sancho Owaminal, Vice Chairperson Jerry Boy Espina, Vice Chairperson Dale Corvera, Vice Chairperson Joseph Tan, Vice Chairperson Bernadette Barbers, Vice Chairperson Maria Cristina Lopez, Vice Chairperson Monique Lagdameo, Vice Chairperson Romel Angara, Vice Chairperson Roger Mercado, Vice Chairperson Reynante Arrogancia, Vice Chairperson Lalo Matugas, Vice Chairperson Ed Christopher Go, Vice Chairperson Maria Isabel Sagarbadia, Vice Chairperson Cha Hernandez, Vice Chairperson Carl Nicolas Cari, Vice Chairperson Loreto Amante, Vice Chairperson Jose Alvarez, Assistant Minority Leader Rene Co, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino, Representative Marlesa Hofer Hashim, Representative Salvador Plato, Assistant Minority Leader Chel Jokno, Representative Dibu Tuan, Representative Saldi Villa, Representative Celso Regencia, Representative Ricardo Cruz, Representative Alan P, Representative Carlos Loria, Representative Paulo Marcoleta, Representative De Carlo Uy, Representative Emery Owano Dizon, Representative Oscar Malapitan, Representative Ferdinand Beltran, Representative Walfredo Di Maguila, Representative Adrian Amatong, Representative Alexander Pimentel, Representative Imelda Di Maporo, Representative Rachel Arenas, and Civil Service Representatives, CSO Representatives, Justin Vincent O. Altobar, Youth Advocacy Director, Good Gov PH, Brian Ezra C. Gonzalez, Program Officer for Advocacy, Caucus of Development, NGO Networks, Code NGO. Natalie Folbinar, Executive Director and Board Member, Center for People Empowerment in Governance, CENPEG. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ComSec. To the Honorable Secretary of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Honorable Juanito Victor C. Remulla, and to the officials of DILG, to the distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations, guests, and our partners from the civil society organizations, good afternoon. Matino, mahusay, at maaasahang kagawaran. These words, drawn from the DILG's vision, remind us of our shared duty as public servants to hold integrity, deliver excellence, and remain steadfast in the service of the Filipino people. The DILG carries a vital mandate of upholding public safety, preserving peace and order, and empowering local governments to deliver effective services nationwide. Over the past year, the department has achieved significant milestones, including the launch of Project AGSICAP 2025, which promotes gender-responsive infrastructure, the enhancement of the Citizen Satisfaction Index system to integrate citizen feedback into local governance, and the Infrastructure Governance Blueprint Summit, which introduced improved planning and monitoring standards for local projects. These initiatives reflect DILG's drive to bring government closer to the people, not only as beneficiaries, but as active partners in nation building. Today, we will deliberate on the DILG's proposed 287.5 billion peso budget for fiscal year 2026. This committee is focused on examining how the department, through its programs and priorities, will translate its broad mandate of strengthening local government units, boosting bureaucratic efficiency, and creating an enabling environment that is more resilient, responsive, and inclusive. Maraming salamat po. And before I yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary to deliver the presentation for the DILG, I would first like to recognize the Vice Chairpersons of the Committee on Appropriations who will be sponsoring the budget of DILG as well as the National Youth Commission. To my right will be the lead sponsor for the Department of the Interior and Local Government, the Honorable Arnie Fuentevella. And for the National Youth Commission, Vice Chairperson Jerry Boy Espina. With that, I would like to yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary Juanito Victor C. Remulla.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning to the honorable members of the House of Representatives, the distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations, led by our Honorable Micaela Angela Swansing, and to our sponsor, the Honorable Arnie Fuentevella. On behalf of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and our attached agencies, please allow me to present an audiovisual presentation showcasing the department's major accomplishments, as well as our financial performance from 2024 to the first half of 2025, which reflects our priority thrust anchored on our unrelenting commitment to serve the Filipino people. Likewise, we submit for your consideration the department's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, which was crafted with clear priorities aimed at strengthening local governance, improving the peace and order situation, and ensuring the safety and resilience of our communities. This part will show, number one, the DILG's total budget proposals and its breakdown per expense class, and the corresponding budgets per agency of our major programs and projects. This proposed budget is designed to build stronger institutions and safer communities, as well as foster more accountable, responsive, and efficient local governments. Makakaso po kayo na ang DILG ay matatag ng katuwang na pamahalaan ng Kongreso at pagsusulong ng isang ligtas, mapayapa at maunlad na bansa para sa ating mga kababayan. With permission of the Chair, may I now request the Secretariat to play the ADP.
The Department of the Interior and Local Government and our attached agencies proudly share our milestones and proposed 2026 budget which we will judiciously utilize to realize a stronger, safer, and inclusive Bagong Pilipinas. For 2026, we welcome the addition of the Early Childhood Care and Development Council into the DILG family. Being a highly trusted department and partner, we value the budget granted to us by implementing programs and projects anchored on the DILG outcome framework, which helped us fulfill our mandate of advancing good local governance, peace and order, and public safety. We stood at the forefront of pushing excellence in local governance throughout the country. The drive for good local governance continued to gain ground as we saw the increase of LGUs conferred with the seal of good local governance, alongside the rise in development projects for our people as incentives for their performance. Our drive towards improving frontline services is sustained with more LGUs complying with the standards on the issuance of permits, licenses, and clearances, thus improving LGU efficiency and better service delivery to the people. We also called on newly elected officials to be champions of good local governance as we commence equipping them with the fundamentals and preparing them for the challenges that lie ahead. We were also persistent in our efforts to ensure the completion of LGU projects benefiting millions of households throughout the nation. For our interior duties, safeguarding the country from threats to peace and development remains our top most priority. Through the tireless efforts of the Philippine National Police and our local governments, we have achieved a sustained decline in crime incidents and intensified our fight against cybercrimes. The holistic drive against illegal drugs saw a huge success not only on the demand side but also on the supply chain, with the government, law enforcers, and civil society working in unison to realize our vision of a drug-free nation. The Bureau of Jail Management and Penology's efforts has led to the consistent decline in jail congestion numbers, while at the same time promoting the welfare of persons deprived of liberty under its care. To prevent destructive fires, the Bureau of Fire Protection diligently conducts inspections and enforces the fire code while promptly responding to fires and emergency calls. We also advance development as the foundation of lasting peace in communities once affected by conflict. With disasters posing increasing threats to communities, we continue to intensify our efforts in disaster risk reduction and response by capacitating local officials on listo disaster protocols, building evacuation centers, and ensuring the readiness of our police and fire bureaus to respond during emergency. Along with this, our emergency 911 systems, which shall be further upgraded and modernized, continue to provide quick and efficient response to urgent situations and public safety concerns nationwide. We also sustain our efforts to create opportunities for every Filipino through our various social interventions to enable inclusive community, such as mobilizing youth organizations and sangguniang kabataan, uplifting the causes and interests of Muslim Filipinos, advancing efforts towards gender-responsive governance, and delivering health, nutrition, early childhood care, and other social services to the community. The gains and accomplishments of the department would not have been possible without the budget entrusted to us. We are pleased to report that the budget allotted for us in 2024 was judiciously spent with an obligation rate and disbursement rate of 97%, while for the first semester of this year, we were able to obligate around 58% of our allotment with a disbursement rate of almost 97%. As we head into another year, we are pleased to share the highlights of our proposed budget, which amounts to a total of 287 billion pesos, an increase of 1.8% from our current appropriation. Shown is the breakdown of our 2026 proposed budget per agency. Almost all of the agencies received budget increases except for the NYC, ECCDC, and BJMP. As shown and as virtually similar in the past years, 82% of our budget, or 236 billion pesos, goes to personnel services, while 14% is for maintenance and other operating expenses, and about 4% for capital outlay. Shown next is the 2026 budget of each agency per expense class. We assure this committee that these will be used to fully support the priorities and strategic thrusts of the government. These priorities and strategic thrusts are reflected in the highlights of the 2026 budget proposal per agency, starting with the Office of the Secretary. With its allocation, OSEC will sustain good governance and enhance capacities of LGUs in service delivery and performance by assisting and monitoring the completion and implementation of LGU infrastructure projects, including roads and bridges, enhancing local governance by strengthening LGU capacities, especially on competitiveness and ease of doing business, as well as scaling up their performance standards, and promoting citizens' participation to heighten local accountability. We will also improve significantly the LGUs and our relevant agencies' capabilities to respond to emergencies, as well as intensify efforts for peace and order and public safety, including the campaign against illegal drugs and insurgency. Similarly, we will continue to monitor LGU compliance with environmental laws, as well as strengthen the operational capability and resilience of the department and LGUs to monitor and respond to the growing unpredictability and severity of disasters, together with the local government academy. We will also improve the DILG's capabilities through ICT projects, as well as fully operationalize our presence in the Negros Island region. The local government academy's budget will be used to complement the efforts of OSEC in advancing the capabilities of local governments through the continued training for newly elected officials and functionaries and DILG personnel, modernization of the LGA training center, as well as the implementation of ICT projects. The National Police Commission remains steadfast in its oversight of the police force as it strives to implement programs and projects for police administration and crime prevention, operational costs for additional regional testing centers, construction of a center for training in Legazpi, ISO certification, NIR operationalization, and ICT programs. Our Philippine National Police remains alert and ready to ensure the security of every community by focusing its resources on hiring 2,000 patrolmen and women, sustaining its capability enhancement program, construction of new police stations and facilities, actively responding to disasters, upholding the welfare of its personnel, actively addressing the threat of illegal drugs and insurgency, and implementation of ICT projects. The Bureau of Fire Protection will continue on its modernization efforts to further strengthen its capability in addressing fires and disasters through the hiring of 2,000 fire officers, upholding the welfare of its personnel, actively responding to disasters and emergencies, implementation of ICT projects, construction of 99 fire stations and maintenance of new stations and trucks, and continuous refleeting of fire trucks and vehicles to respond swiftly to fires and emergencies. To address jail congestion and support the rehabilitation of persons deprived of liberty, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology will continue to implement key initiatives such as hiring 2,000 Jail Officer 1, providing subsistence, medicine, and hygienic kits and medical support for PDLs, operating newly procured prisoner vans, ensuring jail facilities are drug-free, advancing the cause of justice through its commitments in the JSCC, procurement of firearms and radios, and construction of fences and a new jail facility. Capacitating future public safety and security officers remains the top focus of the Philippine Public Safety College. This includes the continued implementation of training programs to address cybercrimes, construction of academic infrastructure, procurement of supplies and materials, operationalization of the National Virtual Training Center, and other ICT initiatives. The National Youth Commission aims to usher in a new generation of innovative and future-ready leaders among the Filipino youth. This will be achieved through the mobilization of various youth organizations, training for SK officials, improvement efforts on the Philippine Youth Development Plan, and the effective implementation of youth programs. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos will continue to advance social-cultural, economic, and social protection programs for Muslim Filipinos by way of sustaining its support for Hajj pilgrims, assisting Muslim communities, hosting the 5th International Islamic Finance Conference in the Philippines, and bolstering its operational capabilities. To further advance and protect the interests of women, the Philippine Commission on Women will focus on supporting efforts to thwart violence against women and their children and fulfilling the Philippines' international commitments on gender and equality. Meanwhile, the Early Childhood Care and Development Council will strive to give every Filipino child a good kickstart in development through the establishment of national child development centers and human resource development interventions for child development teachers and workers. Lastly, as part of our commitments for the chairship of the Philippines for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in 2026, the DILG as a member of the ASEAN National Organizing Council, most notably as the chair of the Security and Emergency Committee and host agency of various ASEAN sectoral meetings, has been allocated 2.8 billion pesos for its 6 agencies to ensure the secure and successful hosting of year-long activity. We shall remain firm and resolute in advancing the interests of the Filipino people and in fulfilling the promise and realizing the ideals of a bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Remulla. Before I yield the floor to Vice Chairperson Arnie Fetubella to facilitate the interpellations from the members, siguro po, I just wanted to ask a quick question na po on the budget utilization rate from the previous years. I have here the financial performance of the DILG since 2020, and consistently across the board, I noticed that for ECCDC, the utilization always has a huge shortfall. So from 2020 po, naglalaro lang between 73 to 81% yung utilization for ECCDC. So if I may ask po the good secretary, what's the reason behind that? Kasi it's quite a sizable allocation every year. It's about 327 million. So gusto lang po namin malaman ano po yung shortfall. What's driving the shortfall in the ECCDC?
Ma'am, for clarity's sake, I was only named the chairman I was only named chairman early this year. But the chairman of the ECDC is here, so I think she has a better. The executive director of the ECDC is here. I think she's in a better position to answer.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Maybe you recognize the Executive Director of ECCDC. Please enlighten us on this. Medyo malaki po yung nasasayang na pondo every year. So we just want to understand, I don't want to say nasasayang, but please let us know why it seems to be unutilized for the last 5 years.
2020, for 2024, our utilization of our budget is 96%.
That's obligations po, ma'am, the 96% you mentioned. How about the disbursement? Disbursement is only at 78% po.
It is,
Here, ma'am, I have in my possession the financial performance report from the DILG.
our disbursement for 2024 is 96% of our total.
Okay.
That's obligated, ma'am. Your disbursed po is 78% lang po. Just to align lang, ma'am, this is the document I have with me.
77 of 2025.
2024 po, ma'am. This is fiscal year 2024 financial performance as of December 31, 2024.
The disbursement Your Honor, is continuing allocation 2025.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. I would have been satisfied with the answer, except if I look back since 2020 po, it's consistently like that. So for 2020, your disbursement is at 81%. For 2021, it's at 74.6%. For 2022, it's at 74%. 2023, it's at 81%. And 2024 po, it's 78%.
The
So,
Your
yes po,
Honor,
ma'am. Yun lang
the-
po. Medyo, ano po kasi, the ECCDC is kind of the driver for the shortfall in the overall utilization of DILG. So, yung iba po kasi na attached agencies, nakikita ko maganda naman po yung utilization. Yung ECCDC lang po yung medyo glaring because for the last 5 years, lagi pong malaki yung shortfall.
Your Honor, the utilization for 2020 had declined on the succeeding years given the national emergency due to COVID-19. The Republic Act 11469, or known as the Bayanihan Act, that was enacted last March 2020 to combat the COVID-19. The budget utilization rate for 2021 and 2020-21 was greatly affected. While recovering from the effect of the pandemic, we encountered another challenge in implementing programs, project activities during 2020 due to the election ban, followed by the issuance of Memorandum Circular 3 prohibiting the OIC to enter into the contract. Given these challenges, after the recovery, the ECCD Council was able to get back in its usual operation and had a spike in its budget utilization at the rate of 1995 for FY 2023.
Sec, siguro po just wanted to flag this. There seems to be a problem in terms of the utilization kasi po had it been the COVID-19 pandemic that was the trigger for the downtick in the utilization, that you should have been able to recover po ng 2023, 2024 because you also mentioned the election ban for 2022, but your utilization for 23 and 24 should have been better po. So siguro po, what's the main driver for the low utilization po for ECCDC?
For 2023, the reason for that is that the OIC is prohibited from using the contract or signing the contract.
Siguro
Ma'am,
Sec,
ma'am,
opo.
I assume the chairmanship of this committee of this last July upon the creation of the law and upon recommendation of Secretary Angara. So rest assured that the utilization of this will catch up to 100% for what remaining years we have, and we will make sure that the obligated funds will be paid for and the contracts will be fulfilled.
Thank you very much po, Sec. Actually, that's the assurance that I was hoping to
Yes,
get from the
yes,
good
ma'am.
secretary, and I'm grateful you gave that po
Yes, ma'am.
because it seems to be there's something systemic
Yeah.
with it because it's been the case for the last 5 years
It
po.
was never a priority before the president noticed it, and he directed that the full attention be given. So, because Secretary Angara pointed out a program for the first 1,000 days of a child's life, and a lot of this will be focused on this department.
Thank you very much po, Secretary. Thank you for that assurance. We hope to our Executive Director, since the Secretary is going to be closely monitoring
Yes,
the
ma'am.
disbursements of the ECCDC. Sana po we're able to better utilize this
Yes, ma'am.
because as we know, the ECCDC will
Yes.
play a very important part, and we also want to support it
Of
with
course.
funding, but we also want to make sure that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know the budget is best utilized.
Yes,
I also want to commend also the DILG because we're seeing here that you got an average score of 4.45, which is very satisfactory in terms of the performance review. So
Thank you.
kudos on that one
Thank you,
po,
ma'am.
Secretary. You want to commend that, especially given an agency with a lot of attached agencies and
Yes,
such a
ma'am.
huge mandate. Congratulations po.
Thank you
We
po.
commend you for this achievement. I just wanted to siguro understand po because it says here that a bulk of the unobligated funds correspond to savings from procurements. So I
Yes.
just want to, I guess, understand how much the savings are for fiscal year 2024 as realized by the agency?
Yes, ma'am. When I assumed office October of last year, I ordered an immediate review of the procurement procedures. And I noticed some discrepancies, and I compared the market price versus the purchase price. So we've been very prudent in our disbursements this year and arriving at a final fair price for the government based on the market capacity and the other market prices that are available out there. What we are doing is trying to lessen the friction between government procurement and disbursement. And that is where all the corruption lies. So we are doing a fair market analysis. We are consulting all the suppliers. We are mandating that there will be no kickbacks to anyone from my agency or those connected to my agency. And in the next few months, we will be dispersing most of it because we have arrived at the fair market price.
Thank you po. Thank you po, Sec. And lastly po, before I yield the floor, sorry po, hinihimay ko lang po yung
That's no
utilization
problem.
rates because this
Yes.
would greatly
Yes, of course.
influence the way that we're going to analyze the budget for the next year. For the BFP po, I'm looking at the financial performance for fiscal year 2024. The disbursement is only at 88.74%. So may I know po, because it's quite a sizable amount, the BFP was entrusted with 42 billion. So we're looking at a roughly 11% shortfall in the disbursement for fiscal year 2024. So if we may please be enlightened po as to the reason for this 11% shortfall, which roughly falls in the 4.3 billion peso range.
That's General Fernandez will answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the BFP has a special account in general fund, which the DBM could release anytime upon the request of the Bureau of Fire Protection as provided for under the special provisions of the General Appropriations Act. These are continuing procurements of which it could be procured the following year, Madam Chair.
So may I know po, out of the 11% that's considered as continuing appropriations until 2025, roughly 4.5 billion, ilan na po yung nagastos ninyo for fiscal year 2025?
This year, ma'am, we have successfully procured special special rescue vehicles and the ambulances that we have procured this year, which was funded out of the 2024 budget.
Right po. But out of the roughly 4.5 billion in continuing appropriations, yung shortfall po ng 11%.
Ma'am, can I
Apa.
take the opportunity to answer?
Yes po.
Ma'am, a bulk of that, the monies that are being mentioned are derivatives from the fire inspection fees that the BFP charges. Those fees are directly forwarded to the Department of Budget and Management under a trust fund.
Mhm.
In the past several years, they would only allot 1 billion a year out of the magkano collection natin? Out of the 4.2 billion collection. So the trust fund has grown to something like 6 billion. And it's only this year that the president has authorized the full utilization. However, given that we are still very judicious in ordering the purchase of the fire trucks, because I'm doing my best to cut down the prices by removing the SOP and all of this. In the next few months, ma'am, we will have the full bidding of the fire trucks. So to the hopefully to the happiness of the members of the House.
So magagamit, do we anticipate po, Secretary, that all the balances, I'm seeing here there's a balance as of 2025, which is nagmatch nga po dun sa computation ko. It's at
That's right.
4.537 billion. Magagamit na po yun.
Yes, ma'am.
ng 2025.
It is all dependent on the release of the DBM. So far, we have a set amount of that has been released, and they have promised to release even more. That money is in a trust fund and not in the JAA, but we include it in our budget anyways because it's something to be expended in the future.
Okay. Yun lang po. It's a little bit glaring lang because it's quite a sizable amount that seems to have been unutilized from fiscal year 2024. But we'll just monitor
Yes,
that po just to make sure that the program does not, or it's actually be
Yes. Yes,
the funding that we've allocated is actually
Yes,
needed for that particular
yes.
program.
We are in the process of purchasing for this year 297 fire trucks, and for next year another 400 out of the proceeds of those trust funds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry po, yun po kasi yung trabaho ko always in every single presentation is really making sure that the BUR rates of agencies are okay, and which programs we would need to implement catch-up plans on. So, yun lang po. Sec, request lang po namin, pakitutukan natin please
Yes, ma'am.
yung ECCDC
Yes, ma'am.
and yung disbursement ng
Yes, ma'am.
BFP. Apo.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much po. I will now yield the floor to Vice Chair Arnie Fontabella to facilitate the interpellations from the members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee invites questions from the members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and the proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. As part of the House's commitment to greater transparency in the budget process, and in line with the current leadership's initiatives in the Committee on Appropriations to foster a more participatory budget process, we shall read the questions submitted by the civil society organizations after all members have propounded their questions to the agency. Secretary Juanito Victor Remulla and his team are requested to provide necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed of the anticipated impact of the proposed budget of the DILG and its attached agencies. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes. For questioning or interpellation, excluding the responses of the resource persons. When you hear the first bell, that's the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your question. The second bell signifies the lapse of your allotted time. In accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, followed by the independent and majority members in an alternating manner. Okay. Before I recognize the minority, I would like to thank my co-sponsor, Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina, who's going to handle the NYC, and who's going to assist us is Vice Chairperson Ed Christopher Go, with Vice Chairperson Zia Alonto Adjong and Anna York Bondok. So with this, I call on from the minority, Assistant Minority Leader Rene Ko. You're now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Yung unang line of questioning ko po is in relation to the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, NTF-ELCAC, at yung role ng DILG sa implementation ng Barangay Development Program. Siguro unang-una, gusto ko po i-preface na ang NTF-ELCAC ay naka-receive ng negative reviews sa international community this year, no? In particular, United Nations Special Rapporteur Irene Khan recommended the abolishing of the NTF-ELCAC given yung kanyang role sa contribute sa human rights crisis here in the Philippines. Ikalawa, the European Union Election Observation Mission recognized yung role ng red tagging in bilang obstacle sa pag-conduct ng free, fair elections in the Philippines, and tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung statements, press releases ng NTF-ELCAC na ang sinasabi niya na yung red tagging part yun ng mandate niya sa pagsisiwalat ng iba't ibang bahagi ng Executive Order 70, no? And ngayon, compared to last year, NTF-ELCAC, from a budget of 1.95 billion pesos, naging 8.08 billion pesos this year, despite yung ganong mga findings, reviews ng international bodies. No? This is a 314% increase in the budget. At kalaki ay yung malaking budget ay bahagi nito ay yung Barangay Development Program ng NTF-ELCAC para sa 2026. Pwede bang ipaliwanag po sa atin kung anong reason ng itong laking increase despite na international bodies would actually recommend the abolishing of this agency?
Ma'am, I cannot speak in behalf of the international agencies and their recommendations. Having attended all of the meetings at the NTF-ELCAC, the increase in the budget was because of they had the audit of the barangays that are cleared of insurgencies, and the budget before was recommended at 10 million pesos per barangay to use for the development fund. However, in the previous years, they would cut it down to maybe half or 1/3 of what was allotted. In this year, the president asked that the full allocation be given to those who are certified as clear or have been cleared of communist insurgency.
So sinasabi niyo po si President Marcos yung actually nagsabi no magkaroon ng full allocation.
Ma'am, it is a meeting it's a meeting room as big as this. It is a national task force, and he questioned why the allocations were lower, and he asked for the NTF-ELCAC to come up with a position paper on how to increase the allocations for this.
That is well noted, and we actually alarmed and na yun yung pagtingin ni Marcos in relation dito sa
Please
pagtaas
address
ng
him
budget
as
ng
President Marcos,
NTF-ELCAC.
ma'am. He is
Okay.
president, ma'am.
Yung next question ko po, Mr. Chair, is in relation po doon sa Barangay Development Program. We actually looked at yung ano yung laman po ng BDP, construction of farm-to-market roads, school buildings, health stations, water systems, electrification. May we ask, no, bahagi po ba ito ng mandate ng NTF-ELCAC?
Maybe Yusek Marlo Iligan is a better position to answer, ma'am.
Yusek, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yes, Your Honor, the Support to Barangay Development Program is only one of the many programs that the government is now implementing in barangays which were previously influenced by the communist terrorist groups. So just for calendar year 2025, the number of barangays now which are beneficiary of the Support to Barangay Development Program is 780 barangays. And these barangays now there were several consultations, discussions, and the workshops that were conducted in the barangays to determine the priority needs of the barangays. And these are the projects which are funded or were funded by the SBDP fund, in the tune of, in 2024, it's actually originally 2.5 million, Madam Chair, but it went to 7.5 million because the DBM was able to allocate more funds to the program. So as you mentioned, farm-to-market roads, school buildings, water systems, health centers are some of the many projects that are funded by the fund.
Yung next line of question ko po is in relation doon sa mga projects na yan. Marami kasing mga issues na lumalabas tungkol sa anomalous infrastructure projects. Paano may ensure yung tamang pag-ensure na yung funding ay nagagamit sa tama. So, ano po, ang tanong natin, paano natin may ensure na talaga napopondohan, na i-implement po ito properly? Anong mga mekanismo yung meron kayo? Kulang na lang po kasi parang halos yung flood control project ay ipasok na rin doon sa BDP mismo.
Sir, yes, Madam Chair. To ensure that the projects are actually faithfully implemented by the local government units, we have in the DILG hired almost more than 700 engineers and project evaluation officers, which provide support to the LGUs and which also monitor the implementation of the projects. So we assure the members of the committee that there are no ghost projects insofar as the SBDP fund is concerned. And then actually the completion rate, our completion rate is quite high, Your Honor.
Ma'am, pardon me. Just to
May
correct
I-
the misimpression that the people might be getting. To compare this to the flood control projects is uncalled for, ma'am. Number one, it does not go through the DPWH. It goes straight from DBM straight to the LGU. Number two, the amounts are very small and meant for barangay development. There is no anomalous biddings as far as we are concerned. There is no intervenor between the DBM and the LGUs in the implementation of this project. These projects are put straight and do not go through the layers of government which the flood control projects do.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to clarify yung 700 engineers na hinire, saan po sila pasok? Saan po sila naka-hire? Under what agency or under what, ano pong item yung meron sila?
Your Honor, the engineers and project evaluation officers are on the contract of service basis with the department. So these are deployed. They are deployed in the different regions and provinces in all over the country where the SBDP barangays are located. For additional safeguards, Your Honor, we make sure that our LGUs strictly adhere to the guidelines issued by the Department of Budget and Management. We do monitor regularly, and we even ask the assistance of CSOs, as third-party monitors for this project.
Thank you. May we receive a copy po of a report ng lahat po ng mga barangays that the mentioned 780, yung mga engineers
Yes,
na
ma'am.
na-mention po that are hired on a project basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po yung assignments nila?
Yes, ma'am.
And paano po naiimplementa, and yung disbursement po ng 10 million as it stands right now po
Yes,
in
ma'am.
relation dito.
We will, ma'am. But I'd also like to correct one point. Ma'am, since 2022, there has been no red tagging as directed by the President to the PNP. It stopped in 2022 with the new administration, and red tagging has been dissuaded as a practice by the Philippine National Police since then.
Okay, thank you, Sec. So please comply with the request of Congressman Go. Thank you.
We will, ma'am. We will,
Please
sir.
proceed.
Siguro last question in relation po doon sa infrastructure. May we ask kung yung pondo na to, which, bahagi siya ng farm to market, schools, etc. Bakit po hindi na lang idiretso? Ano pong pagtingin nyo doon? Idiretso sa DOH, idiretso na ipatayo sa ospital, etc. Na kailangan pang idaan through a barangay development project.
Ma'am, that's the very nature of the monies that they are receiving. It is a reward for their performance and their cooperation in eliminating the armed insurgencies in their barangays. Therefore, it goes straight to them and not through the other layers of government.
Thank you for your response. We'll look forward po doon sa report na mai-share po ninyo sa
Thank you,
amin.
ma'am. Thank you.
Because since time immemorial, nung andyan po yung NTF-ELCAC, ang mga reports na na-receive namin sa kabataan, sa mga estudyante, ay may mga instances where they will be called to the barangay to ask them to declare kung anong organisasyon bahagi sila, and even going so far as to asking them na hindi na lang sumama sa ibang mga organizations, ours included. This happened to our 10th nominee, in relation sa pagtakbo dito sa kabataan party list, And a lot of the barangays that ginagawa po yung gantong pagpapatawag sa mga estudyante sa kabataan, they have a stake, in receiving greater funding to ensure na yung insurgency free ang kanilang area, and tumatago siya doon sa interferences sa right to organize, freedom of expression ng isang kabataan. So, kaya sa amin, very alarming yung pagbigay ng pondo sa BDP. And nagiging rason siya why barangays would actually conduct surveillance activities and interfere with the legal expressions of rights and freedoms ng mga kabataan. That's just a manifestation kung bakit ganito po yung aming pangdidikdik dito sa programa na ito.
Well noted, ma'am, and we will look deeper into what we have discussed.
Thank you. Dahil din
Can you
siguro
wind up? That's going to be your last question. Thank you.
My next question would be in relation po to the National Youth Commission and ano yung funding na na-receive nila para po ma-ensure yung further developments ng kabataan nga po. We'd like to ask po, no, bakit po na-slash yung National Youth Commission's budget by 50%? No, and bakit marami po sa mga projects nila ay na-eliminate?
Thank you. That will be the last question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, actually the slash budget was not the regular funding. It was actually a help from Congress in 2025. We would like to kindly actually refuse any insertions, Madam Chair, because we have enough pa naman for until December 31, 2026. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just to make it clear, the underutilization, the slash in the budget was because there was an over budget last year as inserted in the budget. And I made it very clear in my department that all insertions would be reviewed and 95% were refused and remanded back to the DBM.
My other questions may be saved for the second round na lang po. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, to interpellate, we have Representative Salvador Plato. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our distinguished colleagues and esteemed guests, Secretary Remulla, at saka yung pong mga family ng DILG, isang magandang hapon po. Nais ko po lang itanong, Madam Chair, tungkol po sa Secretary, tungkol sa Seal of Good Local Governance Program. Alam po, this was institutionalized 2019. What is the allocation for the incentive fund? Ito po ba ay nadagdagan taon-taon? At ano po ang measurable outcomes for LGUs to receive this incentive? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me to clarify that. I have been a member of local government for 30 years before I assumed the position of SILG. And as one of the first recipients of the award from Secretary Robredo at that time. But since then, it's taken a life of its own. From 3 categories, it's now up to 14. And we decided to take a review once I assumed office. Just to make it clear, sir, what we decided was that instead of it being awarded every year, it will be awarded every 3 years, so that it will be a totality of body of work of the local chief executives. So of what they have done in those 3 years. Also, sir, we did an audit, and the process goes like this. It takes 6 months for the local government chief executive and his staff to prepare for the awards, and it takes another 6 months for the DILG to study and to evaluate. Sir, we did a study, and in the calendar year of 2024, the DILG nationwide, the entire department spent 5.7 million man hours just devoted to evaluating all the submissions to our department. So we decided to make it from every year to every 3 years, so that will be a totality of work of the local chief executive and their performance.
Thank you for the response, Madam Chair, Secretary. Isa pa tanong ko po, Secretary, can you detail the budget allocation for PNP, particularly for modernizing equipment, training and welfare programs for police officers? Mahalaga po ito kasi po kung mga inisyentibo tayo sa LGU, meron din po tayo para sa ating mga kapulisan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we ask for a more specific question so that we can answer in detail of what you need? I feel that your question was very broad, sir, and answering it will be very difficult in that manner. Can we have a more what data you would like to know so that we can present it clearer?
The budget allocation, Secretary, for PNP, particularly the modernizing equipment.
So motorcycle equipment? Okay, sir. Yeah.
Madam Chair and Honorable Chair Plato, thank you very much for that suggestion or comment for the Philippine National Police. Of course, the Philippine National Police eyes for its modernization yearly, and that is our very mission and vision Gusto namin ang isang makabago at epektibo. For us to become credible, effective, and efficient Philippine National Police, of course, we would like to have a good program, especially this process wherein our program or our request for funding is mabigyan ng kaukulang funding. And for the information of everyone, honorable congressmen, body of members of this body, the Philippine National Police is for 2025 we have a budget of 205 billion. And for 2026, we receive or the NEP for Philippine National Police is 209 billion or 3 point something billion increase of last year. But to our programming, ang kailangan po namin is 292 actually. And of course, 292 billion. And this 292 billion is ito po yung work financial bar to modernize. Okay? And it is a yearly undertaking. And for 2006 budget, part of the NEP, we have programmed it to the different classification, like we have 2 billion for capability enhancement program. We have infra for our police stations of 100 million. We have ICT project of 3.6 billion. We have to continuously have our training, police education, 1.3 billion. For recruitment for 2026, we program 2,000. That is part of the 2026 210 billion, Your Honors. So when we say we modernize, of course we fully pay our PNP personnel, we fully equip them, and we fully train our personnel so that we'll be modernized. And ang vision namin is we will be credible, efficient, and effective force.
Sir,
Your Honor.
to be more specific, we are now in the next few days, we are launching the unified 911 system all over the country. And that 911 systems means that there has to be a commonality of communications equipment for the BFP and the PNP. Therefore, the old equipment will be slowly put to pasture, and the newer equipment, which is common, so that the response is common, will be instituted. Namely, the radio system will be uniform on the push-to-talk POC. That it's a different system, sir, which is uniform now for the BFP and the PNP. Namely, the unmanned aerial vehicles will be enhanced so that we will have a 24/7 surveillance over the city and the country at all times, so that any security contingencies can be worked upon. And also to enhance the capacity of 911, the response vehicles will be increased by another, I think for this year alone, another 500 vehicles and another 2,000 motorcycles.
Thank you, Secretary, for that response. Isa na lang po, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Secretary, ito po ay tungkol sa, parang nabanggit mo na kanina po, yung tungkol sa peace and order sa mga barangay level. Ano pong mga program ang ating pinunduhan upang mapaigting pa natin ang peace and order sa mga barangay? Maraming salamat, Secretary.
For the PNP, Mr. Chair and Your Honor, we've been doing a lot of activities, especially dito sa barangay. And one of the activity is under our community relations, wherein we go directly to the barangay, have some activity, especially the good coordination, cooperation of each and everyone. to maintain peace and sustain peace in the locality, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sir, just to also elaborate, the president mandated the cops on the beat program. So I think it has helped a lot that the policemen are now deployed on the streets on a more frequent basis. There are less people on the station and more people on the streets so that they can respond to any emergency in the barangay.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Secretary Remulla. This representation expresses full support for the proposed budget of the Department of Interior Local Government. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thank you
Secretary.
very much, sir.
Thank you. So next we have Deputy Minority Leader Kaka Bagao. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po. Magandang umaga, Sec. Sec, andito po. Yeah. Hello po. Mula po sa Dinagat Islands. Sir, concern lang po ako. Ang una ko pong tanong, I'm sure familiar po kayo sa Supreme Court case, yung Mercedar Fishing Corp versus Mercedar Fishing Corporation. But just to summarize for you, Sec, yung Supreme Court decision practically takes away the authority of LGUs over their municipal waters. And we know that the Philippines has the longest coastline. No? It's the one of 5 longest coastlines in the world. At therefore, malaki ang implikasyon ng desisyon ng Supreme Court doon sa mga LGUs na nagmamanage ng kanilang municipal waters, role nila over municipal waters. So, meron po bang programa para dyan? Considering na yung isa pong hina-highlight ninyo at naniniwala kung ginagawa nyo yan, ay yung drive ninyo towards good governance. So, saan po yun makikita sa budget? Sino po yung in charge doon?
Yes, ma'am. I am fully aware of the decision of the Supreme Court, and I am personally, not as I'm wearing a different hat here, I'm wearing the hat of a citizen against that ruling. I think it impacts the communities a great deal. It impacts the livelihood of the small fishermen a great deal. And we have a pending MR. The government has a pending MR with the Supreme Court to reconsider it. I fully agree that it should be, the municipal waters should be to the limits of the local fishermen. My own province is affected as well, and I fully felt it. And I am a frequent visitor of Batangas, and we also see it. And I am sometimes aghast by how big the ships are off municipal waters. So we, as of now, we are waiting for the results of the MR. And once, hopefully it will be in our favor and we can craft something better for the fishermen in our municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Sec. Yung tanong ko po, for especially even if there's a pending motion for recon, is there a part of the program in DILG that discusses this with local governments, even with the leagues, yung mga implications nito if ever, at kung ano po din po ang pwedeng gawin ng mga LGUs? Because as I understand what's happening now in the case, the MR is centered with the DILG, but the LGUs are not informed of the case and even the implications of this case on the exercise of their jurisdiction over municipal waters. Is there a part in your program and even in your budget that educates, informs, and plans with LGUs on what to do with the threat that is pending right now with the Supreme Court case, sir?
Unfortunately, not yet, ma'am. We are waiting the final decision of the Supreme Court on the MR. But on a personal basis, I am always in constant conversation with the Secretary of Agriculture to make remediations for our small-scale fishermen.
But Sec, can we get a commitment from your office that in the meantime, because the mayors are actually raising these questions also,
Yes, ma'am.
that there be a process for the LGUs to be informed that there was a case filed actually, and there is a Supreme Court decision,
Okay,
and that you filed an MR, and what are the possibilities if the case is decided in whatever favor. Kasi ang dami-dami pong marine sanctuaries ngayon na inaalagaan
right.
ng mga LGUs.
That's right.
Alam niyo naman po yan.
I
Ang
totally agree.
dami-dami pong programs with people's organizations and even with barangays. Kakausap lang po natin about barangay development plans. Pero yung threat po kasi kahit naka-MR lang, wala na pong gumagalaw. Ayaw na po nilang gumalaw kasi hindi nila alam eh. Yung encroachment is kahit nga walang decision ng Supreme Court, kaliwat kanan na po ang encroachment. But siguro sir, I'm asking the department of the DILG department, can we do a process, sir, and be that part of your program to make sure that the LGUs are also on the same page with you in your advocacy and their understanding of their role over municipal waters?
Yes, ma'am. You have my assurance that we will put our full effort into it. And we will make an information drive and make the mayors and especially the fishermen aware of their rights in this matter.
Last question na lang po, sir. Sec, if ever the decision of the Supreme Court is decided in favor of the big fishing companies, are you amenable of filing a bill that make sure that if an LGU files an ordinance, not all, no, because we have to respect the decision of the Supreme Court, but if an LGU decides to enact an ordinance protecting their water, their municipal water, especially their marine sanctuary, will the DILG support that kind of initiative?
100%, ma'am. We will
Thank
be
you, sir.
behind
Gagawin, bukuha ko po kayo ng statement pag nag-file tayo ng
Yes,
bill.
ma'am.
Thank you
You
po.
have my assurance, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to be on.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Deputy Speaker Janet Garin. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga, Honorable Secretary and the DILG family. Kumusta po kayo, Sec?
Okay naman. Nawala na yung gout ng pako kaya nakakalakad na po.
At yung kulay ba ng iyong buhok ay sinyales ng dami ng problema sa DILG at problema ng Pilipinas?
Hindi po. Lahi po namin to eh. Si Secretary Boying lang po hindi nakakuha ng lahi nun. Kami po magkakapatid, puro puti na talaga po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Kumusta po ang ating drug war? Where are we now? Where is the Philippines now in terms of drug war?
Okay, ma'am. I will give you the broad strokes in the drug war because if we go through the fine strokes, it will take all day. Ma'am, the PIDEA and the PNP estimate that every year the consumption of the Philippines is 16 million tons of pure methamphetamine chloride. The 16 million tons are 100% smuggled in through our ports and through our coastal waters. In the previous administration, the war was on the consumption side, meaning that the users were the ones targeted. In the consumption side war in drugs, it resulted in reportedly 30,000 plus deaths. We monitored the price of methamphetamine chloride at that time, or shabu. It was at 3,800 pesos per gram, and it remained constant during that time. At the time of the assumption of the president, he declared a bloodless war on the war on drugs, and he concentrated, especially when I assumed office, on the supply side of the war. In the last 7 months, we have apprehended over 7 tons of shabu, and the supply side has resulted in the rise of drugs from 3,800 pesos per gram to 6,800 pesos per gram now in the street value. The purity of that is at 7%, and the supply now is getting very limited. That's why the prices are very high. The price of shabu now is so high that on a 7% purity scale, it is in the same price range as cocaine. Cocaine is sold at 6,000, also at the same price, at the same on a per gram basis, but it's become so expensive and prohibitive to use that we believe that the usage has gone down significantly. to prove a point on that, uh, although there will be naysayers about what I'm about to say, we have the statistics to prove that crimes against property and persons have declined sharply in the last 7 months, and we attribute that to a more benign but more effective war on drugs.
Ang ibig mo po ba sabihin, Secretary, kung dati-rate dun lang tayo sa mga consumers, what you are telling us is that the trust of government now is to address the quote-unquote manufacturers and suppliers. Yun po ba?
Yes, a lot of it is supply interdiction. We have had massive hauls along the coastlines. Fishermen voluntarily get from the sea suspicious floating objects and turn it over. And we have also intercepted boats that have carried massive amounts of methamphetamine, and we have decreased the supply in the market.
How do we ensure or assure na hindi lang magbabagong anyo, na yung mga nahuli ay meron lang papalit? How do we put in permanent reforms insofar as curtailing the supply of illegal drugs into the Philippines?
Yes, ma'am. The reason why the cost is very high now is because before, when they would apprehend drugs, as we showed previously, the PNP was notorious for recycling the drugs. So I estimate that for every 1 ton that would be confiscated, 900 kilograms would go back to the market at that time. At the start of my term, ma'am, I was insistent that the case of the Shabu warehouse in Tondo be prosecuted, which resulted in the charging of 2 generals and 60 other policemen who were part of the recycling trade. And since then, every apprehension of drugs has been audited, has been tagged, and has been disposed properly.
Thank you very much for that, Secretary. Let me move back to my second issue at hand. I do believe that in every institution, hindi naman po perfecto. And we heard the President saying that his current thrust is really to go against graft and corruption. Meron ba mga nangyayari din ganito dun sa ating mga lokal na pamahalaan? And I'm referring to the LGUs and even up to the level of the barangay. Meron po bang mga ganito na nare-report or wala naman po?
Again, ma'am, you're asking about 40,000 barangays, 4,000 municipalities, 165 cities. There are always reports, but that is up to the COA, and that is up to the Ombudsman, and that is up to the civil service groups to report it. And if it is reported to us, we duly investigate and make proper recommendations.
How about the issues that we are hearing with regards to possible extortion schemes? Are these happening?
Yes, ma'am. And we are working very hard to combat that. For example, one of the biggest hindrances for our for our telcos to provide towers is the friction provided on the barangay level. And I'm sure all of you are aware of that. Our country is the same size of Vietnam. We have 40,000 towers versus the 80,000 towers of Vietnam. So next month, ma'am, we just issued this month we issued a memorandum circular using the ARTA law against the barangay captains. That is only a yes or no answer whether they will allow it or not. If they cite us health reasons, we will say that it is not conclusive. Otherwise, if they do not answer, or if they delay the answer, then we will file an ARTA bill against them. Our target by removing this friction is to put up, in collaboration with the ICT, 10,000 towers a year for the next 3 years so that we can catch up with the rest of the world.
Yeah, I remember, Honorable Secretary, there was also a situation wherein a major NGCP project was closed down by an LGU for no apparent reason.
We are cutting down and becoming very strict on them, ma'am. We have, I talked to Congressman Miraflores earlier, and we've had problems with the municipality of Malay where Boracay is. And we will tackle that problem because of local government issues. The tourist arrivals in Boracay have dropped tremendously. So we will address those problems. We will address it with a firm hand, and we will make sure that the Philippines becomes a destination free of corruption, at least free of friction for those who want to do business here in the Philippines.
Ibig sabihin, kailangan natin ipakita na yung ating gobyerno ay bukas sa mga turista, sa mga investors para sa dagdag na trabaho. In line with this, Honorable Secretary, can you clearly state if there is a businessman or an MSME na magsisimula or like people facilitating the needs, the public utilities that are much needed by our people and the government, paano po sila lalapit sa DILG? Because I'm hearing responses all over the country na before, ang dami raw sumusulat, pumupunta sa DILG, pero walang nangyayari.
It's different now, ma'am. We have a direct system of communication. I am a member of the Private Sector Advisory Committee, which meets with the private sector every Thursday with the President. And every time we have a meeting and local government friction is a problem, then we are addressing it. The President has taken a direct hand in ordering the DICT to come up with a common platform for applying for permits so that it is put online for everyone to see that they are applying, and the response will be online too. As much as possible, we are trying to prevent a face-to-face contact for the application of the permits, and it will be online, and they will answer online, and they will state the reason whether yes or no.
And that will also include the possible, baka hindi intentional, but apparently there are like some areas, specifically in the barangay or the locality, wherein they usurp the tasks of national government agencies, specifically the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Agrarian Reform, DENR, and even DOLE. So is there a platform where the general public, pareho sa isumbong mo kay Pangulo, is there a general platform where the general public can also report directly to DILG if there are nuances in the local level that actually discourages further investors into our country?
We will take that into account, ma'am, and I will instruct my staff to put one up as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Secretary, at maraming salamat po sa inyong maraming nagawa. But my last question, Mr. Chair, kanina kasi narinig ko yung ating representative from the National Youth Commission, and the last statement actually surprised me because he mentioned like hindi na po muna kami tatanggap ng insertions. So maybe be clarified if there were insertions being put forward before the NYC.
Ma'am, it was not only the NYC, but the entire department as well. And I made it a policy to return the insertions back to the DBM.
But for NYC, maybe I can focus on NYC.
NYC.
Ma'am, for the information of the body, the increase in the budget for 2025 because of the insertions, the budget of the NYC went up by 300%. 300%. And that was duly returned, ma'am, to the DBM because it is beyond the absorptive capacity of the NYC to spend. And also because it became a department policy not to accept and not to use the insertions put in our department.
NYC.
Madam Chair.
Do you know the question?
Madam Chair, is it for the insertions?
Yes.
You mentioned kasi kanina, kaya marami kami dito nagulat. You mentioned that moving forward, you will not accept any insertion. So we were quite surprised. Were there insertions before the National Youth Commission?
Madam Chair, for my time po, 2025, there was. And there's actually a total of 390 million. And some of them we have used for office spaces, our organizational development, as well as our agency-to-agency programs, executive courses for SK. Pero since may availability pa po kami for the budget for December.
Ano po yung mga insertion na ito?
Madam Chair,
Specifically for what?
Madam Chair, so we have West Philippine Sea to the tune of 100 million pesos. We have public relations and advocacy for NYC programs and campaigns, 50 million. Meron din po kaming assistance to youth organizations na 50 million. This was inserted by Senator Bongo. And then we also have a agency to agency with the Development Academy of the Philippines, 100 million po.
And these insertions you did not ask.
Hiningi
nyo ba? Kinailangan nyo ba? Or kusa na lang siyang dumating?
Madam Chair, some of them talagang kailangan po namin, like the new office kasi.
No, my question is, hiningi nyo ba? Or kusa siyang dumating?
Madam Chair, we requested for some po.
Okay, you requested for some and they were granted.
Yes po. Yung 50 million na lang po support yung assistance to youth and youth organizations. It was something that was inserted po in the Senate.
Okay, so it was an insertion from the Senate.
Yes po.
Wala pong insertion sa sa women.
Okay, are you done, ma'am? Okay, so, ma'am, are we done? Are you done, ma'am? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll just dwell on that on the floor.
Thank you. Yes, before I recognize the next interpellator, I would like to recognize the presence of our former president, Representative Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. So next one to interpellate is our Assistant Minority Leader, Chel Jokno. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is addressed to the DILG Secretary. We're very concerned about how, when it comes to the SK, there have been studies that indicate that they are beholden to the barangay captains, especially when it comes to funding. In particular, there was a 2022 study by the Ateneo de Manila University, which found that SK councils remain financially beholden to barangay captains, despite the law mandating that they have their own bank accounts and direct control over their funds. Ang tanong po natin ay, is the DILG aware of this problem, and are they doing something concrete about it?
Yes, sir. I can give you further statistics on that. The SK, sir, after the first year of election, only 60% are attending the meetings. After 2 years, only 50%, and after 3 years, only 30%. So that leads those absences leads the barangay captain to impose his will on the council, because the SK, as it is currently formed, has increased the age from 15 to 25 years old. And that age range, most of them either go to work, go to college, or get married during their incumbency. So because of the defect of that law, the barangay captains take over most of the functions of the SK, and they're just made to sign. If I were to make a personal, and I take this as a personal recommendation, I would rather that the SK be abolished, because of the trend that it continuously goes down in participation and the barangay captains take over. I would rather that the SK chairman be appointed, and for those non-performance be replaced by someone else. That's just a personal opinion, sir.
Well, short of abolishing the SK, what is your department doing to address this problem?
Sir, every year.
It appears to be a very big problem.
It's
from
a
the way you
huge
describe
problem,
it.
sir.
Yes.
It's a huge problem. Every year, we have an accounting of those who are still participating and not, and we constantly monitor it and make recommendations. As far as the real politic goes, it is up to the SK chairman to report to us directly and make allegations directly for us to act on it. And even that, they are scared to do. That's why the real politic of the situation, for me, and this is only my opinion, should be changed, that the youth councils would be better if it were constituted by the barangay captain themselves, and having the non-performance replaced immediately. Sir, the SK does not have a mechanism for replacement. It only has a replacement for resignation. And in this case, only 30% function after 3 years, and their terms are extended further. And this leads to where that is where the abuse comes in.
Well, I'm sure for
Congressman Jokno,
Yes, sir.
before you ask one more your next question, I would like to yield the floor, the chair first to Congressman Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure the progressive SKs would be up in arms about abolishing the SK system. But
I am too, sir. It's just a personal opinion, sir. It's nothing that I have opined for a change in the charter, but it is just an opinion of mine personally.
yes, I'd like to change topic and direct this question both to the DILG Secretary as well as the Chief of the PNP. Sept, a series of questions. First, may I know if the PNP continues to adopt crime efficiency rates and crime solution rates as its gauge for determining or assessing its performance? Ayun po ay sang-ayon sa PNP Letter of Instruction 0209, which was issued way back in 2009.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chairman. Through the Philippine National Police is through data, we are still adapting the percentage of crime solution and crime efficiency for the Philippine National in each and every cases that we have recorded and or investigated, Your Honor.
Kasi po, based on your definition of when a crime is cleared or solved, it only is based on when the complaint is filed with the prosecutor's office. I'm sure, Sir Chief, you're aware that now the Department of Justice has adopted the reasonable certainty of conviction standard. Is it not time for the PNP to abandon the clearance and solution rates, which are only based on kung kailan kayo nakapag-file ng complaint sa prosecutor's office? They have nothing to do with enough evidence to convict. And yun po yung isang malaking disconnect kasi natin between the law enforcers and the prosecution. Prosecutors are looking for evidence to convict, but all the PNP does is to base its performance on whether they have enough evidence to file a complaint. Ang laki po ng agwat ng pagpa-file ng complaint, kakaunti lang ang ebidensya na kailangan doon compared to secure a conviction.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With that statement, we would continuously make our policy with regards to what is efficiency and our solution rate. For the information, Your Honor, we tag a case solved when the suspects in those cases were arrested, identified and arrested, and corresponding case had been filed in the prosecution. And while the case is cleared when there's no arrest made, but a case had been filed to the court through the identification of suspects in the case.
Precisely, Chief, kasi as a practicing lawyer, I'm very familiar with this. Palaging nagiging problema sa pag-prosecute ng kaso, yung disconnect when you have already filed the complaint. Pag hinahanap na po kayo ng prosecutor, kasi kailangan pang dagdag na ebidensya, dagdag na testigo, as far as the PNP is concerned on the ground, wala na kaming paki dyan. Problema na ng prosecutor yan. And that's why I am suggesting very strongly that you review yung clearance and solution rates and you base your performance on reasonable certainty of conviction standard for gathering evidence para magkapareho na po kayo sa Secretary of Justice.
Sir, the PNP and the DOJ have had a continuous training program which began 2 months ago. training the police officers on that method of reasonable certainty of conviction. The program only began 2 months ago, but we expect it to cascade down to the very last policeman in the next year. That is only because we are adopting the same standards of the DOJ.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I hope that that will also result in abandoning the clearance and solution rates and replacing that with reasonable certainty of
Yes,
conviction,
sir.
because we are spending people's money to gather that data
Yes, sir.
that is not helping us in terms of accountability for criminals.
I totally agree, sir. When the president gave a marching order to reformat the PNP, one of the first statements that I made was that I do not care about the metrics that is presented to me by the PNP, which they do so on a regular basis. The only metric that counts for me is, do the people feel safe? Are the people satisfied with the PNP? Are the people more able to tread the streets at night or daytime unafraid of any crime being committed? I'm happy to note, sir, that in the last Okta survey, we had a 74% approval rating for the PNP, and that is largely because of the increased presence on the streets and also because of the new methods of coming up with crime solution based on the reasonable certainty of conviction.
Thank you, Secretary Remulla. Just a few more questions, Mr. Chair. In response to the news that came out about the purchase of 80,000 firearms, your office issued an official statement where you said, and I quote, that you received an unsolicited proposal to purchase those 80,000 firearms for the PNP. May I know who gave you that unsolicited proposal?
Sir, do you want to see the actual evidence who solicited the proposal?
Yes, could you submit
I
that
can
to
show
the-
it. I can show it to the body, sir.
Thank
I
you.
will submit it to the body.
Would it be correct to say that the reports about one of your undersecretaries named Sanares being the one who delivered that proposal to General Torre?
Sir, this is how it happened. I received the unsolicited proposal, and my reply was that it was addressed without repeating too much, and I will give you all the documents, sir. But the letter and the text was addressed to me, and the text implied that that there is an available fund for 8 billion for the purchase of rifles, and they gave me a form copy to blindly sign. And my response was, the DILG is not the end user of this product and not in the technical capacity to assess whether or not we need the rifles. Sir, the DILG's back only goes as far as office supplies and seminars and training and all of that. And we have a very limited capacity for our back. So I referred it to the office of General Torre for his assessment whether or not it's needed. However, sir, the role of General Senares' son was merely to deliver my letter asking him to review the product. There was no solicitation on his part, no coercion on his part. It was my instruction to deliver it to him personally. And I personally cautioned General Torre 3 times, and I have all the dates here on my phone, to be very careful in his recommendation about the purchase of the rifles because they were insertions in nature, and my office frowns on insertions. And he concurred with me that the Philippine National Police does not need the rifles. We concurred that it will no longer be recommended, and that's why I received the letter and the communications for me to sign July 29, and since then it has never moved because both General Torre and I were in unison that the PNP did not need the rifles that were being proffered to us.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear your position on against insertions. Just one more question on that matter. Is the son of General Sanares a member of the DILG, or does he occupy any
He is the
government
staff
position?
member of the undersecretary, sir.
Thank you. Just one more point, if I may, Mr. Chair. I think I still have a minute or so. When I had some dialogues with the Commission on Human Rights, and I believe this was also occurred during a meeting, they said that they had been trying to obtain official police reports from the Philippine National Police pertaining to their investigation into the previous administration's war on drugs. But the PNP, according to the CHR, did not want to cooperate, citing Executive Order Number 2, which is the FOI, Freedom of Information Executive Order of the former President. May I know the official position of both the DILG and the PNP in terms of cooperating with the Commission on Human Rights when it comes to EJK and other investigations?
I believe, sir, that those questions and those answers occurred on the first part of 2022 to 2024 with the previous chiefs of the Philippine National Police. On my part, when I assumed as secretary, I opened the books and I can ask the Commission on Human Rights to write to me personally, and I will direct the chief PNP to open the books and to give a proper accounting of what we think were the extrajudicial killings that occurred here in the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chair. No more questions.
Thank you. I Assistant Minority Leader Sheldokno. Moving forward, may we now recognize Vice Chair Roger Mercado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our Honorable Secretary, sir, member of the Department of Interior and Local Government. Good morning. The Local Government Code was approved in 1991. It has been around, I think, 24 years that this law has been in effect, sir. We are both governors then, and we are aware about the so much problems of our LGUs. More importantly, the lack of resources. Still, 24 years hence, our LGUs are still begging for projects from the national government. Are there procedures where we can measure the implementation of the local government code towards decentralization, autonomy, and devolution of the programs that has been mandated in the law? Specifically, Department of Agriculture, Department of Environment, Department of Health, consultation, technical support from our national line agencies, and do we have a measurement, or what is now the status of the implementation of the Local Government Code of 1991?
I'd like to ask Yusek Iringan to answer this first.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. One of the tools that we are using in measuring the performance for local governments. Hello. Yes, sir. One of the tools that we are using in measuring the performance for local governments is through the Seal of Good Local Governance, which covers 10 performance areas. So that's one. The second is we have some audit tools now, which we measure, for example, Peace and Order Council functionality and our Anti-Illegal Drug Abuse Council functionality. Plus, of course, we have also come up with fisheries compliance audit, no, to ensure that our local government units are protecting their waters, municipal waters, against illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing. So those are some of the measures that we are using, Mr. Chair.
Sir, if I were to suggest, sir, I think it's time that we revisit the local government code. It should be a living entity and it should grow with the times. There are a lot of provisions in the local government code that are already obsolete and that then is not applicable to 2025. One example, sir, is the waste management provisions of the local government code, which gives it to the municipalities. And municipalities do not have the capacity for waste management. Therefore, they have open pit dumping. They outsource it to other parties, and this should be reviewed because it should be a provincial matter rather than a LGU matter, except for highly urbanized cities. There are also provisions on the internal revenue allotment sharing, where I think we should help the third and fourth and fifth class municipalities to be more independent, and the first class cities who are no longer era dependent to forego of their era and give it away to the other cities and to the other municipalities and provinces which are in greater need. But again, that's a long conversation, sir. It'll take a committee and more than a committee to handle these questions, and the consultations must be vast.
We'll just focus on the present controversies now regarding problems on the budget, where our president himself has ordered a review of total review of our national budget for 2026, not only on one department but all departments. So my manifestation or recommendation is we should not lose track. Hindi natin papayagan na mapalihis tayo sa ating vision to empower and to make our local government unit self-reliant. Because I believe this has a connection with the congressional insertions, no? Because of the demand of our barangay captains, the demand of our mayors, provincial governors for multipurpose building. We have this in times of calamities, evacuation centers, more medicines, livelihood projects. If you notice in our insertion, if there are, is more on what is needed by the local government unit. Farm to market roads, multi-purpose building. Of course, we are under NOAA. Our area is always flooded. So we need flood controls. We need your protection. And our local government has no capacity on this, Mr. Secretary. So we would like that our department will somehow hindi natin pababayaan ang vision of this law, which is very noble, to provide autonomy, to decentralize our government. Because if we will do that, the effects will be a sustainable development, hindi lang po yearly or what development. Mayroon tayong focus on what are the programs that are needed to reach that unreachable dream of empowering our people, providing self-reliance. Hindi na tayo masyadong dependent. And that should be our goal, to empower our local government units para hindi na masyadong madidisturbo ang Kongreso, ang ating departamento, ang ating presidente. Kasi palagi ho silang nanghihingi. So we need to do this in order that our democracy, our branches of government can work well. We will be focusing on legislation. The executive will be on the execution. Judiciary for
Kong
quality of
Mercado,
justice.
excuse
Yeah,
me po.
one last, just to wrap up my point, Mr. Chairman. If we provide empowerment or local government units, wala na yung finger pointing po. Mawala yung, it will decongest Metro Manila. It will solve in migration. Marami po ang masusolba if our department will help implement the 1991 Local Government Code. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
We
Secretary.
will take note of your suggestions, sir, and we will work with you to make this happen. Thank you, sir.
Okay po, thank you, Kong Roger Mercado.
Mr.
Moving
Chair,
forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just in connection with my earlier interpellation, given the commitment made by the Secretary to submit the document requested, may we just know if he would be able to submit that perhaps by tomorrow?
Sir, that would take at least 2 months to 3 months to examine each and every municipality and
Hindi
police
po.
station.
Sorry, just the unsolicited, the document regarding the unsolicited proposal.
I could give it now, sir, after this session, sir.
Thank you. If you could provide to the committee and to this
Okay, sir.
representation.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to make it clear, sir, that the proposal came from a private individual and not from any member of Congress, but perhaps pretending to be close to a member of Congress. That's why I was very careful, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving forward, acknowledge Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary, DILG. Unang tanong ko po regarding the Safe Philippines project. So the Duterte administration entered into this project a 20 million loan from China that would install over 12,000 CCTV equipment, including the AI systems needed for surveillance. According to reports, the DILG entered into this loan, and another news report says that by 2021 this loan was signed, but that the previous DILG recommended that this project be scrapped. So gusto po natin malaman anong status kasi according to reports, a loan agreement was signed. So ano po yung status ng Safe Philippines project na ito?
I can answer it in 2 parts, sir. It occurred during the time of, I think, Secretary Abalos, that Anyo, that he abrogated the project. Number 2, sir, there are national security concerns with that project, and I can discuss that in closed door sessions, so that I can fully brief you on what the national security concerns were regarding that project.
Okay, we would appreciate that. But to clarify, so the project has been scrapped? Is that categorical?
Yes, sir. Due to national security concerns. Sir.
And the loan agreement, ano nangyari sa loan agreement?
It did not push through, sir.
Did not push through. Okay. Okay. Now, thank you for that. Now, for in the earlier interpretation of Congressman Plato, in the context of acquiring a new equipment for the 911 system,
yes, sir.
The Secretary mentioned, let me quote, the unmanned aerial vehicles will be enhanced so that we will have 24/7 surveillance over the city and the country at all times so that any security contingencies can be worked upon. You said that earlier.
Yes, sir.
So that struck me. First of all, you mentioned the use of UAVs and that these would be enhanced. So please clarify with the committee, first of all, ginagamit na po ba ng DILG meron na po bang sistema ng UAV
Wala pa, sir.
for surveillance?
As of
Over.
present, sir, what we have are the $500 capacity which drones which fly at 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and it's used during a surveillance during a commission of a crime or investigation of a crime. What I'm proposing, sir, is that we have a more comprehensive system that we develop for next year, so that the surveillance system for the country will be enhanced rather than reduced, because as of now, our CCTVs only cover maybe 2% of our country, and the aerial drones will play a big part in helping the police and the BFP surveil the entire country for any of the emergencies.
So, wala pa pong programa ng surveillance using CCTVs. Ang national government, DILG specifically.
Again, sir, wala pang programa? Meron na, sir.
Meron.
I'm glad to report that for the first time, all the Metro Manila mayors agreed to have a code sharing of their CCTVs in their localities direct to the DILG in our 911 command center. Previously, sir, if the PNP would conduct an investigation and backtrack, they would have to go through each and every mayor and ask permission to surveil, to examine their records. And so, when a crime is committed, it would take them 6 days before they surveil everything. But because of our agreement now with the mayors, it's now within the grasp of the DILG to investigate these matters quickly.
So, but again, to clarify, meron po ba o walang programa ng UAV surveillance ang whether national government o yung mga LGU?
Wala pa, sir. It's not. We are going to formulate it for next year, sir.
So wala pa po.
Wala pa.
Okay. Kasi I'm raising this because I live somewhere in Quezon City, and I have noticed every night, medyo mataas yung tirahan ko. Matagal na to, for several years. Merong several UAVs na flying in a regular pattern. So obviously nagsusurveillance.
Sir, we don't have that capacity yet.
Okay.
I know the equipment that we have in the PNP, and we do not practice that. They might be private in nature. But that flies around, but
So hindi po
we do
sa
not.
gobyerno to at hindi
pa,
sa LGU.
Hindi pa. It is not part of our program.
Pero hindi po legal po ba yung ganon kung private? Kasi parang regular.
We have to develop the rules of that, sir.
Okay.
There are no registration, no licensure, a CAP is the one in charge, but the teeth are very weak. People just fly the drones everywhere.
Okay. So that was going to be my next question, is if there is already a program, if there will be a program, first of all, to clarify the legal basis. So kung pwede ba gawin yon?
Yes, sir.
And also the guidelines, so that the objective of public safety will have to be balanced with, of course, the right to privacy.
Of course, sir. That is why the Metro Manila mayors agreed, is because it is the DILG who will be handling the surveillance and not any of our national security apparatus. So in order to avoid any abuse, any request to use our UAV systems will come with an audit trail of who asked for the data and who asked for the use and where to surveil. But otherwise, it will not be allowed on a wanton basis, sir.
Are there already guidelines in place?
Not yet, sir. We do not have the technical specs yet and the technical capacities, but when it is there, we will present it to you, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Next topic po. Well, let's start with the PNP's role in the missing Sabongeros case. Involved po ang PNP. Tama po ba? Sa ongoing investigation, kaugnay nito.
Sir, 90% of that work is already with the DOJ. And we only respond according to what they request of us. Like in the repatriation of the Patindongan brothers, it was done through the PNP and otherwise. But mostly 90% is done by the DOJ, sir.
So the CIDG has no role currently in the investigation, including the search for remains in Taal Lake?
We are part of the investigation.
You are.
Yes, sir. But it is mostly under the jurisdiction of the DOJ.
Okay. Understood. So this is why I'm asking the questions. Lumabas po kasi in another committee na over 401 skeletal remains have been recovered so far from that small area in Taal Lake.
900 square meters, sir.
In a 900 square meter area, whereas the whole Taal Lake is 240 plus square kilometers, we were told by the DOJ.
Yes.
Okay, so fairly precise na yung area na yon. And mukhang meron talagang nangyayari doon because 401 skeletal remains have been found so far. And also, according to the DOJ, they have been doing DNA matching with the 29 families of the missing sabongeros that they have. And so far, there have been no matches.
None, sir.
No? So, this is the concern. No? If, for example, wala talagang match sa mga sabongero, however, the remains recovered show very clear signs that the deaths there involve heinous crimes, no? May mga nakabalot yung bungo ng packing tape, mga chinap-chap daw yung mga buto. So, in other words, kung maging negative man yung sabongeros, what will happen to the discovery of these remains as far as the PNP and the CIDG are concerned? Case closed na ba to?
That remains a cold case, sir. It cannot be considered a case closed because the evidence discovered were very new. So it remains an open case to identify and to find the culprits of this. But I cannot promise you, sir, a solution to that because the remains were of decayed nature and the process of and the resources needed to solve this would be very vast. But we will try, sir.
Well, I would also like to point out that in the case of the missing sabongeros, 18 police personnel have been linked to this, and of those, 2 have also been linked to drug-related EJ case.
Yes, sir.
No? So in other words, kung hindi man sabongero yung nandun sa Taal, posibleng drug-related EJ case.
Sir,
so, again, babalik tayo dun sa ano ang ginagawa ng DILG, ng PNP, ng NAPOLCOM para
your time is up po.
para matiyak yung accountability at walang impunity. Obviously, heinous crimes have been committed in that area as evidenced by the 300 plus remains. No? So ano po ang gagawin ng PNP at DILG?
With regards to our personnel, sir, the 18 have been apprehended. 60 related to the drug trade were also apprehended and are in jail and will face charges. But sir, this is the situation which happened in the PNP in the last few years. In the years of 2016 going and above, the PNP functioned in a manner of which accomplishments were incentivized. Therefore, I think, and this is the theory that we are developing, what happened was that the police were incentivized, so they gained the system. What they did was confiscate the drugs, put it in the warehouse, which we proved, which we caught. And whenever they would want to get a reward, they would get from that stash, put the do at EJK, put the stash beside the victim, and then collect the reward. From there, when President Marcos took over and stopped it, they migrated now, these rogue elements migrated to the POGOs And from Pogos, when they were closed, they migrated into kidnapping and to drugs. And so that's why, sir, we are doing our best to apprehend those involved in that.
Well,
Okay
to,
po.
close, Chair,
Sorry po, your time is
thank
up.
you for the candor of the Secretary with regard to the
Representative Antonio
shocking
Tino, your time is up.
revelations.
We can,
So, ang ayaw lang po natin ay manatiling revelations lang yan. Kailangan pong may managot kasi napakabigat po ng mga
I agree,
sinabi
sir.
niya.
I agree, sir.
No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May we move forward from the majority, Vice Chair Andominal. Is he around? Okay. Vice Chair Carl Nicolas Cari. Okay. Vice Chair Cherise Hernandez. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good noon to everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary and our dear colleagues. With regards to our district, a parochial, actually not really parochial, it involves about the jail congestion, Mr. Secretary. So Calambas jails are among the most congested in Region 4, reflecting the national problem of overcrowding, with the BJMP receiving 29.2 billion in 2025. I was wondering how much is the allocated for jail expansion, improvement, or construction of new facilities in Laguna.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jail Director Ruel S. Rivera, the Chief of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. That is true, ma'am. Ang congestion rate natin dyan sa Region 4 ay kasama tayo doon sa top 10. And among the top 10, 5 po ang kasama dito sa ating pong Calabarzon region. And for the year 2025, we have 3.8 billion po na pondo para po sa expansion ng facilities po ng BJMP. And for Laguna, ma'am, I will submit a copy kung magkano po yung amin pong pondo para po sa province of Laguna, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. I think we have to address this, most especially with the facilities that would involve the smooth flow of visitors, like lawyers and family alike. And I hope this can be addressed, but also with in terms of the jail officers, the current ratio right now is 1 jail officer to 16 inmates. And that's far below the prescribed 1:7 ratio. And how will, again, the BJMP address this gap, especially in high congested jails, particularly on my district?
Ma'am, we have a proposal that the BJMP and the provincial jails be amalgamated together with the Bureau of Corrections into one agency. As of now, sir, ma'am, we have the provincial jail, which is under the provincial governor, the BJNP, and the Bucor. This gives you 3 separate correction authorities in the Philippines. Well, what we are proposing is that the BJNP be transferred to the DOJ, so that the Bucor and the BJNP and the provincial jails can function as one unit in order to have a more efficient correction system.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the response. And I am confident in your leadership that in your time that this will be addressed. And for my last sets of questions, last 2023, 2024, there were issues, and that's not just administrative. They were unauthorized bank accounts flagged by COA, and I was wondering how has the department, I know that the department hasn't acted on it, but I would like a follow-up response. How has the department is continuing to act on the COA findings or recommendations from last year? And what are the steps right now being taken to improve compliance and efficiency? As you maybe know already, there were like a 4 land bank trust fund accounts without proper authorization. So this raises concerns about funds transparency and control, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, Isaac Esther will answer. Isaac Esther, for that.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, this has been addressed already, and we are fully complied with the recommendation of the COA. And these bank accounts were already closed because these are accounts that pertains to the provincial operations. And as recommended by COA, this has to be closed. So as per COA recommendation, we complied already, Madam Chair.
And these funds have been reconciled.
Yes, yes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
And this is just to reiterate that we should be in delivering programs and with utilizing our resources, effective, accountable governance is important to protect really the trust of our communities. And for my last one question, with the Mandanas Garcia ruling giving LGUs greater fiscal autonomy, how is the DILG monitoring and guiding LGUs to ensure that these additional funds are spent effectively and aligned with our national priorities, along with the ongoing noises that have been happening right now in the national government?
Ma'am, only the amounts have changed, but the procedures remain the same. With the Mandanas and the Garcia ruling, lumaki po ang pondo ng mga local governments. But the mechanisms of the COA and the DBM to review their budget and the COA to monitor their utilization of budget remain the same.
Okay, so we want to make sure that funds, whether national, local, are spent effectively and aligned with each other. But again, I just want to reiterate again my support for the DILG family, and if there would be a proposal for an increase, especially to support ECCD, Early Childhood Care and Development, we would highly support it and give such strong support from this representation. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cherise Hernandez. Move forward. May we now recognize Representative Paulo Marcoleta from Minority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On disaster preparedness, among the special provisions in the NEP for 2026 and the expenditure priorities for 2026 is disaster preparedness and resilience. This is just proper considering the unusually extreme impact of heavy rainfall resulting to severe flooding in several areas lately. Provided in the NEP for 2026 is the provision that the DILG, in the exercise of its supervisory power, shall ensure that LGUs establish and maintain an efficient and effective impact-based early warning system to enable communities to respond in a timely manner and reduce the likelihood of harm or loss and damage. My first question is, what are the components of this disaster preparedness plan? In terms of infrastructure, administrative or staffing improvement, is there a hazard pay or pay increase for disaster risk reduction and management workers?
Yes, sir. I am the Vice Chair of the NDRRMC, and I work collectively with the Office of Civil Defense and the Chair, who is the Secretary of National Defense. Every time there is an emergency, impending emergency, we refer always to the weather maps. That is number one. The anticipated rainfall. That is number two. And the hazard map as created by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We have a map of every single barangay which is prone to flooding, landslides, and other natural disasters, and they are duly informed through the OCD in case of the furtherance of a natural disaster. In the last few typhoons that we've had, all the OCD meetings cascaded down to the last barangay on where the possible landslides and flooding would occur, and that is based all on science and what the DNR has prepared.
Okay, since you mentioned disaster preparedness up to the barangay level. With the current state devolution of basic services, how does the department intend to balance maintaining decentralization or the autonomy of LGUs and assuring nationwide compliance with a durable standard for disaster preparedness?
Sir, there are no boundaries and there are no limits and there are no clear cut. There can never be delineations on who is responsible for disaster preparedness. It's the whole of government approach, sir. We start from the president down to the Secretary of Defense, down to the OCD, down to the governors, the mayors, and to the barangay chairman. It is a whole of government approach, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's a whole of nation approach. My second set of questions will go to the ICC arrest. What is the role of the DILG Secretary in high-profile law enforcement operations involving political figures, including former officials? How does the DILG ensure that such operations are conducted strictly within legal bounds and free from political interference? Can the Secretary provide details on the extent of his authority over the PNP in implementing warrants against prominent individuals?
Sir, I cannot comment on the previous ICC operations because there is a pending case and also because of executive privilege. Safe to say, sir, that there are safeguards within the law that prevent us from abusing the system. And the PNP and all the agencies have been instructed to follow the letter of the law.
Okay. Since the Philippines withdrew from the Rome Statute, do we see are you aware of a breach of Article 59 has been espoused in the Senate hearings led by Senator Amy Marcos, that number 2, Article 59 of the Rome Statute said that a person arrested shall be brought promptly before the competent judicial authority in the custodial state, which shall determine in accordance with the law of that state that A, that the warrant applies to that person, B, the person has been arrested in accordance with the proper process, and C, the person's rights have been respected. Since we have skipped this important element in the transport of PRRD to The Hague, hindi po kaya the DILG as a whole committed procedural lapse in the transporting of our former president to The Hague?
Sir, as of now, that is under a judicial action, and I cannot answer it because it is sub judice, sir.
But the DILG and the PNP has been pivotal in the arrest, right, of the president, the former president.
Again, sir, I cannot answer the matter because of the sub judice rules, sir.
Mr. Chairman, interjection. There's no sub judice rule here, Secretary. You please answer, because in the committees of Congress, the sub judice rule is not applicable except when we have the Department of Justice or the Judiciary. So can you kindly just answer what you think, what you know about it?
Sir, if I am to understand, this is a budget hearing and not an inquiry. Neither of us are under oath and neither of us are obliged to answers which are beyond the powers of the executive, sir.
Sorry, Secretary, but in hearings we try to find out what are the achievements and accomplishments, and precisely Congressman Marcoleta is just trying to ask you. So it's not really, an answer can be forwarded, and because there is no, you look at the rules in any committee here, there is no sub judice rule. None whatsoever, because we are trying to approve your budget, and which, like me, I support your budget.
Yes,
because
sir.
you're doing very well. But to that question, when you invoke sub judice, that cannot be done in any committee unless you are with the judiciary, because certainly the justices there and the administrator cannot discuss because they're under that.
Okay,
so
sir.
so please just probably be able to
I would have to confer with the Solicitor General, sir, in order to answer that properly. On my own, sir, I cannot do that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that is is asking to have the opinion of the Office of the Solicitor General.
Yes,
That
sir.
will be fine. But again, it was it was a question that could probably be asked to anybody because we are not bound by sub-judicial rule because this is legislation. We are not part of the judiciary. But that will be fine, Secretary. But I'm here really to support you and your budget. So that is just an interjection because we should all know there is no sub-judice rule here in the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Congressman Rodriguez.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Congressman.
My last question is, magkano po ang nagastos sa pag-transport po ng ating former president from the Philippines to The Hague?
Sir, I have no information on that, sir.
No information despite the fact that the PNP spearheaded the arrest of the former president, led by General Torre.
Sir, if you're asking about the cost, it is mainly the salaries that we expended and the extra costs during the arrest. But otherwise, I do not have any direct knowledge on the cost of transporting the president, sir.
So nagkaroon lang po ng eroplano at bigla na lang pong may sumagot ng eroplano at yung mga gastusin tulad ng air fuel, lahat-lahat po, pati mga mga escort po niya sa loob ng eroplano.
I have no information to that effect, sir. I cannot answer that in truthfully because I have no information to that.
Ayun lang po, gusto ko lang pong malaman kasi I think how many police were employed during that arrest?
Sir, approximately 2,500, sir.
2,500,
500, sir.
2,500. Okay, and hindi po natin alam kung paano nagkaroon ng eroplano doon at sino po ang sumagot ng...
Hindi na po ako yun, sir. Hindi ko na po
Hindi
alam.
po kayo.
Hindi po ako yun.
Yun lang po. Tinanong ko lang po ito. Siyempre, malaki po ang involvement ng ating kapulisan sa incidenting yun. Lalong-lalo na po that the PNP comprises 73% or 210 billion, I think, of the DILG's budget. So I think this is a primordial question that we should all be aware of na yung police po ang mayroong main involvement po dito sa pag-aresto ng ating dating presidente.
It can be taken up further, sir, on other inquiries. But as far as I am concerned, sir, that is the full extent of my knowledge.
Thank you very much po, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, may we now recognize Vice Chair Carl Nicolascari.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary. For BFP, regarding the 2.8 billion pesos allocated by the DBM to the BFP last 2024, and 1 billion allocation this year for new fire trucks and emergency vehicles, based on the special provisions of NEP 2024 and NEP 2025. How was the fund managed? Was it divided by region fairly? And who oversaw the purchases in each area?
Sir, I personally took an active role in the procurement process. We are now in the process of finding the best possible price and the best possible service for the Filipinos regarding the price of fire trucks. Before I assumed office, there were reports of massive overpricing. So we did a direct-to-market analysis study, and we are getting the results, and we will bid the fire trucks out in the soonest possible time before the year ends. We expect to purchase between now and the end of 2026 or another 700 to 800 fire trucks to be distributed to those most in need. And those fire trucks are according to specifications of different areas. Like for the mountain areas of the Cordilleras, there will be 4x4 or 6x6 fire trucks that can traverse the mountains. And for the urban centers, there will be 1,000 gallons powertrain output and some 500 gallons. So it will be a mixed bag, sir.
Sa Region 8 po ba, Secretary? Ilan po yung nabigyan?
Sir, we will confer with we have a list of those who do not have fire trucks and those with, we have some fire trucks which are 45 years old and still running. So we will replace those in need and we will provide those where we have, sir, a general heat map of the Philippines where most of the fires occur and we will distribute it accordingly to those who need it most.
Sa distrito ko pa kasi may bagong fire station pero hindi pa sila nabigyan sa promised na fire truck. So,
Oh, sir. Yes, sir.
hingi po sa
It is my
follow-up po.
first year here in the DLG, but I will make sure so that as soon as it takes 290 days to deliver a fire truck, but as soon as it arrives, we will make sure that your district immediately receives one, sir.
Sige po. And I want to understand the recruitment process for Fire Officer 1, specifically whether the regular quota and attrition quota applicants follow the same process. Are they evaluated using the same hiring matrix or ano po?
Thank you, sir. The regular quota and the attrition quota goes through the same process of recruitment. We have the same qualifications standards set forth by the law, and it goes through the regular attestation of the Civil Service Commission, sir.
This year, hiring process in my region, Region 8, 470 applicants for both the regular and attrition quotas successfully passed all stages of recruitment. These 470 candidates underwent final deliberation to establish a list of 99 applicants selected for the oath-taking ceremony. The Human Resource Merit Promotion and Selection Board, or HRMPSB, oversees this final deliberation, with the regional director serving as the chairperson of the board. I would like to understand how the HRMPSB evaluated these 470 finalists. Are they ranked based on their test scores? Did their addresses influence the result of the deliberation? What qualities of or achievement set the 99 selected applicants apart from the other 371 applicants?
Thank you, sir. We follow the procedure set forth in our merit selection plan, and we do the evaluation based on the merit and fitness as provided for under our rules, sir.
Kasi 470 qualified na pumasa sa exams nyo, sa test nyo, tapos 99 lang yung napili. Ano po ba yung meron sa 99 na wala sa 470? At paano nyo pinili yung 99?
We have only an equitable distribution of allocation of personnel per region. We don't have that much budget to absorb all those qualified personnel. So within na lang po doon sa budget na binigay ng DBM on the allocation. So the regional director is tasked to has the power to appoint and will select based on the criteria set forth by the...
So you mean to say, isang tao lang yung pipili, ang regional director lang yung pipili sa 470 applicants, isang tao lang?
Yes, sir, because he has the power to appoint those persons under his command, sir. But he is assisted by the Human Resource Selection Board, sir.
Sa ibang regions po kasi, ang nangyayari, nag-draw by lots. Hindi po ba universal na pwede ba gawin draw by lots na lang lahat para maiwas yung corruption, maiwas yung pambabayad? Kasi may mga issue sa region ko na may mga officers daw na nagpapabayad, nagre-reserve ng slots.
It's up for the regional director as his discretion to have on how he would select the the successful applicant, provided, however, that the applicant goes through the process of the recruitment process as we have set in our selection, merit selection plan, sir.
Sir, there are some reforms that we are putting in place with the BFP, namely the BFP and the PNP. We will require all fire inspectors and the recruitment process and the PNP for their operations to wear body cameras. But these body cameras cannot be turned off, sir. Once you put them on, they will run for 12 hours and they can only be turned off when you put it back in the mother unit. So every single conversation, every single utterance, every single movement can be monitored by our system on how the police and the BFP function. In that case, sir, if there are applicants, we can monitor if there are any solicitations for the positions, and we will do our best to curb that kind of corruption, sir, through technology.
Sige po. Yan po yung last question ko dapat. How does the DILG respond to allegations that applicants must pay specific amounts to succeed in the recruitment or selection process? What integrity, safeguard, and accountability measures are being implemented to prevent corruption in hiring?
That's the answer,
So,
sir. We're using technology to combat that, sir.
Saka, pwede nyo ba tignan yung Region 8 BFP sa mga
Yes, sir.
allegations ng mga ng bababayad para
Yes, sir.
makakuha ng
We
slots?
will make sure,
Kasi
sir,
madami na pong report na napunta sa office ko.
I have received the same report, sir. That's why we are employing technology in order to do this.
Thank you for your commitment, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
sir,
Chair.
it's not limited only to the applicants, but also to the fire inspectors who go to each and every building to have their fire assessment. They'll now be required to wear the body cameras so that they cannot solicit any projects nor recommend any fire extinguishers to use for the different business owners. We find that very oppressive and wrong, sir.
Thank
And we
you.
will use technology to combat it.
Thank you for your commitment to check on my region, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Okay po, are you done? Vice Chair Carl Cari?
Yes po.
Moving forward, may we now recognize from the Minority Deputy Minority Leader Laila De Lima. Okay po, may we recognize Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sardona? Sardanya, sorry.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghalian po sa ating lahat. Magandang tanghalian po doon sa mga kumain na at doon sa hindi pa kumakain ay ganito po talaga ang demokrasya. This representation would like to express our appreciation of the commitment of the Good Secretary dun po sa ating final na House Resolution number 39. Ito po yung final ng West Philippine Sea Block dito sa Mababang Kapulungan. At ito po ay nagsasabi na dapat imbestigahan yung mga sister city agreements ng ating pong mga LGUs with Chinese cities. So, the commitment was made on July 11 by the Good Secretary. May we ask for updates about this investigation?
Yes, sir. We have the list of those who have sister city agreements and have already issued a reminder that all of them are to be terminated. And from this day forward, those who wish to apply for a sister city agreement with states which are flagged will have to go to the National Security Council for clearance before they enter into an agreement of sister city, sir.
Is this embodied in a policy that was issued by the DILG?
Yes, sir. It is a requirement of the National Security Council, sir.
Okay. For the record po, maganda rin po mapaalala sa ating mga kababayan, as a product of the sister city agreements, meron po mga scholarships. At sa ngayon po, meron po tayong 3 kababayan na Palaweños na kinulong dahil sa fake espionage charges in China. They were scholars of the sister city agreements, sila David Cervanes, Albert Endencia, Natalie Plizardo. 3 kababayan po natin na nakinabang sa scholarship ng sister city at ngayon ay nakakulong, nakapiit po sa China. For the record po, Mr. Secretary, Ginoong Secretary Rimulya, maituturing po ba nating sister o kapatid ng isang probinsya sa China kung ang ating po mga kababayan ay napapahamak? Ano po kaya klaseng mga kapatid ang mga ito?
Sir, I will not delve into personal opinions about the nature of the relationships. Safe to say, sir, that if they are flagged as a country of suspect, then we will automatically abrogate those agreements. In the case of the three students, sir, that is a DFA matter which they are constantly working on, and the president is committed also to bring them back. However, sir, the nuances of that case goes further than just merely allegations of espionage. It is a very complicated case which I cannot answer fully. You will need the DFA and probably the other members of the national security apparatus to answer that, sir.
Thank you very much to the DILG for taking cognizance of this very important case and this very alarming practice of sister city agreements. I'd just like to make a very quick question to the Secretary about what are we doing regarding the reforms in the Memorandum Circular Double Barrel or Oplan Tokhang?
Sir, that has been abrogated since 2022, sir. But the abuses are to be checked. And as I promised the good representation of Mr. Congressman Jokno, we will release the documents in due time to show where we suspect the EJ case happened.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary. We are very concerned because we don't want this bloody war on drugs to happen again, lalo-lalo na po dahil this is a war on the poor. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me now direct the questions to the National Youth Commission. Magandang tanghalian po sa mga kasama sa National Youth Commission. Earlier, you've mentioned about insertions that were made to the budget of the NYC. May we request the agency to submit details of these insertions to this body?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will after this session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Nung panahon po natin sa NYC, we called attention to the issue of adolescent pregnancy, HIV among young people. Ito po yung tinatawag nating adolescent health concerns. Kasi nakita po natin that these are developmental concern. Ang isang batang babaeng nagbubuntis ng 15 anyos, sitigil sa pag-aaral. At siya po sigurado ka na mababawasan yung kanyang oportunidad sa buhay. Ang isang bata naman po na early on ay nagkaroon ng HIV, maapektuhan yung kanyang overall well-being. So ang tanong po natin ay malaki po ang mandato at inaasahan sa NYC at gayon din po sa DILG through the SK pagdating sa edukasyon on adolescent sexual reproductive health. The question is, what are we doing in this area at magkano pong budget na naka-allocate dito?
Mr. Chair, currently the NYC is in partnership with the Commission on Population and Development, kasama na rin po ibang agencies, to strengthen youth-focused initiatives on adolescent health, reproductive health, HIV/AIDS, and teenage pregnancy prevention through training modules and research and policy support. So currently po, inaayos po nila yung modules na yun before we pass it down to SK. In addition, Mr. Chair, we advocate for youth-friendly facilities, meaningful participation in reproductive health education, and HIV initiatives, and of course, a review of the comprehensive sexuality education guidelines to ensure na age-appropriate po siya and may cultural sensitivity. Meron din po kaming key projects that include Sangguniang Kabataan and Local Youth Development Council, where we train them for under a Youth Health Awareness Forum happening po this December 2025. And of course, we also have a continued collaboration with our Philippine National AIDS Council, Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS or UNAIDS, and ang ating United Nations Development Program to advance adolescent health and rights. Currently, Mr. Chair, kasama po ito sa mga embedded po lahat ng programs na ito sa lahat ng programa namin, such as conventions, National Youth Parliament. So there's no one project that focuses on it, but most of our projects actually have advocacies pushing for this concern, Mr. Chair. And next year po, ang plano po namin is to join the LGBTQ parade for Manila and QC, and we intend to carry this as well, this information, kasi po nakikita po namin na doon nagko-converge karamihan ng mga target market, so to speak, natin, and we wanted to, given the first time po ng National Youth Commission, the chair no less, to attend the Pride March this year, we wanted to put our foot forward to show na nandun po kami, na yung presence po namin is on the ground. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
To the chairperson of the NYC po, we will see you in next year's Pride. Pero balikan ko lang po yung question ko about investment kasi di ba sinasabi natin that the most concrete expression of a department or an agency's priority ay yung kanyang budget. So we would appreciate a submission of the actual investment in these areas that you've mentioned.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we do have a 6.6 million for next year. This is for youth health focused research. And ito po ay research on reproductive health programs. And we also have an e-journal on youth health amounting to 600,000. But we will copy furnish you with the files, Mr. Chair, as well.
Thank you very much. And perhaps as a last note on this issue, we expect the NYC to take leadership on this particular set of concerns, as this is now becoming the defining issue of this generation, adolescent sexual and reproductive health. And I hope that the NYC would exercise greater leadership in various interagency bodies such as the Philippine National AIDS Council and the Interagency Group on Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health. Ano po ang roles natin dito sa mga konsehong ito ngayon?
Mr. Chair, currently po, lahat po kami ng commission nag-a-attend po sa lahat ng meetings nila. Lately, we have just been listening to them, such as yung community of Commission on Population and Development. We are taking their guidance kasi at the end of the day po, yung information na ibabagsak po namin sa mga SK namin, kailangan po manggaling talaga sa necessary agency that has the information. So at this point po, what we try to do is we bridge the information from the concerned agencies to our SK and the local youth development officers. Mr. Chair.
May we know the position of the NYC doon sa, alam ko pong pumasa na yung batas, during that time, nung kami po ay nagde-deliberations, were you for or against the postponement and the extension of terms in the SK?
Mr. Chair, for the SK po, the batches for I have beside me the SK National Representative, who is an ex-official board member of the NYC, and according to them po, there's a lot of batch that was appointed or elected in 2023 po, na they wanted to extend their term because they only had 2 years pa lang po versus the 3 years. But they didn't want to essentially extend it further other than the batch that was sitting down, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I would like to reiterate the request to the NYC for the submission of the list and details of the insertions mentioned earlier. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Sendanya. Next, we have from the majority, Representative Adrian Amatong. So we go to okay. Next, Representative Antonio Ortega Preta. Congressman Debo Tuan from the majority.
Yes, thank you. To the chairman.
Okay.
And of course to the secretaries and of course to all the BFP sirs at saka mga PNP natin lalo na saka bagong PNP chief natin, sir. Good afternoon po. Secretary, do you agree that we should improve the capability of our police officers in my constituents municipalities by providing additional high power rifles to combat the lawless elements?
No, sir. I think high-powered rifles should only be used in the anti-insurgency efforts. I think what we have now, which high-powered rifles used in a civilian setting have a high collateral damage rate, sir. So I am an advocate of using the short firearms instead of the high-powered ones, and the high-powered rifles be only limited to the specially trained units of the PNP.
But I think, Mr. Secretary, it's about time to revisit some of the municipalities who need rifle.
Yes,
Like
sir.
in my area, Secretary, the 3rd District of South Cotabato, puro po bulubundukin ang areas namin.
Yes, sir. Again, sir, it is a granular basis for the issuance of firearms. That's why I rejected the insertion of the 100,000, the 80,000 rifles for the PNP, because that would have meant equipping one out of every two officers with a high-powered firearm, and to use that in urban areas, which 50% of our country is already, will leave a high collateral damage, leading to more civilian deaths than is necessary, sir. So it is a short firearms that I'm advocating.
Regular practices namin when I'm still in the local government unit kasi, doon sa isang munisipyo namin, magandang relationship natin with the PNP. Actually, the LGU is providing AK-47 and some MP5 rifles for our police station. At the height of mainit pa yung ELCAC noon. But I do hope, sana Secretary, it's about time lang. Dapat meron kayong konting reference din sa mga justified naman natin
Yes, sir.
kailangan nila.
Again, sir, it's a granular basis. In districts such as yours, the police have to be specially trained to use the high-powered firearms. Sir, these firearms are lethal, highly dangerous, and have a long range of impact. So the use of that wantonly and say that it's a policy to give to every police officer is very, very dangerous. So it's a granular basis and a need to have basis, sir, especially in district like yours and on specially trained units that are operating here in the urban area, sir.
Yes, thank you for that. And number two is that, do you agree, Mr. Secretary, that the municipal police station should be provided with the reloading machines to enable them to reload their own and engage in constant practice shooting?
No, sir. We cannot have that, sir.
And I think we've done it in our municipality. We provided reloading machine para sa mga officers natin, Secretary. That is only cost 90,000 to 120,000. Alam mo, laking tulong yan, Secretary, sa mga police officers natin. Yung LGU po mag-provide ng mga components para sa mga reloading machine. Siguro yung magiging counterpart ng PNP dyan, maka-provide ng reloading machine. I think that will be enough for our PNP. Para maging asintado rin yung mga PNP natin.
Sir, I agree that the PNP should practice proficiency with their rifle and their pistol capacities. However, sir, reloading machines are very dangerous machines to have, sir. They have a propensity to explode if used strong. They have a propensity to spread ammunition to those who do not need it, because, sir, there is no registration system on the manufacturing of these bullets. So it is, as policy, sir, we discourage the units from having reloading machines.
Doon kasi, regular na practice na namin doon na magtulong sa mga police station. But I do hope it's an eye-opener sana, no? Na sana. That's the only way that we could help mga police officers natin na magkaroon ng kanilang mga reloading machine para makapag-practice. Anyway, the LGU will provide. At saka may license naman yan, sir. Di naman pwede na sino mag-handle yan. Meron talagang in charge na personnel na mag-handle dyan. At saka may license talaga yan. Under pa rin sa Firearm and Explosive Office natin sa Kampang.
We'll take it to advice, sir.
Then my last, sir, is that do you agree that the members of the PNP who are indigenous people should deploy in their respective home municipalities where they can be of better service?
Yes, sir. I totally agree. They know the terrain better. They know the language. They know the language perfectly. They know the personalities involved. I totally agree with you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, sir, and I salute you for that, sir, because I belong to the Tibuli tribe, sir.
Okay,
Maraming
sir.
salamat po.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Tuan. And now we go to the minority. I'd like to acknowledge Deputy Minority Leader Bong Suntay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is for the BFP. It can be answered by, Chief Fire. For 2026, there is a proposed budget of 31,714,026,000 for the BFP. This is divided as follows: 28,134,395 for personal services, 2,843,890 for MOOE, at and 735 million for capital outlay. While naiintindihan ko na importante ang mga kawani o mga bumbero natin, importante rin na meron silang equipment na magagamit. Dahil anong gagamitin ng mga bumbero, paano natin papatayin yung sunog kung wala naman silang fire truck na sasakyan o fire hose na gagamitin. Ang katanungan ko, una, how are fire trucks allocated nationwide?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a prioritization made by the Bureau of Fire Protection on the recipient of fire truck, both on the service establishment program and the service upgrading and modernization program. So yung sa SUMP po, sir, ito po yung mga repleting ng mga fire trucks natin na mga luma na. Yung Sept naman, sir, ito yung mga munisipyo na wala pang mga fire station. Both ito po ay tinitignan ni BFP based on the prioritization made by the logistic.
So, ang prioritization natin is based kung luma na yung truck o kung walang fire truck.
Yes.
And so, it doesn't matter kung gaano kalaki yung munisipyo. For example, Metro Manila is, the population of Metro Manila is roughly 15 million. The land area is 636 square kilometers. As we all know, Metro Manila being highly urbanized and densely populated, it tends to experience more frequent fires. So it doesn't matter kung malaki ito at mas madaming sunog na nangyayari dito dun sa allocation. Kasi ang basis natin kung luma na o kung walang fire truck eh.
Yes, sir, because our mandate is to have one fire station per municipality. Yun po yung una naming parameter. And second thing is that to reflect fire trucks which are 20 years of age or over. So included na rin po dito, sir, yung NCR which have aging fire truck. Kino-consider po namin lahat ng fire trucks are within the all over the Philippines, sir.
Hindi ba parang may mali? So, what I mean is, kunyari sa isang syudad, mataas ang fire incidents, so wala palang bearing yun.
Sir, if I may.
If I follow the...
sir, if I may, sir.
Yes, please, Mr. Secretary.
This year we are conducting, last year we conducted a heat map all over the Philippines of where the fires are, the propensity of fires occur. 70% of the fires, sir, occur in ISF areas, which, as you very well know in your city, sir, I think 90% of the fires will come from the ISF areas because of the conditions that they live in. So what we are trying to do not only is putting fire trucks, but mandating the water providers, the concessionaires, to put hydrants in the where they are most prone to having fires. Sir, it's not as simple of having the fire trucks available. It is also having the hydrants available, the water supply available, and the precisely, sir, the heat map of where fires are most likely to occur and how to prevent it.
Okay. With that, Mr. Secretary, do we have data? What is the fire incidence of Metro Manila?
I have just a morsel of information before the. Go ahead. Sir, when it comes to high-rise buildings, we've only had 2 in the last 10 years, and only a couple of floors burned down because of the sprinkler systems. Some of the fires were in warehouses which carried combustible materials. Up to 70% of the fires, sir, occur in the ISF areas. That's why our area of consideration is to provide the hydrants where they occur.
No, Mr. Secretary, kasi the reason why I'm asking is because as we can see, as I mentioned, of the 31 billion allocated for the Bureau of Fire, roughly 30 billion is roughly 31 billion is allocated for personal services at wala yung para sa equipment. As I mentioned earlier, aanin natin yung dami ng bumbero kung wala rin magagamit para tulungan yung mga bumbero patayin yung sunog. Is it there a disproportion in how we allocate budget for the BFP?
Sir, we do not source the funds for firefighting equipment from the GAA. We source it from the trust fund of the BFP taken from the fire inspection fees. So every this year, sir, we are allotting 3.5 billion to purchase the fire equipment. Sir, just to give you a background, the collection before would be at the 3 billion range and the DBM would only release 30% of it. But when I became SILG, sir, I made an active lobby to release 100% of the funds from the trust fund. And so now we can order a record number of fire trucks in the next 2 years, sir.
Okay. So for this year, 3.4 billion will be used to purchase equipment.
Yes, sir.
May I know how many fire trucks are assigned for Metro Manila?
Sir, I will have to come back to you that because we need a final inventory. There are some local, sir, Metro Manila is a different animal. There are volunteers, there are LGU provided, and then there are BFP. But sir, I talked to the mayors, and they prefer the 500-gallon varieties and the pumper trucks rather than the large ones because the fire occurs in small roads that cannot be penetrated by large fire trucks.
Okay. So sir, kung mabibigyan lang ako ng data with regards to yung
Yes, sir.
allocation in Metro Manila, and then of course my last question would be with regards to Quezon City, because Quezon City is roughly, the land area of Quezon City is roughly 25% of the entire Metro Manila. The population of Quezon City is 26% of the population of the entire Metro Manila. I would also want to know kung ilan yung fire truck na assigned sa amin. Kagaya sa distrito ko, for one, alam ko na kulang. I think we
Yes,
just
sir.
have 11 fire trucks. Yung apat pa hindi tumatakbo.
Yes, sir.
So,
We had a problem with the previous administration's purchase of Rosenbauer fire trucks. It was an ODA from Germany, I believe, and each fire Austria, from Austria, sir. And each fire truck cost 24 million versus the 15 million for the local. And those Rosenbauer trucks, though highly effective and very nice, would break down in 1 or 2 years and they could not be replaced, they could not be repaired. So that is a policy we are revisiting and concentrating on locally available fire trucks which can be serviced easily.
okay. So sir, yun lang. Kung maaari lang natin matingnan, especially with regards to our city, dahil nga, as I mentioned, napakalaki ng land area namin at napakaraming tao. Another problem that we have, wala kaming fire truck na yung para sa...
Yung may ladder.
Oo, yung matataas dahil marami na po
we
kaming
are-
mga building ngayon.
Sir, building fires are very rare because of the National Building Code of having sprinklers inside the buildings. So if you look at our records, sir, in the last 5 years, only 2 building fires have occurred and only 1 or 2 floors were burned. So that's not the immediate concern, sir, for the BFP. The immediate concern really is the ISFs where most of the fires occur.
Yes, sir. But while I know that yung fire incidents with regards to high-rise building is not really that high, importante pa rin pagka may
Yes, sir.
nasunog na
Yes.
building dahil mas madaming taong mamamatay kung hindi natin mapapatay ang sunog in case one of our high-rise building goes up into flames.
Sir, the maximum height of a ladder that we can procure, which is safe, is 54 meters. Sir, the average high-rise now in your city is maybe in the 100 to 150 meter range already. So even the best fire trucks cannot help the highest buildings. So, sir, the fire retardant systems of the buildings do work, but we will procure the necessary equipment that can reach the 54-meter mark that is available.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Director Fernandez, you're directed to submit all the datas required by Minority Leader Bong Suntay, not only for NCR, but for the entire Philippines. Especially doon sa mga munisipyo na sino bang may fire station, sino ba may fire station na walang fire truck, sino ba may fire truck na walang fire station. Kasi it sounds funny,
we will
but
submit to your officer.
yes, thank you. Thank you, Secretary, Director. Yes. And when can you do it?
We'll submit it by Monday, sir.
By Monday.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Secretary. Pasalamat ka, Business Secretary, sa iyo. May abogado ka. Sa'yo ako nakatingin, pero pag hindi ako Secretary, tumitiklop na ako eh. Okay. So next, to interpolate, wala na from the minority. It's all from the majority. DS Bambi Mano, is he around? Sino? From, okay. Sorry. May isa pa. Stand to be corrected. Teka. DS Bambi Mano, is he around? Congressman Roy Loyola. Congressman Representative Amado Bulilia. You are recognized, sir. Kindly proceed. Off na lang yung kay Bong. Maybe yung mic ni Bong pwede mong gamitin.
Ito na, okay na. Tatayo na lang ako. Okay na, sir. Okay na.
You can also stand up if you want while asking questions. It's no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Mr. Chairman, to the good secretary and all the attached agencies ng DILG and sa lahat po ng ating mga kasamahan. My presence here is to show my support and concern for the approval of the budget ng DILG. But halos lahat to ng gusto kong itanong ay naitanong ng aking mga colleague. But I need to be clarified and I want to be clarified sa atin po lamang setup ng ating PNP. I would like to address my question, Mr. Chair, sa ating CPNP, kay General Natates. Sir, ako lang ho ay naguguluhan lately sa mga recent development ng assignments ng ating mga regional directors and directorate ng ating National Police. Paano po ba ang pagtatalaga at pag-assign ng mga nasabing opisyal? Ito po ba'y sa kagustuhan ng hierarchy ng PNP o sa kagustuhan ng DILG Secretary or ng NAPOLCOM?
Sir, just to, if I may, sir, I will answer the question. As of a few weeks ago, sir, we have reinstituted the NAPOLCOM procedure as according to NAPOLCOM law. So the level 3, which is full colonel and above, will come. The assignments will come from upon recommendation of the Chief PNP to be confirmed by the SILG to be affirmed by the NAPOLCOM. That's how it works, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. What about po yung mga provincial director natin?
Sir, the provincial directors, as mandated by the President, will go through the process of submitting to the provincial governors a list, and they will choose to, and then we will affirm through the NAPOLCOM.
So
we will no longer practice the OIC rule.
Yes.
Wala na po yung OIC rule ngayon. We will respect the governor's wishes kung sino gusto nila ilagay as long as they are qualified and do not post any of the disqualifications to assume the post.
So in the same manner, ganun din po sa mga chief of police ng city or
no, sir, level for yung major and down is up to the chief PNP, sir. Up to the chief PNP. It does not go through the NAPOLCOM anymore.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
But sir, the procedure of the mayors as well is going to be observed according to their choice.
Thank you, thank you. Isa na lang po. Tungkol po dito, meron po tayong nire-request na intelligence fund na 806,209,000. So, paano po ba ang distribution to? Kasi ako po ay naniniwala na kung ito po ay magagamit talaga ng wasto, wala yatang krimen na hindi kaya ma-resolve sa paggamit ng ating intelligence fund.
Sir, rest assured, sir, that we go through COA procedures, but we cannot divulge how it is used unless it is in a closed-door session, sir. The information that you're asking is highly sensitive and can affect national security. Rest assured, sir, that if need be, we will provide everything, but we will go through the procedures and we do not have any potato chips on our list, sir, of beneficiaries.
Ano ho ba yung potato chips na sinasabi nyo? Na bigla nagkaroon ho ako ng pag-iisip.
Opo. Hindi. Kinasabi ko lang po, sir, na dadaan po sa COA lahat yan at through proper procedure, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So, maraming salamat po. Ang akin na lamang po, again, I would like to manifest my support sa ating pong BJMP sa kadahilan ng yung subsistence allowance ng ating mga persons deprived of liberties ay matutugunan from 70 to 100. And I'm very, very supportive for that concern of the BJMP. And for that, maraming salamat po. At sabi ko nga po ay nasagot na kanina yung mga tanong sa congestion. And I would like to ask also the NYC tungkol sa insertion that this representation may have a copy of that. At sana po ang kapulisan, ang ating DILG ay patuloy na panatilihin ang kapayapaan sa bansang Pilipinas. Magandang hapon po and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Bolilla. Maraming salamat sa mga katanungan mo. Akala ko mga intriga ka pa. Maraming salamat po. And yes. And from I would like to recognize first Representative Ana York Mondok, our Vice Chair. She's going to help us also sa DILG. She's heading the DA. Pero request ni your best friend Rimpy Mondok to help you. So, from the minority, we have Representative Robert Nazal, Assistant Minority. Is he here around? From the minority, Representative Dadan Kiram Ismula. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Magandang tanghali sa ating DILG family and to my colleagues. Ang aking pong magiging katanungan ay particular po sa ating chair or sa NCMF family po. Mr. Chair, unang-una po gusto ko pong i-congratulate ang NCMF, lalong-lalo na po kay Chairman Sabuddin Abdurrahim para po sa matagumpay at maayos na pag-administer niya po ng Hajj or pilgrimage nitong nakaraang 2 taon. So congratulations po, Mr. Chair. Ang Hajj po ay isa sa 5 haligi ng Islam. Napaka-importante po ito para sa aming mga Muslim. Kadalasan, matagal po naming pinag-iipunan ang paggastos para lamang makapag-Hajj. Once in a lifetime. Kaya lubos po tayong nabahala sa at nalulungkot ng ating pong malaman na nitong nakaraang Hajj ay marami po sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim ang naloko at na-scam. Noong August 5 of 2025, nag-issue po ang NCMF ng isang statement tungkol sa unauthorized Hajj-related activities ng isang travel agency na tinatawag na Al-Haramain Travel and Tours Inc. Isang investigasyon po na inauthorize ng NCMF and Bank noong Mayo 8 of 2025 para tingnan ang operasyon ng kumpanyang ito, lalo na sa issue ng mga courtesy visas o mujamala visas. Ayaw na natin na may mga kababayan tayong Muslim na naiiwan silang stranded, walang pera, at pwede pa silang ma-deport. Ang tanong ko po, ano po ang latest update sa investigation laban sa Al-Haramain Travel and Tours Inc.?
Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. With that progress po, I already directed the BLA, our Bureau of Legal Affairs, to file a complaint to Security Exchange Commission regarding their application or their membership as travel and tours. Yun po ang latest ngayon, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung status ng May 8 resolution at ano ang mga konkretong aksyon na ginawa ninyo para ma-protect ang ating mga pilgrims po?
Yung NBank resolution po namin, we have already initiated the investigation regarding that Al-Haramain.
Salamat po. Nasa magkano po ang original proposed budget ng NCMF sa DBM?
Ngayon po, ang proposed budget ng NCMF for 2026 sa 1.2 billion po.
Ang nalagay po sa NEP ay magkano po?
Ang nalagay po sa NEP is 1,231,298 po.
Ibig sabihin po may nabawas. Tama po?
I think she's asking yung sinubmit nyo sa DBM.
Yes po.
Yung tier 1 and tier 2 nyo and yung nakalagay na po sa NEP. Kindly respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ito po yung na-approve na budget namin.
I think the question is, how much did you ask from DBM and yung approved po? Thank you. What was your proposal? Original proposal from DBM and yung approved budget nyo po na nasa NEP? Para to clarify. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes po.
Yes po. So how much did you ask from DBM? More or less?
More or less same amount, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, tatanong ko lang po, kung ikumpara sa napasa ninyo sa DBM at sa na-approve ng DBM, may nabawas po ba?
Wala naman, medyo tumaas pa rin.
Tumaas ng konti.
Yeah.
Okay. Sige. Natutuwa po kung marinig. Imamanifest ko sana na sana ay padagdagan pa kung ito ay kulang. Pero ang tanong ko na lamang po, Mr. Chair, sa tingin po ba nila itong budget na inallocate sa inyo ay matutugunan na ang pangangailangan ng ahensya?
Yun lang ang ano namin yung Amirul Hajj, insurance ng Amirul Hajj kung pwede po.
Ay dagdagan.
Yes,
Okay.
yes po.
With that, Mr. Chair, gusto ko po sanang i-manifest ang support ko po sa maging budget po ng ating NCMF na kung maaari po ay dagdagan pa po natin ang kanilang pangangailangan. So, mandato po ng NCMF na protektahan ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim, especially yung mga nag-Hajj. Ang okasyon dapat ng pananampalataya ay hindi masabotahe ng mga kumpanyang nagpapabaya. Mahalaga po ang inyong pagtugon sa inyong isyung ito para mapanatili ang kumpanya ng ating mga kapatid na mga Muslim at ng publiko. So, salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, manifest ko lang din po, mag-round to po ako mamaya-maya. Salamat po.
You still have time if you want to.
It's okay, we're just preparing lang po.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Ismola. Now back to the majority. We have Assistant Majority Leader Antonio Roman III. And before that, I would like to recognize the presence of our chairperson again. She's here. She's here with us. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary Remulla. Tony Roman from Bataan 1st District, covering Hermosa, Orani, Samar, and Abukay. First, my province has always been recipients of the SGLG award. It seems that more and more LGUs have been reaping the SGLG award. Is there any effort on the part of the DILG to actually re-examine the criteria so that way it becomes more selective and more challenging for LGUs?
Yes, sir. Precisely why, sir, we made it a once every term based award. So it'll be a totality of your work, not just 1 year. And we feel that the criterion process has gone out of hand from the 3 original to now 14 criterion, which again, as I said it earlier, it takes us 5.7 million man hours just to evaluate all the contestants. So this year, sir, for this term, we will put a premium on innovation, on fiscal management, on disaster resiliency. And there are several factors to that. And if it sounds easy, sir, those three factors are the most important in local governance, and we will make sure that only the best of the best will come out as winners of these awards.
Mr. Secretary, maybe this particular criterion that was applied under the old or the outgoing criteria, okay, was measured. The performance of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan and performance of Sangguniang Bayan. I understand that is measured as a whole.
Sir, again, we want to make it simpler.
Okay.
Simpler, but more demanding. Sir, the entirety of the local government units should be participative in it, because the process of innovation involves the entire LC, the local government. The process of disaster resiliency takes the entire local government. The process of fiscal management involves the Sangguniang and all the local government. And so those three are what we are emphasizing.
What has the DILG done, if any, to address or help those LGUs that have struggled to actually receive the award, the SGLE award? Did it roll out any kind of training? And if so, are the trainings included in the budget?
Maybe you Secretary can answer, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Yes, Your Honor. What we are doing now is, over the years, we have analyzed the result of the seal of good local governance per local government unit, so that we will know the weaknesses and the strengths of our local governments. So in essence, the interventions of national government agencies like DILG is now more targeted and focused, Your Honor, because we will look at specific areas where the local government unit would need most.
Does it go down to the individual level so that underperforming or non-performing members of the LGU can shape up?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, the proof is that the number of LGUs which passed the seal of good local governance is increasing. As of last iteration, it went up to 705, 704 number of LGUs.
But is there an intervention at the individual level for, particular, for example, board members or particular councilors, so that it becomes challenging not just for the LGU as a whole, but also for individually for every public servant in the LGU?
Yes, Your Honor, we are profiling actually its local government unit. So that, for example, if there are LGUs which would need more capacity building on procurement, then we lump together the LGUs to provide the capacity intervention. If there are LGUs which need more training on local legislation, then we provide the capacity building necessary to enhance the performance of the local legislators. But we are doing this in consonance or in partnership with other national government agencies and other institutions.
Has the budget for training increased or decreased or stayed the same compared to previous year's budget?
The training that we have now, particularly the fund that was lodged with the local government academy, Your Honor, is like only for this particular year, because we have elections. But for the succeeding years, there is a cost sharing between the DILG and the local government units.
A question to the Secretary Mulya. We're saddled with an old local government code.
Yes, sir.
From 1991. Is there an effort and initiative to actually revise it?
Yes, sir.
To update it?
We are going to submit to Congress a list of revisions that we want to do to the local government code. A lot of the provisions are antiquated and not responsive anymore to the needs of the country as a whole. I think it's time to revisit it. But sir, I cannot answer that in toto right now, because it'll take a lot of consultation with the different stakeholders in order to arrive at how to revise it.
But in the meantime, you would support a measure to actually increase the penalties
Oh, yes, sir.
imposable by LGUs and
Yes, sir. Anytime, sir.
a question regarding disaster resilience, because you mentioned that that's one of the criteria that you'll be using.
Yes, sir.
And you also mentioned earlier that you have access to, centralized data.
Yes, sir.
Of some form. But still, I am informed. At least in my, there's a perception that flood-related data, is still fragmented. Is there any portion of the budget that is dedicated to actually fostering greater collaboration between and among agencies, so that, for example, with NAMRIA, you have the water data, DPWH, you have the infrastructure data, Pag-asa, the weather data, and also the water level data from DPWH,
Yes, sir.
so that the intervention is more targeted?
Sir, the OCD has complete records of this, and that's what we base all our reactions on. Rest assured, sir, if you have any recordings or if you want to attend, you can come with us to Camp Kramen when we meet, and you can see how we micro-target on a per barangay basis on where the potential hazards are, because we have all the data that are there. But there are some unforeseen, like the landslide of Taal in Batangas. That was totally unforeseen, sir, because the sediments on top of the ridge were from the eruption of the previous 2 years. So they were very soft, and we had no way of knowing that the sediments were that loose. And now that we've learned our lessons, we knew how to give the warnings ahead of time.
Yeah, is a hub that you mentioned, the data hub that you mentioned, accessible by LGUs?
No, we make it available, sir. All the barangays have actually have access to that map, sir. They know where the hazards are, sir.
It's because of the controversy regarding flood control. People seem to think that flood control or flood mitigation or resilience is a responsibility of Congress. Do you agree that flood resilience and mitigation is a responsibility of LGU?
Yes, sir. I totally agree, sir.
In terms of capacitating the LGUs to actually address the flooding problem, what kinds of interventions has the DILG done?
Sir, we have the complete maps of where the floodings occur. We have the list of the top 30 LGUs which are prone to flooding. We have the list up to the number of hectares which are flooded when typhoons occur, depending on how many millimeters of rain are dropped in a certain number of hours. All that data is available, and it is on the list.
But, Mr. Secretary, in terms of moving the hand of LGUs to actually come up with master plans, is there any effort in that direction?
We are coming up with that, sir, especially with Metro Manila, which is most prone. The two most prone areas are Metro Manila and the Camarines River Basin. Camarines River Basin, which faces catastrophic floods every time. But the top 10 lists are there. I just don't have it on the top of mind. But in terms of damage, those two are the ones which receive the most damage, sir.
Perhaps LGUs in the red zone could be, prioritized. Should be encouraged.
Yes, sir.
To submit. Now, you mentioned that flood resilience is part of the SGLG, one of the SGLG criteria. Would submission of a master plan be an indicator?
Yes, sir. It should be, sir.
And then thank you, Mr. Secretary, to the PNP. As a congressman, yung PNP po, marami hong PNP sumusulat sa akin, humihingi ng computers. And I think this is a experience that I think a common experience among congressmen. Bakit ho ba kinakapos yung sa computers at anong portion ng budget ang allocated para dyan?
The question is for the
PNP po.
PNP, Acting Chief PNP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Your Honor. For the question that a lot of police officers, especially the Chief of Police maybe, have been asking for support from our dear congressman, not only, of course, in your district, o dun sa ibang district na po. Of course, one of the program or project, the Philippine National Police, lalong-lalo na yung Chief of Police and or Provincial Director, Regional Director, reach out dun sa ating mga constituents and stakeholders, not only congressmen, in order na matulungan din sila, especially in equipage and more specifically kung kailangan ng computer, and then so be it, sir. What's so important is we put into our book of accounts kung ano yung pumapasok sa Philippine National Police, and yung paglabas or pag-dispose is hindi basta-basta po nadidispose ang property. And thank you very much for helping these police officers, this police unit, especially when they ask for computers.
My last question, I still have 30 seconds, right? Is that actually dapat ho laki ng pondo para yung mapondohan po yung mga computer needs sa mga PNP. But my last question now is with respect to fire trucks, because this was raised earlier. I understand you have a priority or criteria that the DILG applies. So it's to the fire department, Bureau, Fire Bureau. Bakit po dun sa aming sa aking distrito, Hermosa, Orani, Sama, Nabucay, yung wala po kami mga fire trucks?
Sir, I'll answer that for the fire chief. Sir, we're currently in the process of acquiring the fire trucks, and we will surely provide your district, sir, with the fire trucks necessary.
Para hindi nyo ako makalimutan, full support po ako sa budget ninyo. Sana magdagdagan pa.
Salamat po. Salamat po. At gagawin po namin ang lahat, sir.
Thank you, kinakapatid. Tapos may kinakapatid, Congressman Roman. Next, from the minority, we have Deputy Minority Leader Laila De Lima. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon to Madam Vice Chair, and to my colleagues, and to the members of the DILG family. I'm still very curious and interested on the circumstances surrounding the relief of the former PNP chief, Nicanor Torre. Where is he now? May we know where is he now? What is his status? Will the good secretary confirm that he is on official leave?
Yes, ma'am. He's on official leave.
And that his mandatory retirement is still up to
2027, ma'am.
2027.
Yes, ma'am.
So just on leave.
Yes, ma'am. For
No
31
cases have
days,
been
sir.
filed
Ma'am.
against him.
Again, sir. Again, ma'am.
No cases have been filed
None, ma'am.
against him.
None, ma'am.
Notwithstanding the issues about whether there has been insubordination on his part
None,
with
ma'am.
respect to the resolution of
There-
NAPOLCOM.
As a fact, ma'am, there is no case filed against him.
Okay. I understand that earlier questions have been raised already, asked already by Representative Chel Jokno about the issue or the controversy surrounding the purchase or the supposed purchase, the planned
It is
purchase.
attempted, ma'am. Attempted. purchase. Yes,
It's
ma'am.
an attempted purchase of 80,000 units of
Yes, ma'am.
high-powered rifles
Yes, ma'am.
worth about 8 billion.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that in the official statement issued by the DILG, what date was that again, please? When was that issued? That particular official statement which refuted the claim that it was the idea of the SILG.
I don't have the exact date, ma'am, but that was last Monday, I think. That was last Monday, ma'am.
Okay, so the explanation was that, well, it did not really push through because precisely the SILG asked for the opinion or the position of then PNP Chief Torre. Would the SILG please confirm that?
Ma'am, the procedure of buying firearms is not as simple as signing a requisition, ma'am. There is
Yes.
a technical working group, there's
Yes.
a needs assessment, and it's not a process that can be done in 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's a long process.
It's a
ma'am.
long process because
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
to determine
Yes,
really
ma'am.
that, first of all, the very need, the
Yes, ma'am.
necessity of that. But
The
what
needs
about the
analysis.
claim? What about the claim that there was in fact a prepared letter already, supposedly addressed to the Secretary of Interior and Local Government and to be signed by the former PNP Chief Torres.
I have no idea. I have no knowledge of that, ma'am.
So you don't have knowledge about that pre-prepared letter?
What my knowledge is, ma'am, in the three conversations that we had regarding this, we both concurred that it was not necessary, but we will go through the process.
Okay, so you're not aware of such letter that
No, ma'am.
allegedly the then PNP chief refused to sign.
Ma'am, it was not a refusal to sign. It was a concurrence on both our parts that we didn't need the rifles, but we had to go through the process.
Okay, so what is clear to us, as you just told us, is that you're not aware of that particular letter.
I'm not, ma'am.
You're not aware. Okay. Now, we all know that the crux of this controversy is about the exact scope or extent of the powers of NAPOLCOM. I've actually raised these issues during the organizational meeting or the first meeting of the Committee on Public Order, where the Vice Chair of NAPOLCOM, Attorney Kalinisan, was present. All right. There is an issue about whether, in fact, NAPOLCOM can review, reverse appointments, movements being made by the Chief PNP. Now, it was, of course, pointed out by Vice Chairperson Kalinisan that they have the authority, NAPOLCOM has the authority from the Constitution and also from the memorandum circulars that NAPOLCOM had issued. I understand that the memorandum circulars concerned are MC 99-013, MC 2001-005, and MC 20019-001. I have a problem with this memorandum circulars because a plain reading of Republic Act 6975 as amended by Republic Act 8551 and specifically Section 5 of Republic Act 8551, which amended Section 14 of Republic Act 6975, where the powers and functions of the NAPOLCOM are laid down. Nowhere does it appear in those provisions the power of the NAPOLCOM to review and reverse the actions of the PNP chief with respect to appointments and movements of officers from the third level officers all the way up to the deputy directors. Now, isn't it a basic rule that a mere memorandum circular or an administrative issuance cannot go over what is provided in the law? Because if it is, then if you do that, then it becomes ultra vires. So in other words, why am I raising this? Because I want to know from NAPOLCOM and also from the DILG, especially the SILG, is if there is any plan on your part to propose any corrective legislation on this gap, clear gap in the law about that particular power covered by mere memorandum circulars.
Ma'am, the Vice Chairman will answer on the technicalities of the law, but what we are doing, ma'am, is strengthening the institution that the function of the NAPOLCOM be observed. The NAPOLCOM is like akin to the Commission on Appointments for police officers. They have the power to review all the recommendations of the Chief PNP onto what positions level 3 and above will be assigned to.
My question, sir, is what is the legal basis for that? Because I don't see it in either Republic Act 6975 or Republic Act 8551. I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of the vesting of that power in the NAPOLCOM. I'm just saying that there is a clear vacuum, a palpable vacuum in the law, which I think should require or necessitate a remedial or corrective legislation. Because I don't think we have any issue on the constitutional provision. I think you know this. Section 6 of Article 16, the general provisions, clearly provides The state shall establish and maintain one police force which shall be national in scope and civilian in character, to be administered and controlled by a national police commission. Very clear. A national police commission, and then to be administered and controlled. Kaya lang, dapat nandun sa batas because these are the implementing laws. How come it's not there? Kaya NAPOLCOM tried to fill that up through the issuance of this memorandum circular. So ang nagsasuggest lang po ako,
Yes, ma'am.
na baka po pwede yung NAPOLCOM and the DILG present to us the necessary amendments to both laws 6975 and 8551.
Yes, ma'am. The vacuum that you're mentioning, ma'am, is a more concise IRR on the how the NAPOLCOM functions. So, as it was written, there is a broad spectrum of how to interpret it. That's why it was defined through the MCs.
IRR cannot go beyond what is the law, what the law provides.
That's right, ma'am. So, ma'am, we would be welcome if you would solidify the functions of the NAPOLCOM through a codified norm through an RA Act, ma'am.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you.
So my time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just
But we can-
very brief
we can-
manifestation. My
Okay.
my next line of question is supposed to be the
So it's a
NAPOLCOM.
manifestation, ma'am?
Yes,
Just a
ma'am.
manifestation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My supposed second line of questioning would pertain to NAPOLCOM itself, because there are elements both within and outside of the PNP which are of the view that NAPOLCOM at this point may be irrelevant, may be not viable, but I don't necessarily agree with that. So I wanted sana NAPOLCOM to justify to us the continued legal existence and significance and necessity of a NAPOLCOM. And the next line of questioning there would be, do you have enough resources? Do you have enough personnel? If you would choose or opt or insist on maintaining NAPOLCOM as an institution. Yun po sana ang next line of questioning.
Thank
But
you,
then
ma'am.
again, I have no time.
We still have our second round if you want.
I'll try to be back because I have another,
Please don't leave.
pardon?
Okay.
Are you restraining me?
No, ma'am. I'm just...
That would be unjust detention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're most welcome, ma'am, to come back if you want. You want the NAPOLCOM to answer now, ma'am? NAPOLCOM, please answer. Ma'am Laila, pasagutin ko yung NAPOLCOM. Very good topic.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
they can submit a position paper.
Okay, submit a position paper and answer now.
Yes, Ma'am Chair. Tama po kung meron po sigurong pagkakataon po sa ating kasaysayan, Madam Chair, na relevant po ang National Police Commission ngayon. We are in the middle of multiple high-profile investigations. Kaya po kung meron pa pong iba pong suporta ang mamibigay po ng Congress sa National Police Commission, ay welcome na welcome po ito. Currently, we have a backlog of thousands of cases, Your Honor. We only have a few lawyers. In fact, roughly 20 lawyers in total inside the National Police Commission, to include investigators, inspectors, and even those who are drafting cases. Kulang na kulang po talaga. Even resources po to investigate possible abuses po of certain policemen. We also don't have confidential funds. So there are really things that we need to look into po. First and foremost, to eliminate the case backlog that we inherited from decades past. And to speed up the disposition rate of cases, we have been pushing for the disposition of all new cases to 60 days. Kapag mabagal po kasi ang disposition ng kaso, prone po ito sa corruption. Yung pong possible abusive policeman, present pa rin, nakasuot pa rin ng uniforme, may badge, may baril, which is very difficult. In fact, our backlog, inabot po namin, minano po namin, nasa 20-year cases po ang aming inuubos po ngayon. And we are really diving deep po to dispose 65 cases a day. just to remove the backlog by December 2025 po. And of course, said high-profile investigations, we don't want to leave a mark, or when we do investigate, that's why there's also a need for us to have confidential and intelligence funds, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Kalinisan. So may appeal to Representative Laila de Lima. Please don't leave us. Next to interpolate from the majority, Deputy Majority Leader Jam Baronda. Yeah. Representative Julio Cesar Vergara. Kong J. Kong J, you're recognized.
Magandang hello. Magandang hapon po. Magandang hapon po. Mr. Secretary, maraming salamat po sa bisita po niyo sa kabanatuan ng araw nung bago mag-eleksyon. At dahil po ron, nakaupo po ako rito. Umisa ko talagang sa isang lalawigan ay yung politika ay masalimuot, magulo. At may I speak for you, Madam Chair? May I speak for you?
Speak freely.
Yes.
Kong J.
So, pati po ngayon ang aking kaibigan, matagal na mga kaibigan, bata pa ho sila, nakakasama na po namin sila, Congresswoman Mika, at alam po nyo, magkahiwalay man po kami sa politika, kami po ay magkaibigan. So, ang sasabihin ko lamang po ay yung letter ni Governor Umali na nagsasaad na kung maaari ay magkaroon siya ng leave of absence na tinanggihan naman po ng inyong kagalang-galang na opisina. At meron po akong kopya rito. Gusto ko lamang pong maintindihan kung itong September 5 na sulat po ninyo, pirmado po ninyo, ay na-serve na sa lalawigan po. Ito po ay
ano po yung sulat? Nakasaad sa sulat ito? Para maklaro ko lang po. Ito ba yung ukol sa suspension?
ang designation of Vice
Okay. Yes,
Governor,
yes.
designation of Vice Governor Umali Raymond kay as acting governor po.
Apo.
Ang pangalawa po ay sulat po na designation naman kay sa senior board member po na si EJ Hoson bilang Vice Governor. Ito po kaya ay dahil September 5 po yung sulat na to, ito po kaya ay na-serve na.
Pirma ko na. Yes, it's a process of ano po yan process of law, so deemed defective po basta nakapirma na po ako dyan.
Opo. So, ang akin naman po ay may katagalan nung kasi ng kaunti dahil umapil na pa nga po si Governor Umali sa inyong opisina na pinalalabas niya na leave of absence lang ang gusto niya.
Hindi po pwede yun dahil we cannot supersede the authority of the ombudsman in this case. So, ang pinapatupad po namin yung ano lang po, yung succession.
Ang nakakapagtaka nga po dahil si former Governor Gwen Garcia ay nagkaroon po ng kasalanan na isang issuance lang ng ECC. Isang violation lang ng pag-i-issue ng Environmental Compliance Certificate. Siya ay dinisqualify. Ito pong aming gobernador, 205 kaso ng ECC. Sinuspindi lang. Yun po ay katakataka sa ating hustisya.
Sir Jay, I think that matter is best left for the ombudsman to answer. Hindi ko talaga namin, wala ko sa kapasidad namin sa ganyan.
Mr. Secretary. Pangalawa po ay pangalawang question lang.
Sir, just to confirm, na-receive na po kanina ng hapon yung sulat na designating the succession. Otherwise, governor and the senior board member.
Na-receive na po ngayon.
Apa.
Kong Mika. Chairman. So, pati ho kay Kong Mika lahat po kami kinakagalit na Sus Joseph. Dapat sa akin lang galit Oh, baby. Hirap. I-recommend ko po si Brigadier General Piñones bilang Regional Director po ng Region 3. Dahil po si RT Piñones ay binigyan po ng maling impormasyon ng Provincial Director. Ang pagpapalit po ang syudad po ng Cabanatuan ay 3 beses na naka-receive ng best of the best city police station in the country. Isang beses po kay Pangulong Erap, isang beses po kay Pangulong Arroyo, at isang beses po kay Pangulong Duterte. Hindi po nasusunod yung Republic Act 6975 para naiintindihan din po ng NAPOLCOM. Basta na lamang pong maglalagay. Ngayon po, ang kaibahan ni General Piñera, Piñera, tama po ba? Ang kaibahan po niya ay doon sa maling pagkaka-report ng Provincial Director na si Colonel Bruno, tagrian niyang binago yung kanyang order. Dahil hindi po naka-receive ng kahit anumang listahan na pagpipilian yung mayor ng Cabanatuan. Basta na lamang po pinalitang tagli nung Biyernes ng umaga. Nung Sabado po, kaya ko po kinokomment si RT ay dahil nagpunta po siya sa Cabanatuan para i-correct yung mistake niya. At ako po ay lubos na nalulungkot kay Colonel Bruno dahil one-sided po siya. Meron po akong sulat na ibibigay sa inyo para mapakita po sa inyo na sa mismong Facebook ni Colonel Bruno ay nandun po ang kanyang open support kay Governor Omar. Na ang puliso ay dapat neutral.
Sir, we will verify the Facebook post, and if he did so, he will be administratively charged because all policemen should be politically agnostic. They are not allowed to air their political views. If this is found to be true, sir, then we will initiate procedures to have him administrative charge.
Okay, thank you, Sec. Thank you, Kong J. Vergara. I think that will be our last question.
One more question, please.
So, yes,
Last-
please
last
kindly wind
question.
up. Thank you.
Last question. Sa amin po at sa ibang lugar sa Pilipinas, tumaas na naman po ang drugs. Ang drugs ngayon po. Mr. Secretary, humihingi po kami ng tulong na kung maaari po ay ma-implement po nyo na talaga kung ano man po ang kailangan nyo.
Opo.
Kami po ay sumusuporta po sa inyo.
Salamat po. Salamat
so, yun lang naman po ang aking tatlong pahayag at maraming salamat po sa inyong pagiging fair. Ako po ay supporter nyo. Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Okay. Thank you. Next from the minority, we have the Assistant Minority Leader Robert Nazal. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DILG family. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. I just have a few questions. During the 19th Congress, Bagong Henerasyon strongly advocated for the release of earmarked funds to national agencies, including 2.9 billion allocated to the Bureau of Fire for the purchase of fire trucks, ambulances, and multipurpose vehicles. May I know, may we be updated on the current status of these funds? Have they already been obligated, disbursed, and utilized for their intended purpose?
We are currently they have been obligated and currently in the process of being bidded out. We are bidding out 300, almost 300. Ilan fire trucks tayo this year? 387 this year and maybe 450 next year. That comes from the trust fund of the BFP from the fire inspection piece, and we intend to fully utilize that to service the country.
Kasi po, right now, you received, in 2024, ang natanggap po natin from DBM was 2.9. Nagtataka lang po ako, bakit naging 1 billion na lang uli ng 2025 and 2026?
Sir, kasi dati po hindi nire-release yung trust fund eh. So ngayon nare-release na po yung trust fund. Hindi na kami umaasa sa GAA masyado.
Yun na nga, Sek. Kikwento ko lang po sa inyo kasi we did some research on that and ang naging problema po ng Bureau of Fire, kaya po parang nagtatagal yung yung kanilang bidding. Hindi ko po alam kung alam nyo na. Before there was we did some interviews. Ang isa pong nagiging issue is meron pong international certification na kailangan i-issue ng isang nung supplier na pag hindi ka na-issuehan nung certification na yon, hindi ka makaka-participate.
Sir, that pertains to the exclusive distributorship clause.
Yes, Sec.
Sir, before I assumed as DILG, there were only 2 suppliers for fire trucks in the last 30 years for the BFP.
Opo.
We have now removed a lot of those clauses, and now we have 10 accredited suppliers who will bid for the next batch of fire trucks. Sir, we did that because we felt that 2 suppliers will never give us the best price. That collusion is highly possible.
Yes.
Without being accusatory, it is susceptible to collusion. So we expanded the pool, sir, to 10 suppliers so that we can get the best price for the country.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Can our office request for a report?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We'll submit you by Monday next week, sir.
Kasi po sayang din naman po yung because as of December 31, 2024, meron pa po kayong 8.6 billion sa earmarked.
Ayaw kasi dati po, sir, kasi there is a great mistrust between the DBM and the BFP.
Yes.
I gave them the assurances that I will do my best to cut the corruption, to eliminate the corruption. And I showed them the results, and now we have earned enough trust for them to release the amounts that are earmarked for us, sir.
So we can expect fire trucks already to be delivered.
290 days to deliver, sir. It turns out that fire trucks aren't like cars, which you can buy off the shelf. It
Oh,
takes but you will have 800 fire trucks by the end of 2026 to be distributed around the country, sir.
So we can safely say that mauubos po natin yung 2.9.
Uubusin po namin. Uubusin po namin para sa inyo, sir.
How about the 1B for 2025?
Also, sir. We are also modernizing the equipment. A lot of the communication equipment between the PNP and BFP will be standardized. So a lot of that will go into earmark into technology sharing between the two agencies so that we can respond to emergencies.
Thank you for that. My next question is, in CY 2020 and 2021, PITC serving as the procurement outsourcing entity for BFP engaged Prismodial Construction Corporation and CFV ARAR Contractor Philippines Inc. for the design and construction of typical fire stations for BFP. A total of 98 fire stations were to be constructed. However, a review of the contracts and a report from the engineering division revealed that most of the projects were delayed and not completed within the new target completion period after approving the requested period extension. Out of the 98 fire stations, only 9 were completed, with only 1 still ongoing, and the rest are slated for termination. The construction of fire stations remained incomplete, with delays ranging from 361 to 1,005 days. Now, my question is, we have a request for another 99 fire stations. Ano na po bang naging status nito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. The 88 fire station that was terminated was already terminated by the PITC. The funds intended for it was already reverted back to the National Treasury, and we have already programmed the unfinished fire station. This is now reflected under our NEP, and we have already, the PITC initiated blacklisting to Prismodial.
Okay. So, at least nabalik na po, no? My next question is, ilan po ang LGUs na hindi nagpapatupad? Would you know if the number of LGUs, if you're monitoring the number of LGUs na hindi po nagpapatupad ng Republic Act 11861 or yung amended Solo Parents Welfare Act? Do we have a monitoring of this?
We have a monitoring, but we'll get back to you, sir. And we will give you the full report by Monday next week, sir.
Hingi lang po ako sana ng report on how many LGUs and barangays yung nakapag-issue na ng ID. How many?
I think we have it here, sir. We will submit to your desk as soon as. Sir, in front of me right now, LGUs with monthly subsidy for solo parents. For car, it is 77 LGUs. 9 with month for NCR, it is 17.
Pasubmit na lang, Sec.
Sige.
Para
Okay,
just for for
Okay,
the
sir.
interest of
Okay,
time.
sir.
My next question is, kasama na po ba yung implementation ng RA 11861 sa criteria for seal of good local governance?
Hindi pa, sir. We will come out with the total qualifications by early next year, sir.
Baka ho pwedeng
Yes, sir. As part of
matagal na ho
the-
kasing hinihingi ng hinihingi
Yes, sir.
namin sa
It will be part of the
Even in the previous
plan.
Congress?
Even the president mentioned it during our meeting that it should be included, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for
Okay,
that,
sir.
Sec. Maraming salamat. So, my last question is, it appears that the DILG has new locally funded projects, local roads and bridges inventory program, amounting to around 78 million. This is not present in the 2025 GAA. May I ask what the purpose is of this new project?
Sir, it's meant to take a full inventory of all local roads and bridges so that we can submit a full report to the Office of the President and the other agencies. So wala nang duplication of the construction of roads around the country.
What is the timeline para matapos po yan?
Kailan ba? Sir, 2026 to 2028, sir.
Up to 2028?
Yes, we are working with the DPWH, but we're doing our own assessment since the DPWH numbers are kind of hazy in all aspects, but we are verifying now with through GIS and through other technology means in order to validate all these roads, sir.
Thank you for that, Sec. So you initiated, the DILG initiated the Bantay Corruption Program in 2020 with an initial amount of 65 million. It was reduced to 10 million since then. May I ask how's the program going right now?
Can I have my undersecretary answer for in my behalf? Yes, he's more familiar with the
Sige po, sir.
numbers.
Yes,
Yusek Salvahan.
Yusek
Salvahan.
Yusek Salvahan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, we confirmed that for fiscal year 2026, the budget allocated for Bantay Corruption is 10 million. The focus of the Bantay Corruption Project Management Office is focused now, sir, on capacitating LGUs on the quasi-judicial functions of their sanggunians. So they'll be providing trainings to sanggunians on their quasi-judicial functions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Kindly wind up. Congressman Nazal. Kindly wind up. Last question.
Compared to fiscal year 2019, the DILG seems to be implementing substantially less projects. Among these are yung salin tubig, bagsakan centers, decentralization and federalism, among others. What are the reasons for the discontinuation of the projects?
Thank you. That will be the last question.
Sir, those are projects that were beyond that went beyond this my term. But I felt that we were concentrating now on institutional reforms rather than giving out projects. I think other agencies are better equipped to handle that. As if you can see our budget, a total of 94% is for MOE and salaries and personnel. The rest, sir, are for capacity building. And we are better at capacity building rather than implementing projects.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just want to manifest na yung 1 billion nyo po sa 2025, pag naubos nyo po yan, for the earmark, pwede naman kung kayo humingi uli sa
Ay, thank you, sir.
DBM.
Thank you, sir. Malaking
And
bagay, sir.
we will support you po. Basta
Salamat
ang
po.
importante po na i-implement natin na maayos.
Tama po. Tama po, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the DILG family. Thank you,
sir.
everyone.
Thank you, Congressman Nazal, especially your guardian angel behind you, former Congresswoman BH ko. I just want to recognize you. Next from the majority, we have Vice Chairperson Rufus Rodriguez. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to our outstanding secretary. Last year, we were at the plenary and I supported Secretary John Vic Remulla. And today, I would likewise do so. So, good afternoon to you and to our undersecretaries and assistant secretaries and the official dome of the DILG. I would like to also ask if your outstanding regional director, Bruce Colyao, is here.
He's here, sir. He's here. Do you want him called, sir?
Yes, well, can you call him and then we proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Thank
please
you,
proceed.
because these are people who have coordinated with me. Next, I would
Okay.
like to greet the new PNP chief, Jose Melencio Nartates. You have very good people in Cagayan de Oro and Region 10. PNP chief. These are Regional Director Rolindo Sogilon, Region 10. And also our City Director Salvador Radam. They're very good PNP chief. Do I call you JM because you're Jose Melencio?
Sir, we usually address him as general, sir. Even in respect to his position, sir, we always would address him to his position, sir.
What is his nickname? Because his wife calls his
Sir,
nickname.
his nickname is Tateng.
Okay. Ano, Tate?
Tateng from Nartates.
General Tate, welcome to the House of the People. Your people, as I've said, R.D. Sugilion, is he around?
Sir, the RD is here, sir.
Bruce, thank you so much. We have so many projects with you in Region 10. How about Rolindo Sugilon and City Director Radam? Are they around?
Sir, only the RD is here, sir. The city directors are kept in there.
Can you call the RD, Sugilon here? Next, I would like to
Yes,
greet
sir.
my good friend, the Chief of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Jess Fernandez. Nice to see you. Is Romel Traggio with you? Okay, please let him come in. And of course, my very long-time good friend, Ruel Rivera, Chief of the BJMP. Is Felisberto Hagurin present? Yeah, please let him come in. Well, we have to therefore give where credit is due. And, you know, I have read this 3 times already. You see the performance of Secretary Rimulya, increase in number of LGUs recognized for good governance, very important, because the LGUs are right there in the field. And so therefore, from 2023, only 493 provinces, cities, and municipalities will now have 714 PCMs. Do you confirm that, Secretary? Who have seal of good governance?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Also, for the barangays, a big leap from barangays who have now good governance. From only 1,028 in 2023, we now have 3,283 barangays. Do you confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, because
Thank you, sir.
that will make our local governments attuned to serve in good governance our people. And then we have also improved the ease of doing business. And then we also, Mr. Chairman, here is very important. We have to take note of the lowering of the crime rates. Total crime incidents decreased in 2025 from 2024, 5.65. Do you confirm that?
Offhand, yes, sir.
Congratulations. Major crime incidents decreased by 10.77%.
Yes, sir.
Do you
We
also,
confirm that, sir.
and here we go, the crime clearance efficiency, 95%, and would you confirm that 69.6% have been solved on cybercrime cases? Very important.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
It's here, sir.
And so, I would say, Mr. Chairman, that we, therefore, duty-bound to support the budget of the DILG and the attached agencies. And that's why I'm surprised that, for example, the Bureau of Fire only has 2%. I understand it's a trust fund.
Yes, sir.
So that's okay.
Yes, sir.
But the PNP of General Nartates is only, has an increase of only 2%. Now,
sir.
are you satisfied with the 2% increase because we have
yeah.
many requests?
We are being more efficient with the use of our resources, sir. We are cutting down on corruption, making sure that the funds go down to the base units, and we are making sure that we have an efficient use of our money, sir.
With that efficiency, I have a letter to General Nartates. I am requesting for communications for our border areas. We have 3 regions borders. Can we have that? I have this letter. I'm sure you have read this. Requesting communication so that at the border, pag may crime sa Cagayan de Oro, hindi na makalusot papunta sa Buanga or makalusot papuntang Bukidnon. Will
Yes,
we
sir.
have that?
Sir, we are standardizing our communication equipment for the BFP and the PNP. It's now called the push-to-talk system, which uses a cellular system but uses radio. It will be standard for all our units, sir.
Thank you. So we're able to have that for our
Yes, sir.
region. Thank
we
you.
have 14,500 units arriving in 6 months.
Wow.
So and it will
Congratulations
increase
for
to
that.
100,000 units in the next 2 years, sir.
Next, I have here a letter to our General Nartates regarding the request for vehicles. Can you give the vehicles for Region 10? There's so many units there needing vehicles, and one for the city of Cagayan de Oro.
Yes, Your Honor, we can program that.
Okay, that is the correct. That is the
yes.
correct answer. Yes. Thank you for that correct answer. Now, because your correct answer, we go now to Chief Fernandez. We are requesting. What is the fire?
Sir, nagutom yata, sir.
Yes. Kindly proceed.
Cagayan de Oro, Lumbia is where the concentration of PDLs, correct? And so therefore, we have a letter for you requesting for one passenger bus and one passenger van for PDLs. Will you be able to give that?
We will program it, Chair, Your Honor.
Another correct answer. Thank you very much. And finally, we are going to go to our Chief of Fernandez of the Fire. Well, we really need, now there are more than 15 buildings over 30 floors. Cagayan de Oro. Let's not wait for things to happen. We are only asking from you one ladder fire truck and one regular fire truck for the barangay of Makabalan. So can we have that reply to my letter? Can you be able to give, for the first time in the history of my city, the city of golden friendship, and the gateway to Mindanao, Cagayan de Oro City, will you give those fire trucks?
Done, sir. Done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
So, Secretary, kindly comply
Yes,
by
sir.
2028.
Yes, sir. I will let you.
no, next year. Again,
Next year, sir.
that's why
Next year.
I admire the secretary. He
Yes,
has
sir.
already taken the cudgels of the other agencies to assure. And what else do you expect? It's already secretary promising the yes answers from the secretary. So thank you. In the proper time, Mr. Chairman, I am going to move not only for the approval of the net budget for the DLG, ALG, and the attached agencies, but to move for the increase of the budget of the DLG and the attached agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Rufus. For sure, they will
Thank you,
comply
sir.
by 2028. 2026. Sorry, sorry.
2026.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you,
Yes, sir.
Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Ah,
Next, from the
just
minority.
like to recognize the Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Romel Trajo of BFP and Agoner of BJMP. Thank you for being here. You always coordinate with me, and I'm always happy with your performance in the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from the minority, we have Assistant Minority Leader Nico Daza, the better-looking Daza. Please don't tell your dad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hirap po sumunod sa distinguished gentleman of Cagayan de Oro. Pero I'll try my best. Hoping ang kulop sa ating DILG family, to the good secretary, his undersecretaries, ASECs, as well as all the other attached agencies. Good afternoon. Similar to the distinguished gentleman of Cagayan de Oro, I would like to congratulate the DILG family on their accomplishments, to which I will no longer detail, as Congressman Rufus detailed this very clearly. So I would like to also manifest my full support for the budget of the DILG family. I have a few questions for the USEC. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have two vacancies for the Commissioner at Large and the Commissioner of Visayas.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Mr. Chair, these two vacancies, for example, I learned, which is quite alarming, the Commissioner of Visayas, from where my province is, it's quite alarming that this vacancy has been open for 1 year. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask, why has this vacancy remained open for so long?
Mr. Chair, I believe the vacancy has been only less than a year. The current commissioner for Visayas was actually just 1 year for today. So we are hoping that the appointments will come out soon. But we just wanted to reiterate that we really need our commissioners because most of the time, like I wear many hats, I sometimes do 3 meetings for different committees all at once. So definitely we really need our commissioners in check already.
Mr. Chair, so effectively, without these commissioners, the NYC is handicapped in its operations.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So, and Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the National Youth Commission does not have a headquarters or an office currently.
Mr. Chair, currently we are in the process of moving to a new office. We were, I think we're expecting the office to be announced by next month. And this is still something that's for lease for 1 year. However, we are looking into, before we end our term, we really wanted to push for the building of the first Philippine Youth Development Center. And we understand that the President is also the author of the R8044. So I think it would be timely for us to really revisit that so that we can capacitate the National Youth Commission better.
Thank you to the good Undersecretary. Mr. Chair, to me, it's quite alarming na parang nakakalimutan po ata ang ating kabataan. Kasi po, we have vacancies in the commissioners and right now, wala pong bahay or opisina ang National Youth Commission. So perhaps it's my humble recommendation to the DILG to help us prioritize the budget of the National Youth Commission so they can receive their equitable share so they may fully deliver their effective service.
Sir, we are on the same boat. The DLG does not have its own office as well.
Well, that's quite unfortunate.
We are tenants in the NAPOLCOM building, sir. We pay rent every month to occupy several floors of the NAPOLCOM building. So even we are homeless as we speak.
I see. Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the good secretary. It's quite alarming that our own departments, especially such large departments, do not have their own home. So perhaps this is something we can also consider in their budget so that we can give them a permanent home and so they may better effectively deliver their services.
Sir, just to illustrate some more, the offices who have no place of their own or leasing are DOJ, the DILG, DTI, DOT, Solgen, amongst others. Or we are all leasing office space, sir.
This is duly noted. Mr. Chair, now, I'd like to commend the good secretary. I believe a few weeks ago, the good secretary mentioned or came out with a pronouncement that they'll be pursuing reforms in regards to the hiring and procurement practices of the Bureau of Fire Protection, or the BFP. I raised this concern in the Committee on APRO deliberations or budget deliberations for the CSC. I've received alarming reports regarding the hiring practices, especially. There are irregularities. In Western Samar, in just the province next over to my province of Northern Samar, near the vicinity of the city of Catbologan, aspiring candidates have been approached by the BFP asking for amounts amounting to 400,000, which is obviously outrageous and illegal and corrupt. In fact, nagulat pa nga ako, this lawyer who is from that area says this is common knowledge. And in fact, meron po silang 3-in-1 special. Instead of 400 each, amounting to 1.3 or 1.2, the 3 will be accepted under 1M. So may budget pa, may pa-discount. So this is quite alarming. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the good secretary, because of your reports or your pronouncement that you would pursue reform, what are the concrete steps that the DILG has taken in terms of curbing this practice?
Sir, we are now employing technology into to the entire system of the BFP, especially with the way they conduct themselves. I've heard the same reports, but no one seems to want to testify. If someone testifies, I will pursue them to the full extent of the law and fire them. But I've reassigned several suspicious personnel around the country and put them on floating status in suspicion of this. If there are any reports, sir, you can give it to me confidentially and I will deal with it personally. But we are employing technology, sir. We are requiring now all interviews to be videotaped and all reports to be put in in written form so that the considerations can be made. The allegations go further than that, sir. The allegations go further than that. They even have a lending program that they will lend you the money for you to enter and they will take it out of your salary as you go on. So those are things we take seriously and those are things that we will stop in the near future, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the good chairman. He also mentioned they will act on it for as long as these victims or alleged victims will testify.
Yes, sir.
So in fact, in my province, Northern Samar, same hiring practices are occurring. It's really quite so sad. But of course, mga kalaban po nila, mga colonel, mga chief, takot na takot po sila.
Sir, ako na lang
testify.
po pupunta sa inyo. Kakausapin ko sila personally. And if I talk to them anonymously, then I will act on it, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to working very closely with the good secretary. But for my final question, because we are talking about the protection of these whistleblowers, what programs do we have to ensure that we're protecting our whistleblowers so that there is no retaliation?
It's the first time that we are doing this. We will discuss it as a group on how to protect them, discuss it with the DOJ, how to do it. Because in fact, this is a major crime and it is corruption and we will do everything, sir, to curb this and to get together with the DOJ, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chair, those are all my questions. Maraming pong salamat. Damang salamat sa aton DILG family. I yield back the floor and my time. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Representative Daza. Next from the majority, Representative Richard Gomez. Representative Miro Kimbo.
Parang Richard Gomez lang din to. Parang nalilito si Manong Roy Loyola, who is also a Caviteño, by the way, Secretary. Secretary, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I have just very few questions, Secretary. So, Secretary, the President announced repeatedly over the last 3 weeks the need for national programs to coordinate with the LGUs.
Yes, sir.
And I think in particular, essentially flood control or other infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
I totally agree with that because you have to comply with CLUP, with the master planning of the city and the like. Kakaroon lang ho kami ng problema, Secretary. At this one thing I need a remedy from the department is that naging governor naman ho kayo eh. At matagal ho ninyong hawak ang maraming LGUs. Alam mo naman, pag ayaw ka bigyan ng building permit, kaya ka hindi bigyan ng building permit.
Opo.
There's a list of items, nagko-comply ka na doon, meron at meron pa rin hahanapin. In fact, sa amin, yung city engineer has been penalized with a suspension by the ombudsman pertaining to permits. Pero ang difficulty po with us is that when the congressman and the chief executive of the city don't get along, ang nagpe-perish is yung national programs.
Yes,
We have several school buildings, not just one, not just two, but at least 5 school buildings where funds had to be returned to the national government. Can you imagine setting aside hundreds of millions for school children para ma-eliminate ang double shift? Pero hindi namin may patayo because walang permit. Sinusubukan ko maging mangahas dahil alam mo naman, kasintapang kita,
Ha? Kahit walang permit. Sabi ko, kung kinakailangan ng tao, gagawin natin. But ultimately, they will seize equipment and the like. I mean, these are plans passed by DPWH, the national agency in charge of engineering and design. So, saan ba kami pwedeng humingi ng saklolo, Secretary? Saan kami pupunta kapag may ganitong klaseng opportunities? Because it's not just the building that is lost, it is the opportunity for every child to have a decent classroom.
Sir, I suggest you use the ARTA law. It is very effective and it's been done by other agencies as well. If you use the ARTA law and it is violated, you can report it to my office and we will push it all the penalties to the maximum degree, sir.
Ironically, yung ARTA law, yung anti-red tape, nagpapabilis. Ang bagal din na resolution dyan.
Not anymore, sir. The president has put teeth into the ARTA law and we will now make sure that they are fully implemented, sir.
So in the very words and tenor of Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, do I have your commitment, Mr. Secretary?
Kahit samahan po kahit samahan ko po kayo sa City Hall para kumuha ng permit, na samahan ko kayo, sir.
Maraming salamat. Kasi sayang sayang talaga.
Opo.
Diba?
I
Yung
believe you, sir.
nananaig ang politika imbis ng programa dito sa aming lugar, hindi naman politiko ang nagsasuffer. Ang nagsasuffer yung ating mga constituents.
Tama po.
So maraming salamat, Secretary. On another point, ito nakikita natin yung grabe yung pag pinakikinggan natin yung kwento sa mga bidding dito sa mga flood control, kitang-kita natin yung collusion. Meaning interlocking companies.
Yes, sir.
Same owners bid against each other. I mean, yan ang talagang collusion na napakalinaw.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's in the national government. Secretary, baka naman pwedeng pasukin din natin magkaroon ng mekanismo ang DILG Secretary, ang department, para tingnan din at i-review ang ganitong klaseng mga collusion. Because ako na po magsasabi na sa LGUs, mas marami kayong makikita dyan. Hindi ko nilalahat. Ha?
Yes, sir.
Dahil alam ko, halimbawa, ang Carmona, yan, talagang modelo, yung syudad na yan.
Opo.
Pero maraming lugar.
Napakagaling po ng mayor doon.
Yung mayor po magaling doon. Yung congressman, di ko po masyadong kabisado. Pero yung...
Ako, diskipyado lang, sir.
No, but seriously.
Opo.
Is there a mechanism or a plan on the part of the DILG to look into this? Hindi kinakailangan lahat dahil sobrang daming LGUs. Bakit hindi tayo mag-sampling dyan,
It
pag-aralan?
is part of our plan, sir, to do that. We have a monitoring team that has been instituted and we will look into the practices of several LGUs, especially the ones with complaints, to see if there is any collusion on parts of the LCEs.
I think particularly with highly urbanized cities, because
Yes, sir.
these are the cities where funds are substantial,
Yes, sir.
and makikita natin. So, sana pasukin natin ito at para tingnan natin. Kasi, in the end, I think the corruption in the local government units is potentially worse than the national government.
We will have to see that, sir, but we will investigate it for you if you want, sir.
Again, do I have your commitment,
Of course,
Mr.
sir.
Secretary?
All the time, sir.
Panghuli ko na lang po, Sec. Kami lahat at kayo, sigurado ako, lahat ng tao dito, we are constant victims of fake news, cybercrimes.
Opo.
So, ang tanong ho namin dyan is, although ako na po magko-comment, yung ating cybercrime unit dito po sa NCR, they have been very proactive. In fact, I don't know who is heading it. Pero kadalasan kapag may binabato kami doon ay nakikilusan. Sana lang mas bigyan pa natin ng attention nito because the only way for us to curb fake news, yung constant distribution of all this destructive information, mahihinto lang kapag may enforcement eh. So nasa kamay talaga ng DILG at ng PNP ang usapin ng pagpipigil ng cybercrime.
Yes, sir. Part of the PNP reform that we are proposing is that the PNP be broken down into 4 pillars: administration, the detection, detective work, of operations and cybercrime. So the problem with our current setup because there is no specialization in the PNP. Members of the cybercrime group are there only for 2 years, then they leave, then they stay for 3 years, then they leave, then they stay for the head of the cybercrime. Actually, has only been there for 4 years. So, and technology evolves very rapidly. So I'd like there to be a specialization in the PNP, and we will try to introduce the reform legislation to that effect.
So does that mean having a permanent structure
Yes, sir.
relative to cybercrime?
To detection, to administration, to operations into cybercrime.
Wala na kasi kami mapuntahang iba eh.
Tama, sir.
Talagang kayo lang. Kayo na lang ang pinakamabilis
Ang-
kumilos dito.
Ang nangyayari dito, sir, jack of all trades ang pulis eh. So, yung hindi naman trained sa detection, nagpupunta ng CIDG. Kasi may makikita promotion na pwede. So, we would like to professionalize the PNP by making the 4 pillars a permanent structure.
Basta okay lang na jack of all trades, PNP chief. Basta parate, iisa lang ang inuuwi. Tama. Hindi, totoo naman yun eh. Mababait
tama po,
na ang
tama
ating
po.
mga kapulisan ngayon.
Tama po.
At
Tama po.
nagpapasalamat kami sa suportang ibinibigay din sa syudad ng Marikina.
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Representative Kimbo. Next to interpolate from the minority, Assistant Minority Leader, Attorney JP Pajernos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our Secretary John Vic Remulla, our Chief PNP, and all the attached agencies present this afternoon. So, most of the questions that I was supposed to interpolate have been asked already. So, I will focus on my manifestation of support. So, tulad nga po ng sinabi ni Kong Rufus Rodriguez, nakita naman po natin nandito sa presentation nyo lahat po ng mga accomplishments ng ating DILG and its attached agencies. And res ipsa loquitur, sabi nga po nila. Ang ibig sabihin nun, the thing speaks for itself. So therefore, this afternoon, I would like to manifest my strong support for the proposed budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government. Siyempre rin po, I agree also with Kong Rodriguez that, you know, I noticed only 1.8% increase yung budget po natin from the 2025 GAA to 2026 NEP. And, you know, DILG has a big role in our society. So it plays a critical role in strengthening peace and order, enhancing local governance, and empowering our local government units to deliver responsive services to our people. In particular, the department's programs on barangay development, capacity building for LGUs, and its mandate to ensure public safety through the PNP and other attached agencies remain vital to our communities. The challenges of crime prevention, disaster resilience, and local autonomy require that the DILG be adequately funded and fully capacitated. As such, I therefore strongly support not just the proposed budget of the DILG, but even the increase for the betterment of our country. And I congratulate the whole DILG. I hope you guys, all of you, keep up the good work. And may ano lang po ako, Secretary Remulla, since your Undersecretary for Legal is here, Attorney Benitez, I would like to have on a separate time yung ano po natin. Kasi ang local government code natin, 1991 pa po. And there are so many provisions that we need to amend para maging updated na po in our yung mga bagong developments ngayon in our country. So yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you and yun lang po.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Representative Pajernos. Next to interpolate from the majority, Representative Leo Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sa ating ginagalangang DILG Secretary, Secretary Remulla, so DILG family. Madam Chair, as per a statistic of the DILG contained on its annual report from 2023 to 2024, the index crime volume declined by 0.17% from the figure of 42,000 in 2002 to 41,933 in 2023, followed by the more substantial drop of 7.37% to 38,844 in 2024. From 2022 to 2024, the nationwide crime solution efficiency remained high with improvement of 87.6% in 2022 to 89.3% and 2024. Madam Chair, this is a welcome development for our peace and order situation in the country. Madam Chair, may katanungan lang po ako. Kasi sa ngayon, alam nyo man ang ating PNP minsan may tinatawag silang mga palaging accomplishment report in every province or municipality. Existing pa po ba itong tinatawag natin na quota system na accomplishment, Madam Chair?
Good afternoon, sir. There's no such thing as a quota system or a directive for a certain figure to be accomplished by a certain unit, Mr. Chair, in the Philippine National Police.
Kasi medyo, yan kasi minsan naririnig natin kasi pag nag-ano tayo ng accomplishment na pag ang isang tawag nito probinsya, either municipality na hindi nakabigay na accomplishment sa inihingi, parang mayroong talagang rini-require. Ito ba totoo pa ba ito?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang accomplishment ng bawat police station, of course, is we work based on information, intelligence, and we are always planning it out when we conduct operation. So, meaning, ang ating police operation are deliberate. Ngayon, if they are saying that there are quota or we dictate them about the number of arrests or number of operations, it is simply because of the target or set targets that they themselves have given. Kung for example sa isang police unit, they have reported that they will pursue all of the wanted persons. Then, kung 5 ang wanted person po sa isang lugar, and then ang accomplishment niya po should be 5 within a certain period. In the same way that if we look at the data, for example, of the occurrence of crime, especially the focus crime. Focus crime for a certain period, for example, is 5 death cases in every month ang nare-record po. And then therefore, ang objective or plan is to deny the occurrence of this. So binibigyan po sila ng target. How much? Kasi yung police station na rin po ang nagbibigay ng target nila for denying the occurrence of crime, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maganda po yun, paliwanag ng ating OIC Chief PNP. So kasi kalimitan kasi sa ground, marami po nagtatanong. Kahit lang po yung medyo nakaka-intindi rin. So mas maigi yun na napaliwanag sa atin. So, Madam Chair, alam niyo po sa sitwasyon namin sa Catanduanes, alam niyo naman po itong problema ko palagi ito, nakailang ano na po tayo, nakailang chief PNP na tayo, tapos nakailang secretary na rin ng ng DILG. Regarding po sa yung pangyayari po sa akin nung 2022 nung eleksyon, siguro ay makasamahan ko rito kung nandito pa. Alam na nito kasi palagi ko palagi ko itong sinasabi tuwing budget deliberation ng PNP. Hanggang ngayon po yung pangransak sa akin noon sa bahay ko hanggang ngayon wala pa ring solusyon. So tinatanong ko lang, ano na ba yung status nito? Sabi sa akin, pinasok na daw sa ang CIDG ng gumagalaw. So nandoon na daw ang report nito sa DM Chief, correct me if I'm wrong kasi yung di ko mano kasi yung opisina yung yung binibigyan ng ng report. DMIL ba yung ano bang opisyon?
Sa Camcrame po, Your Honor,
yes po.
it's the Directorate for Investigation Detective Management.
Opo, nandoon na daw ito. So, inaalam ko lang po kung ano pong status nito. Kasi itong second term ko, mayroon na naman nangyari sa amin. Inabdak na naman yung leader ko. So, ngayon, problema naman, may inaanalam pa rin natin ngayon ang solusyon kung paano na naman, anong sitwasyon. So, tuwing eleksyon na lang po, may ganito eh. So, I hope, sa bago nating Chief PNP, masolusyonan na po ito. Kasi ito rin ang iniintay namin na nag-aantay kami ng kasagutan dito, ng solusyon dito kasi medyo hindi na po ito basta-basta. So ngayon sa bagong liderato, alam ko mayroon kaming bagong regional director. Alam ko medyo mas solusyon niya nito, yung provincial director naman, okay naman. So I hope lahat ito medyo masolusyonan na po ito. Kasi may mga bago na po tayong mga government officer sa aming isla. Madam Chair.
Yes, kindly wind up. Chief.
Yes, Your Honor, for the interest of justice and fairness, especially so that the Honorable Congressman had been waiting for that justice for 3 years already, I will personally, Your Honor, supervise the conduct of investigation in all of those cases that had been mentioned, together with the new regional director and the provincial director in the place, and all of the investigating support unit. Ay tutulong-tulong po kami para makuha nyo na po yung gusto nyong answer, especially justice to what had happened, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Thank you, General Natates. Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Secretary. Maraming salamat po, Mabalos.
Thank you to my kababayan from Catanduanes. Next, we have to interpellate Representative Roy Loyola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, to our DILG family, headed by our kababayan, Secretary John B. Remulla, magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. Mr. Chair, I respectfully manifest my full support for the proposed budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government for fiscal year 2026. The DILG, under the leadership of Secretary John B. Remulla, an outstanding governor of our beloved province of Cavite, is at the forefront in capacitating and empowering our local government units, enabling them to deliver efficient, transparent, and accountable governance. Equally important, the DLG is the vanguard for ensuring peace and order, strengthening disaster preparedness and resilience in our communities. Under the leadership of Secretary Remulla, he has taken remarkable steps toward professionalizing the PNP, enhancing public safety through Buy One, Give One program for PNP patrol vehicles, streamlining of the procurement processes in PNP and BFP, saving millions of pesos in the government funds, pushing for digitalization of LGU services, and rolling out unified 911 system that will make emergency response more closer to the people. Having said that, I would like to commend and congratulate the good secretary and the LG family for an excellent performance. Hindi po naman ako nahingi ng fire truck, mobile patrol, jail building, pero kung sakasakaling kayo magbibigay, malugod ko po tatanggapin para sa aking distrito. The proposed budget is deemed investment to have a safer communities, empowered local government, and a stronger nation. By supporting the budget of the DILG, we are ensuring that the DILG can sustain its reform agenda and fulfill its mandate of bringing the government closer to the people. With this, Mr. Chair, I manifest my strong and unequivocal support for the approval of the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you to my party mate and also a member of the CA, Roy Leola. Next to interpellate, we have Deputy Majority Leader Marilyn Agabas. Ma'am.
Thank
have
you
the
very
floor.
much, Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My dear colleagues sa DILG family po, sa PNP, sa inyo pong lahat, magandang hapon po. Sir, may mga tanong po ako kanina, kanya lang po magagaling po yung mga tao niyo. Medyo nasagot na po nila lahat sa akin sa holding area po kanina.
Okay po.
Opo, so siguro, well, baka nagwa-wonder po kayo kung ano po yung mga tanong ko. Well,
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
sir,
ma'am.
nasagot naman na sabi ko kasi, dati-rati po kasi may mga concerns na ang mga baril po natin ay iba-iba. May 38, may 45, may 9mm. So pag nagkaroon po ng encounter, kung minsan po maubusan ng bala, hindi niya mahiram yung bala ng katabi niya kasi hindi magkapareha yung baril nila. Pero nasagot na po ako kanina nina RD Dindo Reyes, yung pong magaling na regional director po namin sa Region 1. Palakpakan ko po siya. Thank you. So sabi nga po sa akin, unti-unti na raw po talaga binabago na. Sa mga purchases na raw po ngayon ay puro 9mm na para medyo mas maayos nga po. So maraming salamat po sa ginawa po niya na pagbabago. Yung isang tinanong ko rin po ay yung regarding po sa mga radyo natin. Dati-rati po kasi may UHF, may BHF. So ngayon po, ang sabi ho nila sa akin, mayroon na raw po tayo ng ginagawa na push and ano ba yun?
Push to
Opo,
talk.
yun po
Push to
yung
talk.
yun po yung radyo na may SIM na mas nakaka-access na po at nakakabato na mas malayo. So again, on behalf of the people of our country, sir, thank you very much po sa pagbabago po na yon. May mga parochial concerns po ako, na-discuss ko na po kanina, kina RD, kina General Wilson Lopez, kay General Sinayog. saka kay General Reyes, of course, kay General Morico rin po sa CIDG. So again, sa ngalan po ng aming distrito, ika-6 na distrito po ng Pangasinan, maraming salamat po sa lahat po ng sakripisyo na ginagawa po ninyo para sa bayan. So ang tanging may papabaon lang po namin ay ang dasal na nawa po ay i-guide po kayo ng ating Panginoon sa lahat po ng magandang mga plano para sa ating bayan. So maraming salamat po.
Salamat po. Salamat po. Thank you, Congresswoman Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas.
Mr. Chair, I would like also to manifest on behalf of the people of the 6th District of Pangasinan, at the proper time, we will join the majority in increasing the budget of the DILG. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. But they don't want any increase, so that's fine. So next, to interpolate, Representative Timothy Cayton. Is he here? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
To the Vice Chair, to the DILG family, and to our Secretary, my salute, Apo Secretary, to your leadership, and at the same time, your style of management as a DILG. I have to tell you, I am a former local chief executive. Nagtrabaho ako sa isang LGU. I'm representing the province of Nueva Vizcaya, and I've seen the importance and the role of the DILG when it comes to management of the LGUs. And my concern here is because of me being a local chief executive before. We have this the local government code is already a more than 3-decade law. And I've seen through my journey as a local chief executive, ito ho tungkol ho sa personal services limitation. Yes, and because of this limitation, nagkakaroon ho tayo ng failure of to appoint all those under the law required to be appointed. Example is mandatory na ho ang cooperative officer. And meron na rin, including the local social workers, PESA officer, including mga disaster officers. Meron yung pagkakataon na hindi ho natin na-appoint ito based on my experience because of the limitation of PS cap. Dahil ho sa 30-year-old na ho itong batas natin, meron ho isang section pa dyan na na-declare na ho na unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in relation to the internal revenue allotment now, national tax allotment. In your opinion, Sir Secretary, or maybe any from the legal department, is it now high time and at the same time ripe for us to increase the PS cap percentage limitation for the local chief executives to be able to have that wide latitude to appoint? Iyon ho mga kailangang items na required ng batas natin na kailangan na hong i-appoint. Like cooperative officer, sabi ko nga ho, peso. Kailangan na rin ho natin ng peso officer ngayon. And other mandatory positions required to be filled up. Ito po ba kailangan na ho nating in your technical expertise, kailangan na hong ma-amend to increase, to accommodate these all appointments and positions?
Thank you very much, sir. I am of the opinion that the local government code is time to be amended, but I cannot profess to be the sole expert on this. So I would need the help of all the stakeholders, including Congress, into crafting the new law. In terms of the PS limitations, I am of the opinion that it should be granularized to according to the income classification of the LGU, whether or not they can absorb a higher PS rate than that is allowable by law as it is time. There are fourth-class municipalities that if you give them the leeway, wala na po matitira sa ibang expenditures. So it should be graduated according to the classification of the LGU.
So in other words, Secretary, if there will be amendment, the increase or adjustment will be graduated.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
thank you. One more thing, Secretary. This is the effect that I am the former local chief executive. Dito ho sa, I've tried to see your presentation, and I've noticed in the DILG fiscal year 2026 budget proposal, in relation to the barangay tanods, dito ho sa allocation ho ninyo for the barangay tanod skills enhancement under office of the secretary. And nakita ko it's 1.94 million ang allocation ho. We know all along that barangay tanods are the front line. I've seen this because I'm a mayor before. So kung pwede, secretary, kung in the event that there's an increase in allocation of funding of the entire DILG, which I will surely support, kung meron hong move na ganon, ang Congress, susuportahan ko ho, isa ho sana sa mabigyan ng additional funding dito ho sa Barangay Tanod Skills Enhancement program para ho suporta sa ating mga tanod. Hindi lang ho sa aking probinsya, but also in the entire province as well.
Yes, sir. As of now, the amount is very small because it is selective to only a few LGUs. But if the necessity arises, we are more than happy to increase the training for the barangay tanods. Right now, we are concentrating on the anti-bullying campaign in the schools and assigning the tanods to guard the schools, so that there will be safeguards for the children who are bullied. But we can surely increase our capacity if given the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Anyway, napakinggan naman ho natin yung mga sentiments na ibang congressman natin. I suggest you propose for a higher budget for sure. Susuportahan ho ng Congress yan. Especially me, dahil ho, I am a former local chief executive. Alam ko ho yung importansya ng opisina ng DILG. And lastly, po, Secretary, in relation to the online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, even in my province, tumataas din ho ang reports, especially in the rural areas, the mountainous areas. Ano ho ang mga measures ng DILG? Yes, we know that LGUs, meron ho tayong tinatawag na local councils for the protection of children to look over the implementation of local laws protecting children. Dito ho sa mga cybercrimes and exploitation of children, ano ho pa, meron pa ho ba kayong measures to strengthen further itong cybercrime desk natin and finally eradicate the problem of this online sexual abuse and exploitation?
Thank you, Congressman Kaiton. That will be the last question. Kindly answer.
Yes, sir. I have later this year, I will commence already my series of talks which I began this year. I am meeting with the heads of Meta, of Google, of Alphabet, of the other big groups for telecommunications and for cyber, that they help us police also. Because this problem is not localized; it's international. And so we need their help in identifying the sites and blocking them automatically. We can only do so much here. It is catching the predators abroad that is also important. But we've initialized the talks, and I think in a few weeks I will be in the US, sir, to fully engage in constructive dialogue to make this happen, sir.
Okay,
thank you.
Can I have one more question?
I'll allow you last question, please.
Yes.
Kindly make it direct. Thank you.
Yes. Parochial concern to the PNP, also to the BFP. May I relay that we are still in need of mobiles, regular PNP, provincial PNP namin, including yun sa mga municipal. And also, we still in dire need of fire trucks for the provincial government, and also additional to municipality of Judy fire station and fire truck, and also to Alfonso Castañeda. So hopefully would consider that one, and rest assured that I will extend that full support to the budget, including the program of the DILG. Maraming salamat,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Chair.
We will take care of it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Congressman Kaiton. Next to interpellate is Representative Romeo Acop. Ay, is he still around? Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Mr. Secretary, and to your DILG family. Ang mga tanong ko po tungkol sa budget ng Philippine National Police, where I came from. Number one, you have an obligated appropriation in the amount of 4-point-something billion. 2024 actual. Pwede po bang malaman ano itong mga ito?
Yes, Your Honor. For several years, we have still unobligated funds. And these unobligated funds are the funds that been accumulated. For example, those part of a fund that were released, and those are the CEP balances. Ito po yung pagka ibinid ay siyempre yung winning bidder is mas maliit yung kanilang binid, and therefore we have savings. Pag naipon po yon for calendar year 2024, there is 4.7 billion.
Mostly capital outlay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So sayang yung pondo na yun, bakit hindi natin nagagamit? Next question. In your budget, your construction of police stations amounted to 429 billion plus. In the 2026 budget, ang nakalagay na lang would be 100 million. Would this be enough for you to be able to construct decent and dignified police stations?
For the calendar year 2026, we have program requested for 100 million pesos for construction of 5 police stations and 3 compacts, Your Honor. And because of this figure, last year we have 449. Medyo malaki ang nakuha po last year, and this 449 transcends to 47 police stations or building, Your Honor. And so, there are certain parameters that we consider in the construction of, especially in the construction of police station, like is the lot available, or pwede na bang mag-construct ng isang police station? And some of the problems is our problem with the acquisition of lot or ownership of lot that should be owned by the Philippine National Police, among others, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know how much would be the amount of funds allocated for the anti-cybercrime unit? Kung titingnan po kasi natin, ito na nagiging problema natin mga cybercrimes. May I know how much funds was allocated to this unit?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, funds that are allocated for anti-cybercrime aspects is, of course, hindi lang, not only for capital outlay, but of course for MOE, and as well as training, and of course for recruitment of personnel that will be assigned with the ACG or ICT capability unit. For the central office, Your Honor, for calendar year 2023 to 2025, we have an MOE of 55 million, 91 million, 95 million respectively, Your Honor.
Thank you. And for my last question, what is the status of your off-budget accounts, especially your trust receipts funds? Would it be true that for 2024 actual, you have the amount of 3.4 billion?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And may I know what would be the use, or where are you allocating this amount of funds?
In 2024, indeed, there is a 3 billion amount for particularly the trust receipt, Your Honor. We have utilized this to the different programs like to augment the construction, infra project, procurement of equipment, support to operation, as well as the MOE of units within the Philippine National Police, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend that you study the allocation of this amount of funds so that it will help support the construction of police stations. Kasi kung titignan po natin yung ating mga police stations, yung iba hindi po dignified o nadidignify yung mga taong nagtatrabaho doon eh. I hope you agree with that, Chief Philippine National Police.
Yes, I agree, or the Philippine National Police agree, Your Honor, especially so that we would like to revisit the provisions for the utilization of the trust receipt fund. Of course, we would like to increase those units who contributes to this collection, such that merong TR funds. For example, a mandatory share will be given to each and every unit, like the Firearms Explosive Office, the SOSIA, the Highway Patrol, the PTC4, the Health Service, Crime Laboratory, kasi sila po ang unang-unang magkaroon ng funds so that the collection and the usual services ay magawa. And especially when we deducted this mandatory amount, of course it's the programmable amount for the utilization again for construction, etc., Your Honor. And the construction for police station will be prioritized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be all for this representation.
Thank you, Congressman Acop, who's also a member of the CA. Next, interpellator, Representative Mark Juanco. Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings to the DILG and Secretary John Vic Remulla. I had written a letter to the good secretary on July 21, received by his office on July 31. This is regarding the transfer of a policeman who had killed a person in the town of Lingayen. This policeman was charged with murder, but he has been let out on bail because the person that was killed can no longer testify. But before he died, he said that it was the policeman who had shot him. This has to do with the last elections for barangay captain in the town of Lingayen. So it's politically related. What's happening po is that the policeman is terrorizing witnesses and influencing witnesses to the case.
So it is our request that he be transferred far enough away from Lingayen so that he cannot come home on weekends and terrorize the neighbors.
Sir, I will do one better. Instead of transferring him, we will refer the matter to NAPOLCOM. And NAPOLCOM... what is the name of the officer, sir?
I have the letter. I don't want to mention it here because it might affect the case. I don't want to talk about names.
Sir, our regional director will go to you to affirm that. I think, sir, the person has been dismissed from service.
Okay, that would be great po. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next point is the town of Lingayen needs a new fire station. The existing fire station is dilapidated and overcrowded. It needs a new lot. Maybe this could be included in the 2027 budget, but I am already saying it now. Last point is the PNP property in Lingayen. There is a portion, 2 hectares. I brought this to the attention of the good secretary when he was freshly appointed as secretary. It is being occupied by a former governor, a former head of the Philippine Constabulary, a person who had challenged possession of this property for the constabulary during his day. Today, this property is still unclassified land as far as the DENR is concerned. So, nasa DENR po, nasa DILG, nasa PNP, and nasa Office of the Solicitor General. And nagtuturoan po kung sino ang magfa-file ng case. So I have spent my last term, 3 full years conscientiously following up this case, but up to now, wala pa pong resolution. Sino ba po ang magfa-file ng kaso?
Sir, according to our reports, it is the DNR which should question the acquisition of the subject for sure lot by private individuals. Rest assured, sir, we will follow it up with the DNR secretary.
Yes,
to make sure that the proper cases of forfeiture are filed.
In fact, Your Honor, I visited the DENR secretary just last week, and he reiterated that it's not them. So, nagtuturoan po. No?
Ako na po I will take cognizance of the matter, sir, and make sure.
So, in connection with that, the PNP property is beside this property, and we need the permit to enter because we are there's a national government project widening the road, connecting 2 national highways in this area. So we need a permit to enter for the PNP property. We have already asked the DNR for that permit to enter for that portion of the property which is under contest. So,
Yes,
sana po yung PNP property lang muna mabigyan na po ng permit to enter ang DPWH.
Okay, sir. We will take cognizance of the matter, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You have my support in your budget.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Mark Wangko. Next to interpellate, we have Vice Chairperson Ana York Bondok. Ma'am, pakitawag si Ma'am, Vice Chairperson Ana York Bondok, you're recognized. Wave. Okay. Thank you. Manifestation of support lang naman yun for sure. Kasi part ng team, kailangan naman. Yes, nandyan. I-wave niya daw. Yes, of course. Next. Vice Chairperson and Assistant Majority Leader. Vela. Oh, Vela. Vela Swansea. Ma'am.
The better looking.
Oh my gosh. Hala. Hala.
I withdraw.
So, is that a motion? Go ahead.
Alright.
Of the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Secretary Remulla, and the DILG family. Just a quick question po kasi alam ko everyone is tired about the emergency 911 hotline.
Yes, ma'am.
So I saw po na because I've heard like really good feedback about the emergency 911 program. So
Yes, ma'am.
we want to see as to how to further support the program. So ngayon po 1.0 billion po for 2026, no?
1.4. Yeah, I think something like that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Can
Probably
the,
it's 1.0. Yes, ma'am.
1.0 po. For the benefit of everyone, because not everyone is familiar with how the emergency 911 hotline is operationalized. Can the good secretary po provide an overview? Like, for example, if a call is given to the hotline, how do we, for example po, taga Sultan Kudaratun na barangay, paano po siya nababato?
Yes, ma'am. This is actually the most advanced 911 system in the world. We are applying the latest technology from the best that the world has to offer, and we agglomerated it into one system. The system, ma'am, will have 5 call centers, one in Ilocos, one in Manila, one in Cebu, one in the NIR, 8 pala, one in Mindanao area, and one in the BARM. Each call, ma'am, is we already have an agreement within all the telcos, and they have registered with us. Each call will be geolocated, so the person is identified, and the person according to the ID system, and the person from where he is calling or the person is calling will be identified too. And the geolocation service will make us reduce the incidence of prank calls, because 60% of the calls in the 911 system are pranks. So the original 911 system of the Philippines has 35 LGUs, and now it is only truncated into one. And that one system will be connected via POS, where the radio call can be isolated to as small as a per street basis responder, to a per town, to a per province, or even the whole country can receive the messages as it goes. And it can also be, streaming is also available on the call. So if you want to, there's an emergency, if you want to stream it, you can connect via WhatsApp or Messenger, and the responder can give you instructions on what to do, like on a first aid basis, or if there's a fire, or if there's a crime going on, then advice can be given right away. So it's really the most advanced in the world that we're employing, and hopefully to give the people what they deserve of better and more responsive governance for everyone.
Thank you, Sec. So as of now, po, 35 LGUs, is that correct?
Yes,
is
ma'am.
enrolled.
At current, Quezon City has its own number, San Juan has its own number, Makati has its own number, Pasig has its own number. Kanya-kanyang tawag yan eh. So we are now unifying it to one, and the other LGUs will become dispatch centers for the emergencies in their localities.
Okay. How much SEC for fiscal year 2025 was approved for the emergency 911 hotline?
1.4 billion, ma'am.
1.4 billion last year. So this year,
Yes.
this year po 1.0 na lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Medyo magsasuffer po ba yung programs? Kasi nagka-budget cut.
Hindi, ma'am. Kasi yung biggest capital outlay was in year 1. So the next one, palitan capital outlay namin, puro MOE na lang matitira.
Okay. So ito po yung pag-establish na regional command
Yes.
centers.
And ma'am, I have to, according to where the call is coming from, it will be the lingua franca will be the one answering. So from Cebu, Bisaya po ang sagot. From Ilocos, Ilocano sagot. From Barm, Tausug ang sagot. According to where you come from, you don't have to speak Tagalog or English. You speak in your native language to state your emergency.
Sana Sec makarating sa Hasok Sargen yan.
Oh, of course, ma'am. Of course.
Sige.
You'll be there.
Sige po. Yung 888 citizen hotline po ba would be... Yeah, is it under this?
That's Office of the President, ma'am.
Okay.
DILG po to.
Okay. Sige po. And then, someone brought to my attention po yung Emergency 911 National Command building.
Which one is that, ma'am?
The one po in Project 6.
That is being decommissioned, ma'am, for this system.
Oh, okay.
Because that wasn't encompassing in its nature, and the building in itself is not up to specs to what we need to run this program.
Yes. Because if we're going to decentralize, then we're going to establish regional command centers, then it doesn't really...
Yes.
Yeah. So ano pong gagawin dun sa building? Is it fully constructed or?
It is it's unfinished eh. Naransak na nga yun eh. We're talking about to the QC government them for to have a use of rock over that property para magamit nila.
Okay. Po, sayang naman po eh.
Sayang naman.
Sige po. Sige. Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to give my full support for the Emergency 911 program.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a really, really good initiative, very modernized and very advanced in terms of how to respond to like very immediate issues that face our constituents. Thank you. Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representatives Wansing. Next to interpolate also from the majority, Vice Chair Ferdinand Hernandez. Next is Assistant Majority Leader Toto Maundadatu.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Special to the Secretary of the Local Government and, of course, the newly installed Chief PNP, General Narcotes. Gusto ko lang malaman, Secretary, dun sa 100 billion na allocation for the police stations, kasama ba doon ang BARM?
100 million, sir. 100 million.
100 million.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is it included?
What sir is included?
The whole of BARM na lalagyan ng mga police
if there is
stations.
available land, sir, then we will put the PNP stations. Usually, sir, it's a local government to provide the land. Then we will construct the building for them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I'm pretty sure that the recruitment of the PNP to the Philippines, kasali din ba ang BARM?
Yes, sir. BARM will have its own system for the PNP because the laws will be different. But it will still be part of the National Command.
Okay. My other question is patungkol po doon sa body-worn cameras na kailanganin ng ating mga pulis sa buong Pilipinas. Gaano kadami ito?
Sir, we plan to procure 100,000 units in the next 3 years. It will be the state-of-the-art body-worn cameras. Once you take it off and from the main base when you report to work and you put it on, it cannot be turned off for 12 hours. So the entire time you're on duty, nakabukas po siya. Kasi excuse lagi ngayon tuwing may raid, nakapatay ang mga nawawalan na baterya, o kaya kung natutulog sila, pinapatay yung baterya. Ngayon, sir, 24/7, namamonitor na ginagawa ng lahat ng pulis sa kung nasaan sila.
Pwede ho malaman anong brand ng ward pati
cameras? Ay, ibibid pa po namin eh. Ibibid po namin. Pero ayun po yung sa specifications na ilalagay namin.
Yes, kasi maalala ko po, Mr. Secretary, noong 2022, August 2022, kami po inoperate ng CIDJ doon sa lugar namin. But of course, I don't want to disclose the names of these officers. Eh, walang mga body-worn cameras. Pag tinanong mo, sabi may mga camera naman daw na cellphone. At nakatakip sila lahat. Kailangan po dapat dito pagka nag-operate po yung mga policemen natin, especially in our areas, dapat hindi ho naka-wear ng scarves.
Opo. That's why mandatory din po yung body camera sila. AI capable na. At saka hindi na po pwedeng tanggalin. Even though they are in the bathroom doing their private things, they cannot elect to turn off the body-worn cameras. It is mandatory for the entire time they are on duty.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. You expect my support on your budget proposal.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Magundadato. Next, to interpolate, we have Deputy Majority Leader Adrian Advincola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating DILG family. Alam ko pagod na lahat, pero mabilis lang po ako ngayong hapon. No? I would just like to thank and commend our DILG family. Maraming salamat po kay Secretary Remulla dahil ang distrito ko po ay ang pinakamaliit sa Cavite pero hindi nakakalimutan ng ating DILG family. Kaya maraming salamat po. And also, I would like to commend ang ating NYC Chair, Yusek Ortega. Thank you for being part of projects ng mga youth sa aming distrito. And I would like to manifest my full support to the budget of the DILG for fiscal year 2026. And kagaya nga po ng sinabi ni Congressman Loyola kanina, kung kayo po ay magbibigay sa amin ng additional na mga police cars and fire truck, hindi naman po kami makakatanggi. Muli, Madam Chair, I would like to manifest my support to the budget of the DILG for fiscal year 2026. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for full disclosure. We come from the same district. So, just for full disclosure, ma'am.
Yes, and thank you, Congressman Advincola. And for the last to interpolate, for the first round, may second round pa po tayo. Deputy Speaker Bambi Imano, yung second to the last ka pala.
Okay. Thank you. Daghang salamat ug maayong gabi hapon sa atong tanan. Magandang hapon po. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maayong hapon sa DILG family. Mr. Chair, very, very fast and very, very short, hopefully. Earlier, I was able to listen but bits and pieces of the interpellation of Congresswoman De Lima and Congressman Del Chocno regarding dun sa 8 billion na supposedly congressional insertion sa pagbili ng firearms. I did not get the answer. Can at least very short, could I get the answer again, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor. Last July 29, I received the text from a purveyor of firearms, and he sent a letter to my office for me to sign, to address to the House leadership for the purchase of 8 billion pesos worth of firearms. In the text, he said that it would be congressional insertion and that they can squeeze for the budget. I have to make clear that no congressman called me on the matter. It was a lobbyist who was trying to make it happen. I responded by saying that the DILG does not have the technical capacity to bid firearms because our back is only limited to office supplies and a few seminars. So I referred the matter to General Torre, and General Fajardo was there in the meeting. And I referred it to him, and I asked him to give the technical specific, to assess whether it is needed or not, and informed him that the letter will be forthcoming from what I received.
Yeah. Thank you. I got that part because
Yes.
as I said, Mr. Chairman, I was able to listen to bits and pieces. So for the record and to set the record straight, no congressman or any legislator approach you because there was
Yes.
a congressional, it was a short, I call it lobbyist.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Chairman, because sometimes your the way you understand and the way you call Congress in Luzon is different from how we call it in Mindanao. Every time you say that in Congress, our people in Mindanao thinks that it's a congressman, not both the House and the Senate. In Mindanao, when you say Congress, it's congressmen. When you say Senate, it's a senators. But when every time national agencies or whoever uses the word Congress, kahit Senate, kami pa rin congressman eh. That's why I wanted to put the record straight.
Yes, for the
Mr.
record. For the record, sir, there was no congressman who contacted me.
Yeah, for the good secretary, that would be all, Mr. Chairman. But for the other attached agencies, example, BJMP, Bureau of Fire, let's start with both. Would you be recruiting personnel for 2026? And how many, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Bureau of Fire Protection is allocated 2,000 yearly new personnel, Your Honor.
Kindly answer. BJMP.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Same, sir. 2,000 yearly.
Okay, wonderful. That's 2,000 recruits per year. May I know if it was distributed by major island in the country? Like, how many for Luzon of the 2,000? How many for Visayas? How many for Mindanao, Mr. Chair?
Madam Chair, we have criteria allocation per region. Depending on the number of fire trucks, the number of business establishment, and the classification of cities or municipalities, Your Honor. So we have a equitable criteria for allocation of its region, Your Honor.
And same for same question for BJMP, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the part of the BJP, same. We have po distributed in 18 regions nationwide, Your Honor.
It seems so big, Mr. Chair. How could we have it aggregated to Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao so that we will know, Mr. Chair, if I am from Mindanao and was previously chairman of Mindanao Affairs and now given opportunity to become deputy speaker, will always fight for the islands of Mindanao. May we be given a copy of a disaggregated distribution, Mr. Chair, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I need a commitment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. We will submit to you by next Monday, sir, all the lists that you require.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And further, Mr. Chair, earlier bits and pieces also, I was here earlier but had to go to the floor. There's also I heard that BJMP purchased a special transport vehicle. I did not get it, Mr. Chair. Was it BJMP or Bureau of Fire?
Bureau of Fire.
Yung special, you call special transport vehicle.
We have a special rescue vehicle, Your Honor.
Special rescue vehicle, may we know how many you purchased for 2024 to 2025?
For 2020, for Your Honor, we have 3.
You have 3.
Yeah.
For 2025, are they purchasing again, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, we have 12.
12. To the tune of how much per vehicle, Mr. Chair?
For the CSSR, Your Honor, we have 25 million per.
No, per vehicle, Mr. Chair. Each 25 million each vehicle.
It's a collapse structure vehicle, Your Honor.
So how much, Mr. Chair? Still not the answer, Mr. Chair.
It's 25 million per vehicle, Your Honor.
25 million per vehicle, and you purchased 3 vehicles, meaning you paid 75 million.
Yes, Your
For
Honor.
2024.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the same amount or price you will be purchasing for 2025, 12 pieces at 25 million each again, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you have a picture or something that we can browse or see if that vehicle is worth 25 million, Mr. Chair?
We will furnish
May we know the make, the brand, the model, Mr. Chair?
It composed of different special equipment that would give the special rescue for rescue operations, Your Honor.
Yeah.
A hydraulic cutting machine. There are several equipment that is inside the vehicle, Your Honor.
Can we get the picture, Mr. Chair, or the documents of the said vehicles, Mr. Chair?
You are directed to submit to this committee, Director Fernandez.
Yes, Your Honor.
By when?
By Monday, Your Honor.
Monday.
Or even tomorrow,
Hopefully,
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, before plenary.
So 1
yes,
week,
Your Honor.
you can submit that
Yes, Your Honor.
for a picture, but 1 week.
For the technical specification, Your Honor, including the
But
pictures.
You purchased it already, so you must have it.
Yes, Your Honor.
I cannot allow siguro 1 week.
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
You can do it.
Yes, Your
Yung pala, kaya nyo naman pala bukas mag- Huwag kang kumain kay Secretary de
Yes,
Mulya.
sir.
Sa kanya pwede yun, sa iyo hindi.
Yes, sir.
So tomorrow,
Yes, Your
what
Honor.
time?
10 o'clock, Your Honor.
10 o'clock.
Would it be possible, Mr. Chair, that this representation be given a copy of the said purchase of
Yes,
vehicle?
we will
Mr. Chair?
ask the Secretariat to give it to you.
Yeah, okay. And may we know, Mr. Chair, if they were able to purchase fire trucks for 2024 and how many they will be again purchasing? I'm sorry if it was asked earlier for 2025. And 26.
For 2025, Your Honor, we're still on the process of procuring for 2025, we're still in the process of procuring the fire truck, Your Honor. And we have one bid, but it was unsuccessful, Your Honor. For 2026 NEP, we have 10 units of 500 gallons, Your Honor.
10 units.
Yes, Your Honor.
May we know if it has been allocated or it has target beneficiaries already, Mr. Chair?
We're still on the process of proposing, Your Honor, for 2026.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I asked that question because I actually have a very short timeline presentation because I was hoping that, of course, under Bureau Fire, was hoping that they're not a promising department, Mr. Chair. Promising ng promise lang, tapos hindi natutupad yung mga pinangako nila, especially during the previous budget hearing. Halimbawa, ito, Mr. Chair, I think if we can present a timeline. Ito, very fast lang, Mr. Chair. If I still have time, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Actually, we wrote them on August 15. And they committed that a fire truck will be delivered to the municipality of Libertad in Misamis Oriental, a town very near, actually, Lagindingan Airport, which and they received the letter and they committed that they will be allocating for Libertad. Ito yung timeline. See, all those letters received. I have evidence, Mr. Chair. September 16, 2024, last year, we sent out a follow-up letter to our request and we inquired if there had been any developments of the matter. It was duly received by the office. Sadly, I'm sorry to say this, no reply, Mr. Chair. May 30, 2025, just this year, we sent another letter. You did not reply. The DILG did not reply. Mr. Chair, let me remind them again that RA 713 under Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Official, 15 working days, you should have replied. May I know why they did not reply, Mr. Chair?
BFP.
Yes, Your Honor, we will look into it.
No,
I will
the question is why did you not reply? What do you mean you will look into it?
I still have to look at the letter at the office, Your
That's the
Honor.
letter is right in front of you.
I will let my Chief of Staff explain, Your Honor, because I have not yet received the the letter at my office.
Kailan po ba kayo nag-assume ng office?
Last March 11, Your Honor.
And the letter was sent March.
August 15, we wrote
Yes.
them, they received
To
the
follow
letter,
up.
Mr. Chair.
August,
September
September.
16, 2024. We made a follow-up letter. They did not reply.
And March.
15 days lang sana, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and
pero
you wrote
kasi
again
wala.
March.
Then we sent them a letter again, July 7, Mr. Chair.
July 7.
Wala
of
pa ring response.
July
2024.
7. So,
25.
so by July 7, 2025, have you assumed the office already?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Why
Your Honor.
did you not reply?
I will have to look. I will trace the letter, Your Honor.
They trace,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, they will trace the letter.
And then,
After they trace the letter, then they will reply. Then after replying, how many days, how many weeks, Mr. Chair? Then after that, then they're in the plenary. After the plenary, Mr. Chair, we approve the budget. Then how will we be able to talk to this fellow?
Sir, for your indulgence, sir, after we bid the fire trucks, I will make sure, sir, that your needs are met. There has been a delay because we expanded the pool of suppliers from 2 to 10, and it'll take 290 days to deliver the fire trucks after we bid it. And that's the I thought it was just like buying a car, but apparently you buy it and then they assemble it, then it is delivered. As soon as it is delivered, sir, we will fulfill what you have asked for, and you have my word on it, and I will act on it personally.
Thank you for the assurance from the good secretary, Mr. Chair, but would it be possible that my letter will be answered in the way that the good secretary answered us today, this afternoon, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. We will do it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll reserve my right for the second round, Mr. Chair. Maraming
Thank you.
salamat po.
when do you plan to answer the July? Today? Okay. Na-trace yun na bale, yung sulat, o nabasa mo lang? Yes. Kindly fix it, no? This is what we see. This is what I even told you before, before the budget briefing. You have to be ready when you come here. All we are asking is not the promises. Dapat may timeline, may timetable. That's why I also asked for the data. Data of all municipalities na meron fire station na walang fire truck, yung fire truck na walang fire station. All I was asking was the data. And when I asked you today during the budget briefing, akala ko nasa amin na, so wala pa rin. Ngayon nyo lang binigay. Okay? So I think you have to fix your department kasi nakakaya rin sa buong DILG, although under supervision ng good secretary, but BFP, kindly fix it. Kasi yung sinasabi ni Deputy Speaker Emano, it's not only the victim of the empty promises. Me, myself, I'm also the victim. Nawala na yung dating director natin, di ba? Nagbigay kayo ng fire truck, walang fire station. Nagbigay kayo ng fire station, walang fire truck. So, with this, nakikita natin napaka-disorganized nyo. Although we're trying to do something about it. And we're here also to help you. Kaya lang ganito nangyayari kasi mismo kayo, ang gulo-gulo nyo, even just a simple letter, ititrace nyo pa, hindi kayo sumasagot, actually pwede kayong kasuhan ng ARTA.
Yes, Your Honor, about the letter that, about the instruction last week, we forwarded to your office at 3/11 September 5, Your Honor. I've sent the received copy at your WhatsApp, sir.
Yeah, just different ata yung pinag-uusapan natin.
Same instruction.
The data.
That was, yes, sir.
The data.
Yes,
You
sir.
sent September?
September 5 at 3:11
Saan?
p.m.
Where?
At your office, Your Honor.
Kindly check. Okay, so we also check it. So thank you for that. At least, yun ang communication, kung malinaw, kung alam na congressman, ito po yung timeline. That's a very good explanation ni Secretary. Na after you bid, 290 days pa pala. So, ang nangyayari kasi, pangako kayo ng pangako, walang nangyayari, mas lalo tuloy na iinis. But kung mangangako kayo by this date, sasabihin namin, darating na po yan kasi nabid na, may constant communication, hindi po mangyayari itong klase misunderstanding. Do you get what I'm saying? So, okay. Thank you, Director. Di po ako nagagalit Pero wag niyong hintayin magalit ako.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Okay.
also not mad. I'm just pointing
Yes.
out. I'm also just pointing out the timeline.
Yes. And even just the respect ng sa office mo is to respond to your letter.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay? Kindly fix it. Thank you. Kaya mo? Very good. Thank you. Di pa. So for our second round, so last for the first round from the majority, we have Vice Chairperson Annie York Bondok. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you so much and magandang hapon po. Firstly, I would like to commend the DILG and its very able secretary. Ayan, si Secretary John Vic Remulla, sa lahat po ng tulong sa amin this year, most especially po, as you know, we are the most disaster-prone district in the entire Philippines. And sobrang grabe na po yung baha. Pinasok na po ng Philippine Army aside from the PNP because it can no longer be hindi na po kami makapasok dahil masyado mataas ang tubig. So I would like to name them, our present PD, Sir Eugene Marcelo, our past PD, Sir J.D. Maandal, our CIDG, Sir Joseph Almaquer, our two RDs, former RD Jean Fajardo, and present RD Peñones. Sa lahat po ng tulong nila, napakahirap po, and I know that disaster preparedness is one of the pillars po of the DILG. So thank you so for that, and kami po, we know that. So I was intrigued po by this comment na there are 168 evacuation centers that were conducted. And as we know po, there is now the Ligtas Pinoy Act, which actually mandates that each municipality should have an evacuation center so that they would stop evacuating po sa public schools. So, may I request po, do you have funds for this in 2026? Kasi binabasa ko po, hindi ko makita.
G6 Sabahan will answer.
Actually, yes, Madam Chair, we have a program for the construction of evacuation centers through the SAFPB program of the department. It will be allocated directly to the NGOs, Madam Chair.
Okay. Just like the flood control projects po, sana i-allocate po natin yung ating pong evacuation centers sa lugar na kailangan mag-evacuate. So, do we have a study on kasi kami were forever evacuated eh. So, do we have a study or how are we going to prioritize these evacuation centers? Kasi baka gumawa tayo sa evacuation center ng lugar na wala naman nag-evacuate because the law said that we should put in every municipality. Siguro, but no, maybe we're thinking of fire. Pero let's think about the Project NOAA, RED also, para makapagtugon na tayo ng immediate issues.
Ma'am, in our data bank the database is the 30 the most disaster prone barangays, and we will prioritize according to that.
Ay, salamat ng marami. So, thank you for that, and that's just a reassurance. Another thing that I read with much interest is that 70% of the cybercrimes were solved. Totoo po ba yun? At bakit ang dami-dami pa pong umiikot na cybercrimes everyday? Dun sa, mag-scroll ka lang ng Facebook, araw-araw po may cybercrime na nagaganap. Or baka yun lang ho yung na-report? No, I would like, first of all, kung totoo talagang 70%, I would like to commend you because that is a very good rate. Kaya lang, parang hindi po namin nakikita kasi everyday may cybercrime na nakikita po namin sa Facebook daily. Siguro there's a cybercrime every minute na po. And today, I think the cybercrimes just went through the roof.
That's true, Your Honor. The data shows that a large number is committed over the cyberspace. And so, those are the reported only. And for as long as for the data, we'll ensuring that yung data po tama.
Nang na-report.
Reported because of the complaint, Your Honor.
Apo. So, kailangan hong, can we report this cybercrime to the 1,911 po na itatayo ninyo?
Pagka ang report is we need immediate response committed over sa cyberspace, then we can. You can refer it. And somebody from the police station or somebody, it will be referred to the police.
So, thank you so much po for that. Na-intriga lang po ako that you solved 70%. And if that is indeed true, then congratulations po and keep it up. And sana po matuloy-tuloy ito. And lastly, I would like to commend our secretary. I have known him since kababata ko po yan. And I just wanted to say he comes from a very distinguished family, from his dad to his brothers, but kakaiba din po si John Vic. So I have full confidence in him. Mabait po yan, very charming. Yung mga nahuli ng fire trucks, I'm sure gagawa niya ng paraan. And I have full faith in him, and Mr. Secretary, you can expect the support and thanks of the 4th District of Pampanga sa inyong budget. At sana po, mas palakihin pa. Congratulations po,
Thank
and
you very much.
mabuhay.
Salamat po. Thank you, Congressman Ana York Bondoc. And for our second round, meron pa? Tapos na, wala na. For the first round, sorry, we have Congressman Jeffrey Ferrer.
Thank you.
Hi, boss, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and then thank you very much for this time. Ito, short lang to, because this coming to my attention. I go direct to the point na lang, no? That there's a case in Negros Oriental that yung nagtanong din sa atin yung isang mayor doon, because may case siya, decision for suspension sa ombudsman. Now here comes the DILG who will implement that. Pero yung tanong ko lang, because naka-MR siya.
Ano po?
Naka-MR. So it might be that the MR will be reversed or will not. So yung DILG family natin hindi nagbibigay ng allowance or time for that the finance
Sir,
decision.
it depends on the dispositive portion of the decision of the ombudsman. If it directs us to enforce immediately, the MR, the primacy of the ombudsman's order comes first.
Yes, but thank you for that.
If the word, sir, in the dispositive portion says immediately executory, then we will execute. We have no choice but to do so.
Okay, but the thing is, there's an invitation for a meeting. But the point that I will raise today is that naka-include yung sa meeting, this is a case, naka-include sa meeting, the attend meeting without legal counsel. Ito ba yung natin sa...
Who did the letter come from, sir?
Yes, this is Assistant Regional Director, Lailin Ortiz. Sa NIR yan.
Yes, I will look
that's
into
why,
it,
sir, because I was appointed as a chairman in Congress in NIR. So,
Sir, I will look at a copy of the letter. Can
Yes,
you send
yes,
it to
thank
us? And I'll see its propriety, sir.
Well, of course, my cousin also, Yusek Ortega is here. Pinakita ko na yung letter sa kanya. Thank you very much. With your,
You're welcome, sir.
With your budget in 2016, walang problema yan. I personally will support that.
Thank you po.
Since you are my friend also.
Sir, thank you po. Salamat po.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Ferrer. So that ends our first round. For the second round, we have from the minority, Assistant Minority Leader Rene Co. Who's also from UP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I left the last round na may questions po to the National Youth Commission, tas gusto ko lang siyang ituloy. Yung next question ko po is siguro na-share na may budget slash, although may funding pa last budget year. meron po bang specific plans yung DILG para i-address yung rising youth unemployment, education gaps, political disengagement, lalo na on the part of the NYC, given na may slash din sa budget?
Madam Chair? For the budget of NYC, so far lahat naman po ng advocacies namin covered. And given that we have insertion pa for, adjustments for next year, we already have ironed out all the terms of reference to mga projects. So we have a good catch-up plan already. But just to add, Madam Chair, I think yung sa mental health that you wanted to bring up, we actually allocated about 2.9 million for this year's 2025 Youth Health Awareness Forum and the training of the 6th batch of 25 mental health youth coaches. So ito po ay isang preparation for our establishment of what you call the Mental Health Youth Hub Coaching Program. This is a peer-to-peer mental health project because we recognize po na we cannot just certify nurses and counselors. So this is one way that our youth was able to manage the problem of mental health sa youth. Salamat po.
And thank you for sharing that, Mr. Chair. And yun din
ma'am,
naman yung...
If I may add, the
Yes, po.
911 system has a mental health hotline as well. If there are mental health issues, then we are equipped with the National Mental Hospital to handle the calls, especially for suicide hotlines. It is incorporated into our system.
Thank you for your answers, Mr. Chair. Yun din naman yung hinahanap din natin, siguro on specifically sa peer counseling, paano nakakapacitate yung kabataan to handle mental health emergencies. This representation would like to endorse, hindi lang yung funding for that program, pero greater funding sana for other mental health initiatives na pinaplano po in relation sa kung paano na-address yung mental health crisis ng kabataan. On the National Youth Parliament flagship program po, may I clarify how much of the budget is earmarked for convening the National Youth Parliament?
Madam Chair, for this year, the amount of 4.9 million is allocated for the National Youth Parliament National Assembly.
Can we ask din kung, syempre tinetrain ito yung kabataan on parliamentary procedure and on the different aspects of lawmaking. What percentage of the outputs of the National Youth Parliament yung nasasend po dito sa Congress? And then anong percentage din po yung nasa sa batas?
Actually po, Madam Chair, what's nice about the National Youth Parliament is a lot of LGUs have been initiating their own. After a lot of candidates have joined the National Youth Commission, National Youth Parliament, dinala po nila sa kanilang LGU. And for us, that is a manifestation of how the output of holding one National Youth Parliament. Kasi po, sa isa pong National Youth Parliament, there's about 1,000 SK, a mix of SKs, local youth development officers, local youth development councils, and youth organizations na sumasali. So we don't have the specific number now, but what we did po sa NYC is that before we held the National Youth Parliament National Assembly, meron po kaming National Youth Parliament Regional Assembly. So it started before I came in and it ended po, it finally ended when I came in as well. So right now, ang goal po namin is mag-gather lahat ng mga nag-attend sa regional assemblies para makapag-attend po sila dun sa National Assembly this December.
If Mr. Chair is able to share din po yung copies of or maybe data para tungkol po doon sa kung kamusta yung nangyayari sa outputs ng National Youth Parliament, na-adopt pa to sa LGU level as you share, and kung meron pong numbers doon sa paano siya na-adopt on the national level po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will copy furnish you with the data, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My next line of questioning po is in relation to 3 human rights cases that this representation is made aware of. The first question would be, tatanong ko po sa NAPOLCOM. Tanong po una, kung naka-receive na po ba ng copy ng decision sa petition for writ of amparo in favor of Felix Salaveria?
Good afternoon po, ma'am. Are we referring to the case in Albay? Ito po ba yun?
Yes po, ito po yan.
We are currently complying with the order po of the Court of Appeals. Iniimbestigahan po natin po siya ngayon sa kasalukuyan. Hopefully, we will come out with our the results of our investigation very, very soon po.
I raised this dahil bahagi din po doon sa Court of Appeals decision ay pinapadirect po yung dinadirect ng NAPOLCOM to investigate yung culpability of police officials involved in the disappearance of Felix Salaveria. So, can I confirm investigation on that has started already?
Yes, ma'am. We are aware of the Court of Appeals decision. Once we have, when we received that po, we got wind of it through the media. We immediately secured a copy of the decision of the Court of Appeals, and we immediately started our motu proprio investigation po as mandated by the Court of Appeals, Your Honor.
Kailan po natin ine-estimate na matapos yung investigation and ma-release po yung finding?
Right after po this, we will coordinate with our inspection, monitoring, and investigation service. Babalikan po namin kayo. Pero rest assured po na hindi ko namin tinutulugan po yung kasong yan. Sa unang araw ko na nalaman namin yan, nagpa-motu proprio na po agad kami, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next question is also in relation to a disappearance in the same area, no? Doon naman kay James Hasmines. The Supreme Court directed high-ranking officials from PNP and AFP, including former PNP Chief General Romel Marbil and Nicolas Torre III, to respond to the petitions to explain the steps taken to locate Hasmines and to protect his rights. Na pwede po bang ma-share kung na-comply na po ba yung order na to? If it is obeyed immediately, ano po yung progress nito ngayon?
They're examining the records. Can we get back to you on that?
Is it possible to get back on us tomorrow at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
very least?
Yes, ma'am. For sure, ma'am. We will give you the full report by tomorrow.
Sige po. Urgent po na yung dalawang, well, there are two fathers. Sige po. Urgent po na yung dalawang, well, there are two fathers, there are two bikers na on different dates ay hinagip na lang. There's CCTV footage, no, of police, military officials that are involved doon sa disappearance. We'd like an update na, a substantial update sa kung ano pong nangyayari sa investigation.
We'll
Kung
give you the-
kamusta na sila and ano nangyayari.
We'll give the full report by tomorrow, ma'am.
Thank you. And lastly po, in relation po to Prudencio Calube Jr. So, siya po ay isang matanda na retired na, but he is, pinagkamalan siya, no, na dun sa isang kapangalan na NDF consultant. So, tas inaresto, and ngayon may Court of Appeals decision, no, that writ of habeas corpus na ginrant in favor of him. Can we ask, no, will you initiate an investigation on the culpability of officials who authorized the operation? Pagkuha sa kanya, and even though now the court finds na hindi naman ito talaga yung person na to.
We will refer the matter to NAPOLCOM, ma'am, and we will take the appropriate action.
So, I'd like to ask further, no, is there a need to get a clearance from higher headquarters before supposed high-value target operations are carried out? Kung kailangan po ba ng clearance, sino po nag-authorize ng gantong klaseng operations?
Every police officer have duty to serve warrant of arrest if discovered by warrant of arrest. And of course, they have certain procedures, for example, Chief of Police, Provincial Director, Regional Director, and others that who may deem ma-delegate yung authority to serve the warrant of arrest or the approval for that operation. Yun po ang authority.
So, to clarify lang, no, because supposedly high-value target po si Prudencio Calubid, and then nagkamali po kung sino yung nakuha na Prudencio Calubid. We'd like to clarify, no, na sino po yung nag-authorize or yung nag-clear ng investigation na ito. Meron po bang process na kailangang i-undertake or ina-undertake para magkaroon ng clearance na gawin po yung process na ito?
So first is we classify whether it is an ordinary wanted person and or of high value individual. May certain parameters with that. And of course, we have also process in the conduct of operation. Like for example, we have operational plan, and we will look into that, Mr. Chair, and we will submit what is requested.
Okay, pwede po bang makapag-provide po ng copy ng general flow chart or flow of decision-making process para po magkaroon ng operation ng ganito, getting high target values?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're looking forward to that. Meron pong bounty for his arrest. Pero yun nga, mali po yung arrest. Can we clarify kung na-release na po ba yung bounty na ito?
If the incident was implemented last December 7, 2024, last year, I suppose na-release na kung if this was December 2012. We will check on the record.
Okay. Kasi, bale, since, yun nga po, hindi po yung same Prudencio Calubid yung inaresto, and then kung may bounty na release in relation to that, edi mali po yung, mali yung basis ng pag-award ng bounty if ever. So, can I ask po again, ano yung update dito sa bounty na to? Are you saying po na na-release na siya? Wala po bang plano na kunin to pabalik? Ganyan?
It will be part of the report, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're looking forward sa ganung report. Pero dapat hindi, no? Ganon. Siguro last na lang po na manifestation in relation po doon sa shinare ni Good Secretary sa wala pong red tagging sa PNP since 2022. May hawak po kasi akong data na meron pong red tagging. From 2022 to 2025, no? In particular, yung pinaka-major po is yung nagkaroon po ng Senate hearing kung saan meron pong Directorate for Operations of PNP Colonel Randy Arceo tagged West Visayas State University and 102 other educational institutions to be linked daw po to CPP and PA student recruitment. Now, since nagkaroon ng ganong statement in the Senate hearing, many universities have since denounced yung allegations na yon as false. So that is a clear case of red tagging. And other than this po, meron pong mga instances of official Facebook pages or Facebook pages ng mga PNP regional offices that would put out materials red tagging either individuals or organizations. So we can provide this data to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. My version of my understanding of red tagging is specifying the person. As far as the universities are concerned, even my province is affected by that, Cavite State University. And when I was governor, I personally warned the NTF-ELCAC chair, then General, I forgot his name, that if he tries that in my province, I will make sure that he is ejected from physically from my province for doing so. I don't believe in red tagging. I don't believe that mere allegations are enough. So, if there are instances that individuals are tagged, then I will make sure that they are charged because it's against the protocols of the DILG to do so.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I can give the data, no? Meron kami hawak na instance na may ni-report yung PNP Isabela na incident, tagging 2 individuals, but later these 2 individuals would come out to say na hindi po sila miyembro, actually pinagsuot lang sila ng maduming t-shirt, pinicturan, pinahawakan ng placard, pero hindi sila allowed na basahin yung laman na yon. That was taken in 2022. Nagulat na lang sila, 2024, lumabas yung picture na yon. So that's a clear case po of red tagging, no? So we can submit this data to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Na-mention po ng PNP, na-mention nyo po, Good Secretary, Mr. Chair, na you will act upon this. So can we get po a commitment na kung mag-submit po kami, may mangyayari po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
May mapapanagot, may paparusahan.
If it is validated as such, we will file charges against them in NAPOLCOM.
Thank you very much. We will coordinate further with in relation to these cases. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next we have for the second round, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung unang set of questions will be for the BJMP. Noong August 24 to 27, nagkaroon po ng 4-day silent protest ng 600 inmates sa detention center sa Bago City, Negros Occidental. No, eventually, this led to the relief or removal of the BJMP warden. The issue was yung mga conditions, the poor living conditions in the BJMP detention center, including yung napakababa ng subsistence allowance nila, 70 pesos ba yun, na ginawa pa raw something like 45 pesos a day. No? As well as yung inability of inmates to access adequate medical treatment, as well as issue din daw yung harsh, violent repression of their silent protest and noise barrage, nagkaroon ng noise barrage, where allegedly gumamit pa daw ng rubber bullets and tear gas ang BJMP. So first of all, can we have an update on this, including the allegations of use of excessive force sa BJMP po?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. So, doon po sa report na yon, yung nakarating po sa akin, yung nasa bubong na po sila, then yung mga previews, hindi ba? At anyway, ganito po, tama po. Ang mga complaint po ng ating PDL, una, yung there's not enough food served. Tama po yun. Pangalawa po, yung prohibition ng sunning privileges. Also, nabanggit din po doon, yung pong hindi pagpayag sa kanila sa pag-work doon sa garden. May garden area po tayo doon sa likod, Mr. Chairman. And dito naman po yung na-resolve na rin kasi nagtulong-tulong po yung Commission of Human Rights with the lawyer there. Then also, yung council po doon, yung kanilang council, I will not names na rin po yung pangalan, with the BJMP, legal po namin, Attorney Umaday, and some PNP officers. Ito naman po ay na-resolve natin peacefully sa tulong nga po ng binanggit ko kanina ng mga tao. Then gusto ko lang pong i-manifest Your Honor, Madam Chairman, medyo congested po din talaga ang kalalagayan natin. And pangalawa pong problema ng BJMP, yung lack of personnel. But nevertheless po, ang BJMP po naman, we adhere to the United Nations Standard of Minimum Treatment of PDL prisoners, yung pong tinatawag natin na Nelson Mandela Rules. And gumawa na rin po tayo before ng ating Memorandum of Agreement with CHR para po maproteksyonan ang kanilang pong karapatan at marespeto po ang kanilang value as a human being. Alam niyo po, yun po ang una nating talagang sinasabi with also with una po yung binanggit sa akin ng Good Secretary na protection of human rights but with security considerations po. But nevertheless po, yung pangyayari po naman na yun, we implement a maximum tolerance and wala po namang nasaktan doon. Yung po sa paggamit ng mga tear gas at yung pong bagay, hindi po nangyari po yun, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that update. So punta na po ako dun sa pinaka-issue nila, no, which is yung nabanggit nyo ng iba, no, congestion, pero yung mababang o kapos na budget para sa araw-araw na pagkain tsaka even for medicine. Ilan po ba ang PDLs ngayon? What is the latest figure for number of PDLs in BJMP facilities?
Okay, Madam Chairman, Your Honor, as of this date po, we have 115,000 PDL spread into 484 jails nationwide. And the congestion rate is 292%, meaning kung meron po tayong ilalagay na 100 PDL in a one space, ang nakalagay po doon 292, ganun po kasikip. Kaya nga po ang this representation, meron po kaming proposal para po naman matulungan ang ating mga kapatid na nakakulong na yung pong 70 pesos madagdagan as well as ito pong medical condition nila sa pamamagitan po nung natin ng pondo para po sa kanilang medical condition. Meron po kaming proposal, Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Meron po ba kayong proposal for additional facilities para sabi nyo nga yung pang 100 and 200 plus ang naka-detain. So, meron po bang proposal?
Madam Chairman, Your Honor, meron po kaming proposal.
Magkano po ang kailangan doon?
Kung talaga pong masisiro po natin yung congestion rate, medyo malaki po. Sabi ko nga po doon sa isang hearing, doon po sa Justice Committee, it will take 25 billion, medyo malaki. But we have a proposal po na 3-year na plan para po doon. And aside po doon sa binigay sa amin, this year, only 2025, of 3.8 billion na nagsisimula na po. Sisimula na po yung mangyari. May mga nakapag-bid na po tayo doon. And nagsisimula na po lahat halos yung mga programa po ng BJMP. Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, kung pwede po i-submit sa committee yung proposal nila for additional facilities. Dahil ngayon po, maraming pinag-uusapan, including yung sa flood control. Alam nyo naman yan. So, everything is possible. Ako, ganun ang tingin ko sa budget na ito ngayon. Okay. Of course, ang objective nito ay magkaroon ng makataong kondisyon ang mga persons deprived of liberty. They are innocent until proven guilty, no? Nabanggit nyo, yung in the current budget, medyo kakaiba po yung budget ng BJMP kasi in special provision number 2 of your budget, naka-specify talaga doon that there will be 141,843 assumed number of persons deprived of liberty. So very specific. Kaya the budget for subsistence will be 100 pesos a day and for medical will be 15 pesos a day. So medyo nanibago lang ako na napaka-precise nung numero, no? Although it is a projection. No? Pero ibig po ba sabihin nito magiging mas mataas? May pagtaas sa proposed budget nyo para sa subsistence and medical allowance?
Madam Chairman, Your Honor, nagpa-conduct po tayo ng study kaya po nagkaroon po ng numero na yan. And doon po sa UP, kasi po meron po kaming ARIMA, that is a statistical tool. ARIMA po ang tawag doon. Hindi naman po ako masyadong but yun po ang ginamit namin para po maka-come up nitong 141,843. Also, it was presented doon po sa DBM during po doon sa aming budget presentation po. Kaya po nag-come up po kami dito sa mga figure po na ito, Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Magkano po ang subsistence allowance ngayon?
Ang proposal po ng BJMP ngayon po is 70 pesos, Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
In the NEP, it is 100 pesos a day.
Yes, Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Dapat po, pag na-aprobahan ito, magkakaroon ng pagtaas to 100 pesos a day. So, positive na po yan. It's a 30%, well, tama ba yun? No, more than 30% increase. Okay? And yung medical po, magkano ngayon?
Same
Daily.
pa rin po, 15 pesos. Pero binigyan po kami ng additional fund para po dun sa hygienic kit. Meaning po yung toiletries in layman's term po. So, bukod po yon, so makakadagdag po yon. Also, meron po kaming medical support for PDL. Ito po yung mga pagkuha ng dugo. Hindi po yung kasali dun sa dati kasi purely yung pong release po sa amin is para po sa gamot. So, we need also test para po naman ma-alleviate yung kalalagayan nung plate ng po ng ating mga kapatid na nakapage sa ating mga kulungan. Madam Chairman, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, request lang, Mr. Chair, may request lang po na magsabit po ng kompletong datos ng BJMP para sa, yung capital outlay requirements, tsaka yung pag-increase sa, meron na kayong proposal, from 70 magiging 100 pesos, pero yung medical po na 15 pesos a day, baka kulang na kulang po yan para sa maraming mga may sakit. So kung pwede po mag-submit tayo ng possible increase, no? Kasi handa po tayong suportahan yon. Okay po ba?
Madam Chairman, we will do, okay, sir. We will submit to this committee our proposal.
Okay. Ngayon, ibang topic naman po. Usapin naman po ng sweldo ng mga LGU employees. No? Ang umiiral po dyan yung salary standardization law. At I'm just pag sinabing LGU employees, meron dyan yung regular at saka mas marami pa yung mga job order and contract of service. In fact, sa buong gobyerno, ang pinakamalaking bilang ng job order and contract of service, over 600,000 are in LGUs. No, but yung meron ding mga regular sa LGUs, numbering all in all over 500,000 according to data from the Civil Service Commission. Ngayon, sa ating salary standardization law po, alam natin na kapag cities and municipalities, may porsyentuhan po ng sweldo ng national government, yung rate ng national government. So for cities, it's from 100% to 75% of the national rate. Samantalang sa municipalities po, from 90%, ito yung masaklap, 65% lang for 6-class municipalities. So kung sa ngayon, ang salary grade 1 po, yung pinakamababa ay 14,061 pesos a month. Sa mga first 6th-class municipalities, ang pinaka-entry level salary is only 9,139, something like that, no? Or pumapatak po sa 365 pesos a day, na mas mababa po sa minimum wage sa mayorya ng mga rehiyon sa Pilipinas. Regionalized po ang ating mga wage board, ang minimum wage natin. So, to the Secretary, to the DILG, paano po natin tutugunan ang ganitong kalagayan na yung maraming mga salary grade 1 natin sa mga LGU na they have employer-employee relationship, hindi pa nga sila yung mga job order and contract of service. Below minimum wage po ang natatanggap nila. What solutions pwede nating pagtulungan ito? Paano matutugunan na yung salary grade 1 sa LGU dapat naman umabot man lang sa minimum wage, na kapos nga yung minimum wage, di ba?
I agree, Your Honor. The problem is that the budgetary constraints of an LGU are really the ones driving the salaries of the positions. If we adjust the maximum PS of a 6-class municipality and make the salary grade according to minimum wage, wala na pong matitira para sa MOE.
We understand po na kaya syempre lalo na for 6-class municipalities, napaka-limited ng available na sariling pondo nito. Kaya nga po actually, baka kailangan na pong pumasok dito ang national government.
Hindi po. I would rather po reform the local government code on how the national tax is appropriated amongst the municipalities. As of now, the formula is 34 years old, and I think it's time to revisit on how it is formulated.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you for that. So that can be perhaps a medium-term solution. Pero sa kagyat po, ako po ay ang isang pinopropose ko sa Committee on Appropriations ay magbigay ng some sort of additional allowance for the LGU employees na hindi umaabot sa minimum wage ang kanilang kita.
I agree, sir. If it is possible to do that, then we will do
Thank you. Can we have data then? Ilan po yung mga salary grade 1 sa LGUs nationwide?
We will provide to you by Monday next week, sir, for all the municipalities in the Philippines.
Thank you po. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you done, sir? Congressman Tino?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And last to intermediate for the second round, we have Representative Dada Kiram Ismula. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po ulit sa inyong lahat. For this round 2 po, particular na itatanong ko lang po. I have 3 questions sa PCW, Philippine Commission on Women. Mandato ng Philippine Commission on Women na masiguro ang pagiging gender responsive ng mga pambansang plano sa kaunlaran. Pati na rin ang masusing pagsubaybay sa implementasyon ng performance ng mga ahensya. Alinsunod sa National Plan for Women. Ang tanong ko po, nagkaroon po tayo ng mga konsultasyon kasama ang iba't ibang mga grupo ng mga kababaihan. Isa sa mga nabanggit na issue ay ang kakulangan ng presensya ng PCW sa provincial at regional areas. Maaari po ba naming malaman kung may mga provincial at regional offices ang PCW sa mga iba't ibang bahagi ng ating bansa? Kung meron man po, ano yung mga lugar na wala pa?
Maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan.
Yes po.
At maraming salamat din po sa ating mga mambabatas na narito. The laws on women are strong, but the mechanism for implementation is really dependent upon the collaboration with all government entities. So the role of the Philippine Commission on Women is to coordinate, to monitor, to provide technical assistance, to build capacities. But the problem is we are so small. We're only 80 people taking care of 1/2 of this country's population. So wala po kaming subnational presence. We have a pilot office in the northern Mindanao covering regions 9, 10, and Caraga. But apart from that, nothing. So we are like a person with a very huge brain with no legs to walk our talk.
I understand.
But nevertheless, we are collaborating with the regional development councils. We are also building capacities of experts, training experts, so that they may be the one to reach out and provide capacity building support to local government units. We also have learning hubs. So the learning hubs are local government units that are trained to provide services to women in the local areas.
Yeah.
And they are like our substitutes, and we provide them with support, materials, knowledge, tools, and frequent updating of the developments. So wala po, and I would really, we have submitted an executive order to the Office of the President asking for five regional offices.
Yes.
It was not turned down, but it was transferred to the Department of Budget and Management, and the DBM asked us to conduct an OD, an organizational development study, so that we can back up our request with a sound assessment and more or less grounded recommendations.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Ang susunod sanang ang follow-up question ko sana doon is kung paano natin natitiyak yung ating mandato na para maging epektibo. Ngunit sa naging sagot nyo po, dahil sa laki ng kakulangan ng komisyon, ay ibig sabihin hindi po ito nagiging epektibo. Tama po ba?
Sa Mindanao po kasi may BARM.
Okay.
So that is an autonomous body, and we collaborate with them, we support them. But we also have this mechanism of GAD budgeting. GAD budgeting is our main machinery for implementing the Magna Carta of Women. I'm sure you are familiar with the Magna Carta of Women. So 300 plus national government agencies have submitted their reports on the GAD budget this year. And if you include the local government units and the BARM, the total allocation of the national government agencies, SUCs, JOCCs, and the BARM total to 2.1 trillion. And this 2.1 trillion is huge, but the implementation is only 11% of the 2.1 trillion. So for that 11%, we make them to account on how they used their GAD budget, because it's not enough that we know how much they are allocating and how much they are spending if we don't know what changes are happening on the lives of women.
Correct.
So this year, because I'm only 1 year, I have just been appointed in last June 21 last year. But we are introducing result-based monitoring, which means that we will be revising our gender mainstreaming monitoring system so that it can absorb data from the government agencies that can account for how they use the GAD budget.
Yes.
For example, for the Coast Guard, for example, just to give you an example of how we are able to support agencies to change and focus on the needs of women, they have the Angels of the Sea. These are women. Whenever there are tensions, then they utilize the women angels of the sea, of the Coast Guard, to negotiate with the Chinese.
Correct.
Yeah.
I understand, Mr. Chair. Ganito na lamang po. So, dahil doon sa naging statement mo kanina na napakalaki yung kakulangan sa inyong komisyon and may request ka pong 5 regional offices, I'd like to manifest po sana, Mr. Chair, if we can actually help the PCW on this request para naman po mabigyan pa nila ng agaran pang implementasyon ng kanilang komisyon para naman po sa karapatan ng mga kababaihan. On the other hand po, Mr. Chair, may another question po ako, ma'am. Marami na rin po tayong mga batas na nagtataguyod sa karapatan ng kababaihan, kagaya ng VAUSI, Safe Spaces Act at Expanded Maternity Leave Law. Subalit marami pa rin po sa ating kababaihan ang hindi nakakaramdam ng ganap na proteksyon at benepisyo mula sa mga nasabing batas. Paano po ina-assess ng PCW ang lawak ng implementasyon ng ating bansa?
Meron po kaming pag-uulat. We have a reporting mechanism that we are undertaking in consultation with various government agencies, such as the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action and even the Magna Carta of Women and the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. So, because this is a whole of government approach and all of society collaboration.
Yeah.
So, this is not accomplishment of the PCW, it's accomplishment of the Philippine government. And just to tell you a bit of our achievements, because we are not a line agency, we don't go direct to the women, but just to share with you, we are internationally recognized. We are the only country in the world with the 2 legislated GAD budget. We are #1 in Asia in gender equality, and that has never changed since then. We have been in the top 10 of the Global Gender Index. For 13 years, we were in the top 10. We were #5 in 2023, but we dropped during the presidency of one of our former presidents.
Yeah.
Last year, we were number 25, but now we are already number 20. And I intend to mobilize the support of everybody so that we can climb up again to the top 10.
Okay.
So, marami na po tayong mga achievements. In fact, we are the vision leader of the ASEAN in terms of gender mainstreaming, and we are building Center of Excellence on Gender Equality for the ASEAN region, and this will be funded by the ASEAN. Okay. We are also building Gender Training Institute and Research to support the needs of our people in government who are working for the advancement of women. Iba po kasi yung gender equality and women's empowerment eh.
Yes.
Hindi po ito simple na pag pumasok ka lang sa isang ordinary na subject matter na intindihan mo na. It requires a lot of perspective and a lot of trainings, and you can only learn it if you do it. So thank you very much for asking the question. I thought I will be leaving this session without being asked.
I agree with you on that matter, ma'am. And don't worry, I'm actually in full support of your commission.
Thank you so much. I love
po.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you so much po. With that, imamanifest ko lang po ulit na sana po ay pansinin din po natin yung PCW sa kanilang naging request po. Salamat po.
Thank you so very much. Ang amin pong budget is only 0.06 of the total budget of the DILG, and our increase is only 0.14%. So that is how small it is.
Yes, thank you. And I know you're not asking for an additional budget. Maraming salamat po. That has been the statement kanina pa. Before I yield the chair to our chairman, Mika Swansing, first I would like to apologize sa BFP, Director Fernandez, for my previous statement. regarding the submission. Actually, it was submitted by your office. Pumunta kasi sa akin yung mga pinapunta mo mga angels mo dito eh. Pagbabae, malambot po ang puso natin. Inspector Dolioso, Bakay, and Sabado. They submitted September 5. Okay? So I apologize for the previous statement. It was a shortcoming of my staff, and we have, my office admits it. So pasensya na po. But regarding yung mga ibang submission na pinabish to tomorrow, yeah, para kay Congressman DS, Deputy Speaker Bambi Imano. And for the next Monday, sa promise also by the Secretary, yung kalat pong hiningi ng ating mga kasama. And I would like to thank you personally, Secretary Rimulya, for your patience. Yes. Ma'am. Secretary Rimulya, other secretaries, and our police personnel, PNP, BFP, BJMP, attached agencies, thank you very much. Actually, yung promise ko 12 midnight, kinalahati po natin.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Maganda in-expect natin at 12 midnight, so earlier po tayo.
Thank you very much.
So now I would like to yield the chair. Okay. So before that, I would not yield first. Sobrang bilis nga eh. Sec, sobrang bilis. Ganyan ka namin kamahal.
Sige pa.
Sige pa. And we have questions from our CSOs. So it's not only the congressmen, civil society organization. So for transparency, and even accountability. So we have CSOs. So it's not only from the congressmen, but they are not allowed to participate. But they gave us some questions that they want to be clarified. Okay. So for Task Force Papalad National Peasant Federation, TFM on DILG. Yan po yung pangalan ng CSO natin. On ECLIP, Civicus Global Monitor has categorized Philippine democracy as repressed due precisely to red tagging. There are several reports stating that anti-insurgency programs, especially the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program or the ECLIP, are being used to justify heavy-hand approaches against CSOs, civil society organizations, particularly through former rebels' testimonies held in duress to red tag CSOs and their leaders. Multi-awarded CSOs such as Leyte Development Center were red tagged, their leaders harassed with trumped-up charges, and their bank accounts shut down, rendering them inoperational. What are the safeguards in place to prevent undue red tagging against CSOs? B, to foster enabling environment for collaboration between CSOs and local governments.
Yes, sir. We are cognizant of the report, but what is not specific is who is carrying out the red tagging. If it is a member of the DILG family who is involved in the red tagging, then I will make sure to personally prosecute the matter and make sure that it doesn't happen again. But if it is in the other branches of the armed services, then that question is better propounded to them. But as far as the DILG is concerned, as a matter of policy, we do not allow or do we not encourage nor condone any red tagging.
Thank you for your response. Next question on social accountability. Given the President's directive on strengthening transparency and accountability in light of the recent flood control projects controversy, can social accountability programs under the DILG, such as the Support to Local Government Program and Bantay Corruption, be used to mobilize CSOs to conduct independent monitoring of our public work projects? Are these programs adequately funded?
Yes, sir. As of now, we're actively discussing putting up our own Bantay Corruption website where they can report to, and it should be up pretty soon as soon as we come up with the parameters of how to do it.
Yes, and the question is, are you going to tap CSOs also?
Of course, it will be open, sir, and the policy making shall be open to the public.
And the program is funded.
Yes, we have 10 million now set for that, and we will use it at as soon as possible time.
Okay, thank you, Sec. And lastly, climate and disaster preparedness. It is unlikely that target for LGUs with climate and disaster informed plans will be reached of 100% by 2028, with only 23% of such informed plans by 2024. What will be done by DILG and the whole of government to accelerate this, especially given national attention on flood control?
Those numbers, sir, are hazy at best. I don't know what metrics they're using, but I am sure it is higher than that. But rest assured that we will continue to. That part of our agenda is disaster resiliency as a matter of recognizing the local governments. So I can only speak for the DILG, and we are actively promoting disaster resiliency, sir.
Thank you, Sec. And with that, those are the questions of our CSOs. So once again, I would like to thank everyone. Just last reminder, before the plenary, maybe I will call directly the heads lang. So if there are questions from our colleagues, siguro I can directly call you. Okay, so expect a call from me. Wag po kayong magugulat. BFP, pasensya na. Sumali yung opisina ko. Mamaya pag-akit namin, sila po yung yari sa akin. They did not report that September 5 nagbigay na po kayo. Okay, so pasensya na po sa BFP. Okay, so now I would like to yield the chair to our chairwoman, Mika Swansing. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Arnie Pendabelia, and to our Vice Chair for the NYC, Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina. Perhaps, you know, like I've been looking at all the different attached agencies and the different programs, and it seems like across the 6.5 hours of deliberations that we've already done, we've already covered naman po all the pertinent information that we would need to inform us of how we can take a look at the budget of the DILG for FY 2026. So siguro on my part, I just wanted to ask, I was a little bit hard on the BURs po earlier today, and I apologize for that. Kasi po, there's a type of scrutiny that we would need to do po, Sec, in terms of the different utilizations. And again, I call on the ECCDC and the BFP to please ramp up on the utilizations. Napakaganda po ng overall utilization rate ng buong DILG, and yun lang po, Sec, just the two attached agencies that we need to do a catch-up plan on. So yun lang naman po, and as we've seen, based on the utilization and based on the achievements and accomplishments of the department in the last year, nakita naman po natin na talagang nagamit sa tama, na-implement po ng tama yung pondo na ipagkatiwala po natin sa DILG for fiscal year 2024 and as of now, fiscal year 2025. So we're also confident that you'll do the same as well, Sec, on the budget that we're going to entrust to the DILG as well for FY 2026. So we've looked at all the programs and the different attached agencies, and I think there's just one question, Sec, that needs to be asked before we end the interpellations today. Several of the members of the committee have raised the same during their interpellations, that they are in support, we are in support of, with the caveat po, na if we're able to find ample fiscal space for us to be able to support increases in certain programs, if there are programs that the good secretary and the department believes are currently underfunded or unfunded po in the NEP. So I understand po, Sec, na marami po kayong proposals na sinubmit sa DBM for consideration for the 2026 NEP. So siguro po mayroong mga critical programs na hindi po napondohan o medyo kulang po yung naipasok sa NEP. So I'd like to ask the question po, Sec, if there's any program which you wish to advocate for, na if we're able to find ample fiscal space, we should prioritize for additional funding for DILG.
That would be for the PNP and the BFP, ma'am. As of now, the mobility assets of the BFP and especially the PNP is severely lacking. We have municipalities. We have a city here in Metro Manila that only has one police car. The total number of police cars for Metro Manila is 547. In comparison to my province of Cavite, which is 801. So ours is all locally funded. Theirs is all mostly funded by the PNP. So what I'm encouraging is that they buy one and we give one. But again, if in order to address criminality and response, we need more mobility assets for the PNP and BFP.
Siguro po, Sec, on the part of, we're also in support of that, but perhaps on the part of the committee, if we may please request you to submit a list of areas with shortfalls in terms of mobility assets. Siguro po, ang i-prioritize po natin yung mga...
80 provinces out of 82.
Opo, kung
lahat po talaga kulang.
yung specific lang po
Yes,
sana.
ma'am. You will.
Kasi po, kung may ganun pong parang ideally, merong counterpart agreement po, di ba? Pero sana i-prioritize po muna natin siguro yung mga LGUs
Yes,
na
ma'am.
walang capability to provide a counterpart.
That's right.
Siguro po, if out of the 80 or out of the 80 po, baka po ma-disaggregate natin siya na kung ano talaga yung mga municipalities na pinakakailangan. Cities kasi are a little bit more, they have greater capability to provide that counterpart. So, siguro po piliin po natin yung mga municipalities na siguro GIDA or conflict-afflicted na medyo mababa yung IRA, so hindi nila ma-provide yung counterpart po. Kung pwede po natin ma-prioritize in that way po, Sec, would be very happy to support if we're able to find ample
If I
fiscal
may
space.
also, ma'am, in order to fight crime in the city and to deter crime, Metro Manila is an area of 620 square kilometers, and we only have less than 12,000 cameras. The ideal ratio is one camera for every 1,000 square meters. So we need 62,000 cameras in order to function as in the same level as Singapore or Hong Kong. And we can do that if we put priority to it. There are national security considerations in the procurement of this. So I would gladly expand on this on closed doors so that you can hear my reasoning on how to do it and why to do it.
Sounds good, Sec. So if we can get a bit more information po, we can discuss it further. Again, we're all in support of ensuring, tightened security, peace and order. So, again, given the ample fiscal space, we'll be able to help.
Yes, ma'am. Especially next year that we are hosting the ASEAN, we need to ramp up our security apparatus and we need your help.
Apo. Thank you, Sec. So, siguro, again, for the mobility assets, let's please prioritize siguro the areas that are geographically isolated and also historically conflict-afflicted or currently conflict-afflicted. And then we can discuss more po on the security cameras.
Okay.
You also mentioned, Sec, the BFP
ma'am.
requiring additional funding. Is there a particular program lodged within the BFP that would require additional funding?
What we don't have, ma'am, are marine fireboats. We only have 2 that are in Metro Manila, but we don't have one in Batangas, we don't have one in Matnog, we don't have one in Hailuran, we don't have one in Cebu. So if there is a ship that catches fire, we have very little assets to combat it, and those are the things. It is quite expensive but necessary for us to have.
If I may ask po, Sec, how many do we have currently?
Dalawa lang yata, no? Marine, no? Three, ma'am. But we have 16 major ports, and we only have 3 of them. So if a ship catches fire in the Visayas, no one will respond to the fire.
Mataas po ba yung incidents ng fires?
Hindi naman, ma'am, but that is the biggest nightmare for a ship, for it to catch fire. They hardly sink, but when it catches fire, it is the most deadly form of disaster we can have.
That's actually a really important point kasi syempre po ipoposition nyo lang sila in limited areas kung tatlo lang.
That's
Then, how long would it take for the ship to respond
right.
to something in the different island group altogether? So if,
That's right.
that's a really good point as well, Sec. So if you may please give us information on how much, like what's the potential funding requirement for
Okay, ma'am.
the additional fire
Okay, ma'am.
ships?
Okay, ma'am.
Fireboats.
Yes, ma'am. Fireboats.
Fireboats. Yes po. Okay. I think those two very important points, Sec, and that if we're able to get more information on that, we'll be able to see how we can navigate through.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, if we find ample
Very much
fiscal
appreciated,
space.
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're good. Anything else? Okay na tayo. Okay. Isasara ko na. It's been 6.5 hours po.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes. Sorry, one second po. Just wanted to make sure that there are no other member who wishes to interpolate. So after 6.5 hours of interpolations, given that there are no other member who wishes to interpolate, may I solicit a motion from the members?
Madam Chairperson,
Yes, Representative Mercado.
I move that we terminate the budget hearing of the proposed budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government, including its attached agency. I so move, Madam Chair.
Any second? There is a motion to terminate the budget hearing for the Department of the Interior and Local Government, including its attached agencies. Wala pa pong motion. Wala
Hindi
pang
pa
ruling.
nabobotohan. Huwag muna kayo pumalakpak. Huwag muna.
The motion has, there is a motion and it has been seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, including its attached agencies, is hereby terminated.
Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much po.
We're not done yet.
Madam Chairperson.
Oh, one more
Secretary.
motion po pala.
Meron pa.
Kindly sit down.
Thank you very much
Anyway,
po to our Honorable
kindly take your seat.
Secretary John Vic Remulla, to our undersecretaries and assistant secretaries, of course, to our Chief PNP, General Nartates, to our generals in the BFP, and to all the commissioners of the different attached agencies. Thank you very much po for invaluable inputs. And again, we look forward to collaborating with you to ensure that the department is well funded to deliver the services to the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes, Representative Mercado.
May I move that we suspend the hearing and resume tomorrow, September 9, 2025 at 9 a.m. So moved, Madam Chair.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The hearing is hereby suspended until tomorrow, September 9 at 9 o'clock in the morning.
May we invite the DILG